Salutations, salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings, 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 greetings to everyone. I know it's been a while. Please tap the screen as you're coming in. Blessings, blessings, blessings to all. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Salutations, salutations, everyone. Please let's tap the screen. Share the live as you're coming in. Greetings to you all. I hope everything is going fine with everyone, wherever you find yourself. You blaspheme Satan, adept. Shout out to you too, Kenya. Thank you so much to everyone who always taps the screen. To those who always share the live. Share the live with 10 people. God is not real. God is not a real person. So is the devil. Request only if you disagree. Request only if you disagree. On time, brother, on time. That's right. I know I haven't been online in a while, y'all, so let's take it like that. One little piece at a time.
How could you say this thing?
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? How could you say this thing?
What thing?
God is not real.
Because it's the truth.
So explain to me, help me see, bro, because I think God is real, bro, and the devil is real too.
And you think wrong.
Okay, how you guys explain to me why you think so, bro?
God and the devil are just ideas. However you choose to idealize it in your mind is really up to you. And it's different in everybody's head. But outside of our heads and the ideas that we use to motivate ourselves in one way or another, there is no God.
So you said God is in my mind.
No, I'm saying that God is an idea. So yeah, it's not like God is literally in your mind, but
But
it
as an
works.
idea in my mind.
Yes, it works in the same way as an idea. And
So
you literally can make whatever you want to make out of that idea. But most of the time, people are scared because the idea of God they have in their head was imagined in another person's head, and then when they try to imitate it, they can't really do it like the person who imagined it. So they kind of have their own little version of it. For example, right? 100 people can say they're Christians, and yet they all got different ideas of Christianity, different ideas of God in their head, and they can't all be right.
right, okay. So my God could be your devil, basically.
I mean,
Basically, right?
your hero is probably my villain, and my villain
Yeah,
is
yeah,
probably
yeah.
your hero.
So it's a personal thing, basically. It's not uh a solid.
Even at the personal level, I try to be not to be too critical of how people personalize the idea of God, but I think that it can definitely be mishandled, easily be mishandled, and you can end up destroying your potential for critical thinking and believing yourself into a delirious worldview.
I think, you know what I think, bro? I think God. I think you're
Bro,
right, bro. I don't think God is real, bro. I think you're right. You just shattered that for me. You guys should listen to this man.
bro,
You
I
just,
say request only if you disagree. So
I just
you,
changed you changed my mind right now, bro.
I don't know about changing your mind. There's no way I could have changed your mind.
We're basically telling me that it's an idea that makes sense.
I mean, it's the truth, like I said, exactly. So it ain't like you didn't know it. Maybe sometimes you get caught up into the different ideas, into the specifics. It's probably not you. It's probably everybody else. Everyone kind of knows what's going on. It's just that there's just some things that we don't like said out loud, especially if it's making us feel good. It's like you pull up on a bunch of potheads to tell them how bad it is to participate. What do you
Right.
expect, right? Is they know it, they just don't want to hear it.
All right. Hey, listen to this brother, cause he making some sense.
Thank
He's
you, my
helping me
brother.
feel better.
I appreciate you.
Next person. Next person.
Yes, sir. God is not a real person, so is the devil. Send your request only if you disagree or if you need life advice. Let me be kind, okay? So, unless you have something in your life that you need advice with, or you disagree with my title, don't send your request. All right, ladies and gentlemen, God as a person, no, 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 no. God as an idea, yeah, 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 yeah. You see how I simplify that? I made it so simple. So the God that you believe in, no one else in this world believes in. The God you believe in, you're the only one that believes in it. That's how the idea of God is structured. Don't get caught up in the fact that you're using the same words and even the same religious umbrella as some other people. That's just an illusion of unity. The way the idea of God works, every man is going to conjure one up in a way that is so unique to them, almost as unique as your fingerprints. Think of the idea of God like fingerprints. It's kind of similar, but it's different for everyone. For everyone. Everyone's got one, but it's different for everyone. There are no two human beings in this world that have the same fingerprint. There are no two human beings in this world that have the same idea of God in their head. What's up, bro?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine, ma'am. How about you?
I'm fine, thank you. I know you said to request. I'm really surprised. I didn't think that I was going to be the chosen one.
Well, it's not particularly that much of a big deal considering that there aren't that many people in line right now. So perhaps you are the chosen one because you are the only one. But hey,
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much for having me. I think that you have a wonderful platform here, but I just wanted to say, I mean, I did read your caption, and my husband listened to you all the time. However, I mean, what we need to understand that a lot of us are ignorant to the fact, and I can say that for myself as well, because I'm a science major, and it wasn't until, I educated myself, got my degree, where I learned that there's a huge possibility that this is a fictitious character. Um, I mean, because in science, it's an explanation for something. And the stats show that 90.9% of scientists don't believe in any religion because there's no scientific evidence of it.
it's two different mind frames. You cannot think like a scientist and be among the best of scientists and still be religious, you know?
Uh,
And
yeah.
no, even if you did give up the illusion of that, deep down inside of you, it's like oil and water. They don't mix. The way you draw religious conclusion is based on overemphasized experiences, extraordinary experiences. That's how
Yes,
truth is validated in religion. Truth is not validated in religion based on reason. Nah, reason has nothing to do. It's all based on their pre-established dogmas and extraordinary things, extraordinary explanations for things that have never been observed, that cannot be repeated, you know?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But I just wanted to touch on that because I learned a lot myself, studying religion and different types of
What
religion
what what
and
what what religion did you belong to?
um, Methodist.
Oh no, that's a
But I,
denomination.
I was,
That's a
but
denomination.
well, I was raised that way,
So you were a
and
Christian.
yes.
Oh. Were you a good
But
Christian?
again, I would say I was obedient, listening to my parents.
I mean, no, that wasn't the question. Sister, the question was, were you a good student? A
I
good, a
was.
good, a good, a good Christian.
I was, yes, I was.
Mm. So how did you transition from being a prayerful woman that believed in God to, I know you say you study, but kind of give me like a 20-second version of how that was for you emotionally.
Um, um, well, that really wasn't a big deal for me emotionally at all. It was because it was a reality for me, but it was more emotional dealing with other people that had those beliefs, and they were just critical of, what do you mean there is no God? What do you mean? And I said, well, I mean, I think differently now only because I'm educated on certain things when it comes to religion. And they were very upset and, yelling and distance themselves and, so
Yeah, I think
it wasn't,
it's only natural, right? Like the religious world, they have this defense mechanism that's almost very bee like a bunch of honeybees.
yes,
If you're not
yeah,
part of the hive, it's total hostility. But I don't think that you need to blame the bees. I think it's systemic. That's just how the system is structured. You know,
um,
considering how much of reality you have to ignore to be a religious person, when you see
yes,
someone not ignore that reality, it's hard for you to deal with that within your own self. I bet you, listen, when I was a Christian hardcore and I would hear people say things against God or say God didn't exist, like my stomach would literally, like my intestines would contract. Like there would be a tightness, my abs, like there'll just be this uncomfortable feeling in my stomach of irritation. But then one thing I noticed was as I began to deconstruct, that irritation reduced and became lighter and lighter. I bet there's some of you right now listening to me right now, and you are experiencing that irritation,
of
right? No, it
course,
was a type of irritation that had circumstances made it possible, it could easily turn into violence. Like I'm just like, man, can
wow,
somebody shut that guy up? Can somebody tell that? Can somebody just make that guy disappear? You know. But
yeah.
as I became able to tolerate such narratives, it became easier emotionally and even physically. But it was a tough journey, having to ask those tough questions.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely. Definitely. I feel the same way. Yeah, because I mean, how I feel about it. I mean, I'm silenced only because, my friends, close friends, they get upset, they get irate, then they want to distance themselves over religion.
but that's fair. That's fair. that's why we are critical of religion, because we're like, well, if everyone can be themselves and we get along, then guess what? Then we need to get what's stopping us from getting along, which is religion, right? Either you get rid of all the people who don't believe, or you dilute religion. Let me not use the word get rid of religion, because realistically, you're not gonna get rid of religion. Religion is never gonna go away. Religion
No, it's
is,
not.
it's just gonna undergo a metamorphosis every time the narrative changes in society. So,
Absolutely.
and if you take away all the current major religions, people will just invent a new one. So, at the end of the day, it is not so much being religious, it's how you are religious. But in order for you to reevaluate how you're religious, you need a brief moment to step completely out of it and re-examine. That's why it's called deconstruction. You deconstruct and you reconstruct. What are you reconstructing? Your worldview. Because if
Yes.
your worldview hasn't changed and become profoundly more enlightened from when you were a child, from when you were even a teenager,
Mm-hmm.
then you need to deconstruct. Because you're gonna hit a
Oh,
breaking
yeah.
point. You're gonna hit a breaking point.
Absolutely. Because I had my religion breakthrough, and that's why I feel the way I feel about religion. But you have a wonderful platform. I don't want to take up too much of
No,
your
no, thank you,
time,
thank you. I
but
appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I feel the same way. But like I said, I mean, when I voice my opinion to my friends, it's everybody's angry, like wanting to fight angry, and I just let them have their own
It's
opinion
it's
and
it's the umbilical cord of their delusions. If you try to sever it when they're not at full term, you might hurt the baby.
Well,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because I have kids, and I remember when my daughter was so young, and she was like, why are we worshiping someone we can't see, and why everybody falling out in church and have sheets covered?" And I said, "Well, this is the Christianity," and she was very young then, and she went, "Mommy, it looks more like a mental illness." But she is an intelligent young lady. I worked a lot with my kids. They, exceptionally graduated from college with the highest honors, summa cum laude, and all of that. But they made mention of things like that to me at a very young age. So
Right.
they even
If
said
if
it to
if
me.
a
They
child can
even
think that
said,
way. But you know what?
yes.
Like I said, I don't blame religious people, okay, sister, because I think that there's the number of undercover unbelievers surpasses those who actually believe. So the crazy ones, the ones that do the ridiculous things, those are the real believers. Okay. The
Yeah.
undercover believers, oh nah. That's the majority of them. So because we know obviously it's not all religious people that do crazy religious things. But the ones
No,
that
it's
get to
not.
the
But I must say that the ones that are in church, they are the worst. You think that they're this Christian person and they're honest and their integrity and everything, and they're the worst. And I've witnessed it multiple times. And I say, you know what? I mean, I'm going to distance myself because they are the worst.
I
They
don't blame you
really
for
are.
thinking that. It's not, some of them are, but it's not all of them.
The
Some,
majority of them.
yes, but probably the majority of them. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
yeah, probably the majority. And like I said, it's just a denial to evolve. Okay, the whole idea of God is evolving. I don't know if any of you guys watched that Jordan Peterson debate against the 20 atheist kids. And Jordan Peterson, for those who know who Jordan Peterson is, he doesn't like to identify as a Christian. Like, I've never seen someone resist identifying as a Christian, and someone who's supposedly supposed to be smart, like Jordan Peterson. So, according to Jordan Peterson, God is just like your conscience. But if he's going to describe God as your conscience, then he can't take the conventional or traditional Christian position. But he still associates with Christian, or I guess he doesn't outright claim to be a Christian. but he defends Christian positions while not believing like them,
Mm.
which is what I
Oh,
see a lot
okay.
of people do today. For example, if you hear a religious person say, "Oh, Christianity is not a religion; it's a relationship." Oh man, if you hear them say that, oh my sister, don't even argue with them.
Well, yeah, I mean, uh, I mean, what can you say? I mean, I
Now, the idea that
remember.
Christianity is a relationship, it's a rebranding. It's a real-time rebranding that we are seeing. They are trying to rebrand Christianity so that it can sell beyond religion because religion is being really stigmatized. So when they say it's a personal relationship, that, oh, Christianity is about a relationship, but you can't build a relationship with someone you don't know. You
Well, yeah.
can't build a relationship with someone based off what somebody else wrote about them. You can't build a
Mhm.
relationship with someone. So if it's about relationship and not about religion, then you technically should throw away the Bible as well and just have your relationship. What kind of relationship is it that you got to read out a book in order to have it?
Well, they
What
have a
kind?
lot of versions of the Bible. They have a whole lot of versions of the Bible. So they
Anyways,
have a
thank you
lot.
so much for your time, sister. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you
you.
so
Okay,
much, Mr. Bakanga. I appreciate you as well. Have a great
indeed.
one.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank
Yes, ma'am. You
you.
too. Ladies and gentlemen, please tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. I'm trying. I'm trying. Sam, tap the screen. Tap the screen, please. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Please tap the screen. The devil and God. The devil and God. Where have I been? Oh man, my page got suspended. What do you mean? Where have I been? I got suspended, y'all. On this page. I've been going live on my other page, but I was suspended on this page. The devil and God. The devil and God. Two sides of the same imaginary coin. Two sides of the same imaginary coin. They do not exist as actual people. Now, outside that consideration, you can believe whatever you want. You see, religious people, if you must absolutely believe this: God does not exist, the devil does not exist, and your sense of self is the most profound experience, the deepest thought, the highest imagination that you could ever have. Prayer is the manifestation of your delusions. Feeling the urge to pray is the revealing of your desperation. It should be your last option. Prayer should always be your last option. Because as you hear my voice right now, there is no way that you really think there is a devil out there going about trying to interrupt your life at all in any way, shape, or form. Do you really believe that there's some entity that's got all these powers out there just waiting to make it so that you cannot pay your rent? Just waiting to put a handsome man in front of your wife? Just waiting to come and tempt you to cheat on your wife? You think there's some devil out there that concerns himself with your moral failures? Is it perhaps an inability for you to accept your own incompetence? You see, people that excessively like to thank God are the most falsely humble people that exist. Just like people that excessively like to blame the devil are the people who take the least accountability in this world. I said to send a request only if you disagree or if you need life advice. If you don't disagree or need life advice, do not send your request. All right? La vie est belle.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus, Bakanga. How are you today?
I'm doing all right.
Okay. I'm going to prove that God exists easily. So excuse my English because I'm French, but I'm going to try my best in English.
Yeah, you're not French.
Si, bien sûr.
No. Your ass is African.
Yeah, I'm from Cameroon.
Yeah, so you should say, "Oh, excuse my English. I'm African." Don't say I'm French. You're French.
Yeah,
Your slave master was French, but you're not French. Tu es pas français.
Yeah, I know.
Tu es africain.
Bien sûr, bien sûr.
All right.
Que je parle français. Ok.
All right.
Vas-y, tu prends. Okay, so God exists because you cannot explain the Big Bang.
Nah, come on, bro. That's not that's a stupid argument.
Yeah, but explain.
That's a stupid argument because the Big Bang and God have no comparison. Those are two different ideas.
So
they have nothing in common.
Let me tell you something. So there is no goal of life. So we are just here to live, right?
No, there's no goal of life for everybody that is the same other than to survive. But on the other specific goals in your life, you can make up the goals in your own life as you go. So everyone can make up their own goals. That's part of something that we can accomplish due to our biology, right? The fact that we can make decisions, you can decide what you want to go for. We don't all have to go for the same thing.
But I think there is a problem there because so you think that we have free will, right?
No.
Okay. Because you just say something like that because you told me that
we have the ability to choose. It doesn't mean that we have free will. We have a will. We have a will. It's not free.
Okay, so how can you explain all the supernatural things that happen in the world, like people guessing the future and things like that? How can you explain that?
There's no such thing as supernatural things in the world. Anything that's in this world, if it's real, it's natural. So the moment you call it supernatural, it's no longer real.
Okay, let's just say, I don't know how to say it in English, but science cannot prove that. Okay.
Well, if science cannot explain something, it's simply because there's no data to analyze. If there's data to analyze, science can probably explain it. So if something happens supernatural and we don't have ways to collect data, then we're not going to be able to explain it. Not because there's no explanation, but because we just don't have the data. Just like if somebody commits a crime, if they don't leave any evidence behind, we'll never know who committed the crime. But the crime was still committed.
Okay. So for you, there is no God.
It's not for me. It's for everybody. You just don't have to pretend as if there is. The only difference between me and you is I don't go around pretending that things or people that are not there are actually there. Even if it's something I was raised to believe, even if it's something that I've associated my emotions, my feelings, which unfortunately, when we are first introduced to the idea of God, we're not introduced to the opposite argument. Right? You don't have someone in front of you trying to convince you as a child that, look, there is a God. And then somebody else saying, no, there is not. No, you first of all get brainwashed. And even if you're not a believer, even if you don't go to church, whatever society you live in, it's everywhere around you to the point where it becomes so normal. So much that all you need is to have a hard time in life. And then one of those religious people will find you and you will accept the religious message. Because the religious message...
What if God found you and not a religious person?
That's impossible. God doesn't find people.
Okay. What if I'm sleeping like that and I'm seeing Jesus coming to me?
Then you need mental help.
I need a doctor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think you got a point with all the explanation that you give, but I'm
All
not
I'm
very
just saying,
fluent.
ok, I'm just saying, tout ce que je dis, c'est qu'il faut être honnête, ok? C'est l'honnêteté. Parce que if we don't have a standard to determine what's real, and there are some things that we can just imagine and not observe, and we consider them real, then what's real and what's not real? How do you know the difference between what's true and what's not?
So
The
do you believe that there are many dimensions?
No.
Really?
Bro, I don't need to believe anything more than what we see with our eyes. And if we can
Okay,
even
you
see it
need
with
to
our eyes,
believe
then we don't need to
something
believe.
unless you prove it. You need to believe something unless you prove it. So
Or
maybe
you
there is a
can
God,
or you can
but
focus on knowing, because there's a lot to know in this world. There's a lot you can know.
ok, I understand. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que tu dois croire à quelque chose avant de prouver, en fait. Donc, le fait que tu dis que Dieu n'existe pas, c'est parce qu'on n'a pas encore prouvé qu'il existe. Mais est-ce que
Mais
toi, tu peux
on a
prouver
eu
qu'il
plus de
n'existe pas?
5000 ans. N'est-ce pas?
Est-ce que tu peux prouver qu'il
On a eu
n'existe
plus
pas,
de
toi?
5000 ans. Mais pourquoi pas?
Can you prove that God doesn't exist?
Comment est-ce que je vais prouver que quelque chose qui n'existe pas n'existe pas?
That's the point.
Non. Si quelque chose n'existe pas, il faut seulement déclarer. Tu déclares et celui qui cherche et qui la trouve, et maintenant la personne là peut te dire que, oh, ok, tu as mal eu. Tu comprends? Tu as raté. Ou tu as fait une erreur. Mais si je dis qu'il n'y a pas de l'eau dans cette bouteille, mon frère, il n'y aura pas de l'eau dans cette bouteille, même si tu crois qu'il y a de l'eau dans cette bouteille.
Okay.
If I say there's no water in this container, there's no amount of belief that will suddenly make this container full of water.
Okay.
And in the moment when you actually want to fill this container with water, you have to then go beyond belief.
Okay, I understand. So maybe I will take time to come back to your live and explain that God exists, because I think
You can try, but the only God that exists for you is the one in your head, mon frère. And the God that you've imagined in your head, nobody in this world has the same one. Because the one that's in your head is based on your feelings, your emotions, your reason, your logic.
That may be
it's based on you.
That may be because we don't give a good definition of what is God. Because I know that something exists.
No, it's because there is no standard. There's no standard within objective reality. God is not observable. That's why. God is only imaginary. And of course, when something is only imaginary, everyone will imagine it differently.
Okay, I understand. So I'm going to come back to your live after that. So
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Goodbye.
There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. And you Africans, you would not get the freedom you want until you leave the master of your brains. Until you rebel. This is an internal rebellion. This is a rebellion of the mind. Hello?
Hello, buddy. How are you?
I appreciate it if you don't eat while you're talking, my brother. You know, I have headphones. It's
My bad. No, I'm not eating. No. I'm just having a sip of water. I disagree with your statement, bro.
Oh, okay.
I disagree with your statement because you see, there is the spiritual part of you is hidden. It's within you.
I don't worry myself about imaginary characters like spirits. There's no such thing as a spiritual side of us. Our bodies are organic matter, and our bodies have certain functions, and our brain has many functions. Many, in fact, so many that we're still studying it. But some ignorant people have always confused the complex functions of the brain for some sort of spiritual experience, when in fact it's all biological. It's
biological.
Yes, a human being is flesh and blood. The flesh and blood part of the human being is the most important part, without which you cannot exist.
No, we know that, yeah. But the spiritual part, the part that it's clear that your thoughts are hidden from me. Your ideas are hidden from me. So
It's only hidden from you because we don't yet have the technology to share them with each other without using speech. But our thoughts hidden from each other doesn't make it spiritual. Again, it's just a lack of resources, right? If we had some tools or some machines or Neuralink that will allow us to link our thoughts, all of a sudden thoughts no longer become invisible, right? Think about it. Most of the things that we used to consider supernatural, bro, is because we were ignorant about it. I insist on this point. Any
so you
supernatural thing, it's a result of the ignorance of the one who thinks it's supernatural. Anything you think is spiritual is because you don't understand how it's physical.
so you mean to tell me the secrets of your thoughts and your heart, there's no importance to them.
The only importance is to myself. Yeah,
Yourself.
my feelings. It's only important to me. Yep.
Well, I come with good news for you. Okay. The good news is Christ lived, suffered, and died and was resurrected for you personally. And every person goes through what you're going through, which is the rejection.
Hold up.
A rejection.
How is that good news?
It's good news. The rejection on putting
No,
on
bro,
hold
but what do you mean by good
God.
news? I don't see how it's good.
because
I don't see how it's
because
good.
of
Can you
you know
explain to
why?
me? Can you explain to me how it's good?
It's good. It's good because it says in John chapter 5 verse
I
26.
have no idea what you're talking about. If you're talking to me, you need to assume that I've never heard about your religion. You can't just begin
Oh, I
to tell
see.
me
Okay.
because it says in
So
John.
you mean to tell me? Your mother or your grandmother were not Christians?
Yeah, but even if they were, they're not the ones who are trying to convince
Come
me
on,
right now.
man.
You're the one who's saying that you have good news, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
good news.
I don't see what is good about some guy who died a long time ago. And I don't see what that has to do with me. So I don't get why you
It has everything to do with you
what exactly
because
what does it have to do with me?
by the cross of Christ, okay, the sins that belong to you were put on that cross. The justice of God that
Hold
awaits
up.
you.
You're saying that
Listen to
my
this.
no, hold up, bro. You have to be
Okay,
able to
okay.
you
I
have to
wait
be able
for
to
you.
answer
I wait.
questions. You have to be able to answer
I wait
questions
for you.
when you're giving someone
Go.
good news. So
Thank you.
you said that my sins, he took my sins on the cross?
Yes.
Can you give me confirmation that he did? Because I don't want to. I just want to make sure that maybe he did not accidentally forget me. You have any proof that he did for me too? That he took my sins specifically because I still have a lot of sins with me right now. You know, by your standard, you know, I don't know where to put these sins. For example, I have the sin of talking shit. You know, and I'm still talking shit.
What else? What
you know,
else? It's a long list. Okay, we'll go ahead. Okay.
I have the sin of being human. I have
What does it
the
mean to be human?
like I was born a sinner now.
You were born a sinner?
Isn't that what your religion says?
Well, but that's how you feel?
No. Of course, I don't think that. I'm doing an internal critique.
No, I said feel. I didn't say think, because there's a difference between thinking and feeling.
Oh, what do I feel? What about?
Like you feel you're sinful?
Oh hell
You're
no!
leaving
I'm
sin?
no.
Okay. Just to clarify.
When it comes to my perspective, I'm not a sinner. I don't think anyone
You're
can be a
holy
sinner.
and mighty. Yeah, go ahead.
So, anyways, do you have any proof?
The proof is by the crucifixion.
Nah, bro. Listen, bro. You're trying to sell me a freaking product. I'm
Okay, let
asking
me
you.
explain it to you, bro. Let me explain it.
I'm not asking for explanation. You just made a claim, right? That involves good news.
Yeah.
You say you have good news for me. You said somebody died for my. You said somebody died for my sins. Can you prove to me that person died for my sins?
Of course, we have proof. historical proof,
Bro, I don't care.
location proof.
I don't listen. You're not listening. Do you have proof that that person died for my sins, me specifically?
Yeah, because it's in the Bible. It says that he died for
Hold up,
me,
hold up,
for
hold
you.
up, hold up, hold up. So you thought that what you were telling me was good news because you read it in a book?
Yeah. For because can I
Hold on, hold
clarify
on,
it
hold
with
on.
you?
No,
Can I
don't.
clarify it with
No,
you?
no, don't clarify. What you need to
You
do
know
right
why?
now. Listen, brother. Listen. This
I'll
is what
tell
you
you
need.
why.
This is what you need to do. You need to
Hmm.
drink some water and go
Let
to
me have a
sleep.
sip. Okay, let me have a sip then.
Okay? Thank you for your time.
Uh,
Why is it that some of you Christians have to be so ridiculous when you come up here?
Like that, bro. Come on. Why you dropped it like that, man? Come on, my brother.
He was tripping.
Man, all right. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. I am honored to actually be on your live, brother, because I've stopped by your live several times, and I've tried to get on, but brother, man, it's hard to get on your live, bro. So what's going on, man?
Because I always been looking for problems.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
But I got a question for you, man. I heard you saying something earlier. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask you a question. May I?
Go ahead.
You said something along the lines of um, God. Well, no. You say God is not real and the devil is not real. That's what your prompt says, right? Here's the
Yes.
thing: how can how can something that is not real, or these two beings that's not real, be so prevalent in society? Like, you got to believe over here. There's the believe over. Why is that the case? If it's not real, why can't we just do away with it? Why is it that this thing has been around for centuries? We just cannot do away with something that's not real.
I'll tell you why. For the same reason why you cannot do away with the fact that human beings are always gonna want a hero and human beings are always gonna blame a villain. You see, this is part of the human psyche and something which a certain group of humans would have had to understand this very early on, that our constant need for a hero and our constant dread of villains makes it to where you can now personify the idea of a superhero and personify the idea of a supervillain. And then, if people buy into that idea, you forever control their minds. You forever
But
control their minds.
okay, so here's the thing. Why do we have to constantly chase after unseen heroes when we have so many natural heroes? Unseen meaning the religious sect of society. If it's fake, let it die. We got LeBron James. He's a hero in a lot of people's eyes. We got different football players. He's a hero. Michael Jackson was a hero. We already have heroes. We already have champions. Okay, so if that's the case, and we also have villains. We have Scarface, that movie Scarface. We have, Big Meats, Larry Hoover, these ex-gangsters. So we have the villains. We have tangible villains, tangible champions. But at the same time, something that's not real stays in our face.
Brother, it's funny how you answer your own statement in your own statement, bro, because like you said, we have heroes. We even have
Okay,
villains. And because we
gotcha.
have so many of them, people want super versions of them. So people don't want heroes, people want superheroes. People don't want villains, they want super villains. That's why Trump is a super villain for some people. That's literally the energy they feed on. Their life doesn't. There's nothing interesting going on in their life unless there's a villain for them to battle with, right? And then some people they can't cheer themselves up unless somebody else or there's somebody that they can look and wish like they were like that person, but do none of the work that person did to become what they are. You
Okay, so
know?
then how you gotcha. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm cutting you off.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
no,
go ahead.
no, no, no. Just like we all like LeBron James, but not all of us are willing to spend $2 million because we don't have first of all on our bodies. And if we had the $2 million, we probably wouldn't spend it on our bodies. And even if we had the $2 million and we were willing to, we probably wouldn't have the time or even the desire, right? But we appreciate LeBron. We're like, oh man, whatever he's doing, he's been able to play for so long. You know, some people, that's how they get their satisfaction in life. Now, imagine a hero who is not just powerful to dunk the basketball, but also created the universe, created everything that exists. Imagine just being in the presence of that kind of hero. You won't even have to watch him play basketball. You just want to be in his presence. Shit, we see people already going around wanting to touch the Pope. When Michael Jackson used to go around, people even just want to touch him. People even just want to be in his presence, right? So when Christians say the presence of God, they're really expressing their cravings. They want to be in the presence of the most fantastic thing that they've imagined in their head, and they are taught to personalize it, and not just in the sense of literature, but also to personalize it in the sense of to attach their identity to it. And because we are introduced to the idea of God at a very fragile point in our lives, and we're made to make it a huge part of our identity, that's why it's so prevalent. And also, bro, don't forget, these religious systems, the ones that survived to today, were all backed by political and military power. So without the political machine of the Roman Empire, Christianity probably ain't even a thing today. Without the political machine of the empires established by the Arabs. I don't know if the Arabs themselves had an empire, themselves before the Byzantine. It's escaping me, but there was this political backing to it, right? Where it became the law of the land to believe in gods. Shit, even before Christianity and Islam, politicians used to do that. Or let me put it, kings and queens. They used to make statues and make people worship them. In those generations and in those days, bro, countries didn't have flags. Countries didn't have flags. They had gods. The symbol of the god was the flag of the country. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing. Why would the Roman military need to implement a god when they already have the guns, they already have the power, they already have the finances? They could control people without this religious religious imaginary god the way you put it. There's no need for that. And this is what I'm coming down to. This is what I'm coming to realize based off of this conversation. For whatever reason, the military got the power. The Roman government had the power. They had the artillery. For whatever reason, they could not stop this. There's no need to introduce it if it's not real. We got the power. Whatever we say do, y'all do. Shut up and get it done. But I got to bring in this religious thing to control you?
Yes,
and then
of course,
on top of
course.
Why? There's no need for that.
No. Listen, think about it, okay? You have to look at the power structure within a human society, any basic human society. Okay, of course, you have the skilled labor and you have the unskilled labor who can do regular stuff. You have those that go to specific disciplines to do other stuff. And you have those who excel in their disciplines to the point where they gain skills and talents that are completely out of the league of those who have never gone through the same disciplines. And throughout time, those who had the most, physical capability and leadership capabilities to lead another group of men into some type of physical conflict or war, they gained powers, and the highest among them came to be known as kings. Those who had the ability to explain why rain falls, to explain the weather, to explain things, eventually they gained power. They came to be known as the sages, the wise men, the prophets, the spiritual leaders. That has always been the power dynamic of any nation. There's always going to be a high authority in the political aspect.
But why?
Hold on.
Why?
Because of
why do we need a prophet? Because you know what a prophet is by Christian definition of the mouthpiece of God.
Okay. No. That's why you have to look at it a little broader than just the Christian. Look at the role. Look at the role that the prophets played in the Bible, right? If you want to look from a Christian perspective, don't look at what the Christians say per se about the prophets. Look at the role that the prophets played. The prophets were figures of authority, not voted in. They had some type of somehow of how do I put it? Self-owned type of authority. Okay, I'm a prophet.
Who put it there though? Who put that kind of authority there?
Okay, that authority is given to them by the people. for a simple claim that they might or might not make, or for simple narratives that might surround their birth, their lives. Like I said, if you could do something that people saw as a miracle, even if it was just a talent or a skill that you had, and people saw it as a miracle, people will automatically observe and see you as a miracle worker. That title of miracle worker now gives you a certain authority to tell those people what is and what is not. And if you're an honest person, maybe you won't cross the line. But it's hard to have that kind of power and not be a dishonest person. Sooner or later, you realize that people just take your words regardless of if what you're saying is true or false. And that is
But
the
Kango,
dynamic.
but
Yes.
here, okay, I've listened. You're a very intelligent brother. You are very well spoken, and if I'm not mistaken, I think you're an engineer, right? No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you have excelled in your gifting or whatever you want to call it. So here's the thing: what person do you know that excels in life, gets elevated to a place of authority through hard work, and say, if this wasn't real, if this spirit, if God wasn't real, if devils weren't real, I want to slow down, 'cause I'm getting excited. If God isn't real and devils are not real, what person who have worked so hard get to a place of elevation in life, stop and say, I'm just going to thank this imaginary God for all the hard work that I did? No man does that. Every man wants his own glory. So here's the thing, and if every man wants his own glory, how is it that these men that have raised up to the level of authority and power, and we know man likes to pat himself on the back, why does he have to say, I give honor to God? Even the other night, Kevin Gates, he makes a statement. Okay, go ahead.
Because the idea of God has been structured and introduced as an unquestionable source of authority. So if I claim association with that unquestionable source of authority,
okay, here's the thing.
then people do not call out my incompetence.
How did it get to that, though? But how did it get to that? You're absolutely. How does it get to that ability?
Yeah. I'm gonna say it's systemic. It's a system. Okay,
brother.
No. Listen. You have to look at it at its roots, from how humans will go from a civilized society to an uncivilized society, right? And okay, let me not just use the example of a Christian, because we're being too Christian centric. Just look at all other civilizations and their beliefs in gods and what we call those beliefs today. What do we refer? How do we call the beliefs and the gods of the Greeks? What do we call it? What general category do we put it under?
I don't know.
We call it mythology.
I don't know.
We call it mythology.
Okay, right. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
We literally call the Babylonian gods that they believed just as profoundly as we did today. We call it mythology.
Okay.
And in those days, they were as prominent as Christianity is today. They were as influential, but for some reason, the power of time led to its extinction, to where those beliefs changed form, right? Something new came and took over it. The same thing was true with Christianity before Islam. And now you have this new idea that, look, by the way, those gods are imaginary. That's taken over. Secularism is taken over now. And secularism has always been around. Secularism has always been the voice of reason in the human society, to be honest. So that is how you get to the point where someone can get up and claim that they are associated with this idea which has been systematically presented to people as an unquestionable source of authority. Let me give you an example. If I'm a king, and I make myself king, or I declare myself king, or I fight my way into being a king, and I tell you to follow my orders, well, it won't be long before you realize that I'm just a man like you. But if I come into your psyche, and I find the idea that you respect the most, the idea that you associate your hopes, your emotion, your strength, the one idea that you have in your mind that you consider supreme, and I tell you that that idea, or the source of that idea, or the embodiment of that idea, is where I get my authority to be king over you. At that point now, you don't resist anymore. You realize of course,
because I'm gonna feel like I can tap into that same being. Because if you say you're a man and what gave you that place of authority is some imaginary being, well, guess what? Because I know that you're a man, I'm gonna tap into that same being too and gain that same authority. This is what I believe. I give you a lot of space, brother.
But the narrative, the narrative we're pushing is not a narrative that they're imaginary, because the way the religious people present God to themselves, they don't present it as imaginary, though it is. They present it as though it's real. So you want
No,
someone.
I was spinning off of you when you said, this king have come to power based off of a god, and so now that somehow controls me and make me follow him. No, that's gonna make me want to tap into the God that gave him the power of authority.
No, hold up. Not if you were not chosen or anointed.
I'm
Because
sorry.
it's not.
I'm sorry. Repeat
It's
that.
not if you're not chosen or anointed. Because listen, the idea that the power of the king comes from God, it's not just it goes without saying. There are many rituals associated with reminding people for that. For example, we make a law that whenever the king comes, everyone bows, right? So the moment you
Okay.
find yourself among those who are bowing, you've already accepted
Okay.
that idea. So
Okay.
you're not sitting there overthinking about, well, who decided that guy should be king? Well, shit, his dad was king, his father's father was king. They get their heritage from the gods, and then you over here, your father was a bricklayer, your father was a farmer. What do you mean by you're not thinking about that unless you want to start a revolution, unless you think that all men are created equal, unless you think that all men are imbued with certain unalienable rights, right?
My brother,
Like,
you're right. You're right. But what you're missing, what I'm trying to say is this. I get it that you have kings. I get it. Kings come from kings. And I respect that. But here's the thing. Why can't it just stop there? What is this unseen force that keeps putting something in our face? Well, devils and God and devils and God, brother. If you're a king, brother, this is what I believe. I'm gonna say this. This is what I believe. I'm gonna say this right here. You know, Deion Sanders. Because going back to the champions, Deion Sanders is clearly a champion in a lot of people's eyes. He is arguably the best cornerback to ever walk on this planet. Even he, as a champion, even he, as a king, even he, as a wealthy man, call on this thing that you say is not real. He has all the prestige. He has all the power. He has all of the influence, the authority that any man can gain. Why does he feel the need to call on this unseen, imaginary thing? Why can't it just go away?
because it's tradition.
I
It's
believe it's
tradition.
real.
No,
The
listen.
reason
No.
why it can't go away
Listen.
is because it's real.
Listen,
You know what I'm
listen.
saying? The reason why it cannot go away.
Listen.
The reason
Hold
why
on.
it cannot go
Hold on.
away.
Let me ask you a question.
What's
Why
up, man?
Why do fairy tales not go away? Why do human beings keep telling their kids fairy tales? Why have human beings always told fairy tales? Why do we make movies? Why do we entertain ourselves? Why do we invent stories? It's for the same
Exactly.
reason. No.
Exactly.
Listen. Hold up.
Why? Who's pushing that? Why?
Hold up. Why
Go
do
ahead.
answer my question, right? In tandem,
Yes, sir.
why do human beings have to make up stories about things that don't exist?
Exactly.
I'm
That's
asking
what
you the
I'm asking
question.
you. Why? Oh, this is what I believe. I believe that these stories are not made up. There's an unseen realm.
Hold up.
Let me answer the question. I believe that there's an unseen realm that keeps pushing, and we cannot shake it. Because if it wasn't real, because I'm gonna say this, brother. Do you not realize, like I said, I respect your education level. Do you not realize that there are people in the Muslim faith that are even more educated than you, but they still cry out to this thing that you think is imaginary? Do you not realize that there are people that are far more intelligent than you that are in the Christian faith that still cry to this thing that you believe is imaginary? How do you explain that logic that these people are far more intelligent than you, have more money than you, but they cannot shake this thing?
Hold up.
I don't
Thank
know.
you. Thank you for asking that question. It's because
Yes,
that
sir.
idea fundamentally is deeply associated with our fear, our guilt, and our shame. And I'm telling you that no matter how powerful a man is, no matter how accomplished a man is, if you gain access to that man's fears, you can make him do the most ridiculous things imaginable. Okay? Let me give you an example. This God, apparently, that you're saying is so real that a
We can't even
PhD,
shake it.
hold up. A PhD who can remove a heart from one human and put in another heart, in another human, can go into a building and some uneducated dude who can't even read English
Mm,
would open the Bible and tell
mm.
this educated man how to live his life?
That's powerful.
Hold up. Do you know what makes this educated man go into that building and let this uneducated man tell him how to live his life?
You tell me, my brother.
It is the statutory authority that comes with that said tradition. So much that just because that educated man is in the position he is, regardless of if he lives up to that position, he automatically commands a certain respect that even those that have reason are also susceptible to his schemes. Think about it. A person who is so accomplished, by the end of the day, he still believes in talking snake. What have you really accomplished as a scientist? A person who is so accomplished, by the end of the day, you still are afraid or anxious about if you die, where are you going to go, heaven or hell? What exactly have you accomplished with all that intellect if you haven't overcome your fears? If you haven't overcome your fears, if you haven't figured out the world to the point where you're not afraid of what the world has to bring, where you don't understand pain and suffering as part of the natural order of things, where you cannot be honest with yourself about what's there or not, what exactly have you accomplished with that intelligence? Or perhaps
And
you
go ahead.
achieved all those things intelligently, but there was always a battle within you because the fictitious and superstitious worldview was always attached to you, right? Like I said, it's attached to your fears and your guilt. Even these accomplished people have emotions. And the emotional exploitational part of it is where religion really, really makes its money, right? If there was no hellfire, first of all, the whole landscape changes. If there's no punishment, if there's no negative consequence associated with not associating yourself with a God, all of a sudden, the God becomes really not necessary. Just like Donald Trump can be the great president of the United States, and I could be living in China, and I don't give a shit about Donald Trump's existence with all his power and his might. So guess what? This God can exist. It can be an almighty being, but if there were not this punishment directly associated with my conduct, then this God would just be like some being somewhere, and I'll just be like some guy right here. But it's not the case. When you end up believing in God, especially the Judeo-Christian, the Abrahamic traditions, there is this penance, there's this penalty that literally induces you with a lifelong anxiety because there's so much uncertainty associated with it. That's toxic.
Okay, but here, and I agree with you. And I agree with you. And this is where it's going to always be questioned because, and I'm gonna be honest, I am a Christian, and God and the God of the Bible or the scriptures. I'm gonna put it just out of respect for you. The scriptures does not encourage me to go out and prove to nobody that God exists. That's not what he told us to do. He never told us, go ye into all the world and prove that I exist. No, that's not what he says. It says, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel. Now, as I preach the gospel, it is his responsibility to prove to people that he exists. Now, here's the thing. This is what I wanted to capitalize on. You said something about a man talking to a snake. Here's the thing. You say it's systematic. You say something that we have not seen about going to hell. Here's the thing. How is it, as intelligent as watch this, we have become so intelligent that we can fly in the air now. We can get airplanes. Airplanes are heavier than air, but we can still, sit in something that is heavier than air, but still fly because of the generated speed and all of that stuff. We got that far. We done got so far that we can get in a car called a Tesla and it'll drive us itself. We done got that far, but we cannot, for some reason, do away with a book where a man spoke to a snake. What power behind the scenes keeps pushing that century after century after century after century after century? And then not only that, you have people like you said that will walk into a building that is intelligent, that is a college graduate, that has several degrees, that will sit down and listen to a man that barely finished high school And really, like, bro, there has to be some type of force behind the scenes.
No.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh,
Let me finish.
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna
Go
lay my
ahead.
plan. Because we cannot, with all of our intellect, with all of our power, with all of our money, with all of our resources, with all of our advancements, we cannot chuck this teaching to the side that hell is real. This man spoke to a serpent. This guy walked on water. He turned water into wine. We cannot do away with the fairy tales. Why?
Hold up. Because society. Because hold up.
Maybe it's
Society.
because it's real.
No.
Maybe it's because it's real, my brother.
What
And
you
there's
need
an
to do.
unseen force called God that's keep pushing it, and then you have devils that are constantly trying to confuse you that no, this ain't real. So you have this unseen war in the spirit realm. That's what I believe, brother. Because
Okay.
if it wasn't real, we
Okay.
should have been done got rid of
Hold
this.
up. You know what, brother? I don't
Yes, sir.
blame you. I will not blame you for your inability to observe how human beings interact with themselves socially and understand what's going on. But our intelligence does not invalidate our fallibilities. Okay? Human beings are very mentally fragile creatures. So much that outside of our social settings, we are literally prey wherever we go.
We can't
Prey.
fix that. Why can't we
No,
fix that?
listen,
Why can't we fix that?
No, because
We can
it's
create robots.
no, listen.
Why can't we fix the fragile? Why can't we fix the fragile
Hold up,
minds? We
brother.
can fix.
Hold
Why?
up. Because there's 8 billion of us. There's 8 billion
Okay.
of us. There's 8 billion of us, bro. Like, it takes work. And especially because the way religious information is transmitted is completely unregulated. You can't control what a mother is telling her daughter or what a father is telling her son unless you want to completely take over the educational system, including at-home education. There's still a level of freedom for idealism. And because these religious systems previously held so much political power, they obviously have political influence. These are human beings, you know, and the monetary benefit from it incentivizes many of them to keep it relevant. Now, this religious system, it doesn't necessarily get its popularity based on how intelligent it makes human beings. It's actually the reverse. It's based on how easy it is to control human beings. If I start a war and I have 1,000 followers that are non-religious, and then I have 1,000 followers that are religious, I can better fight a better war if I had 1,000 of those religious followers, because those who follow orders easily, right? Those ones are easy to rally. All I need is a unifying idea, whether the idea is true or not.
That's where you made a mistake, because if you and I'm going through the Christian faith, Jesus constantly rebelled against rules and regulations. The Pharisees and the Sadducees said, "Listen, you cannot do anything on the Sabbath." Jesus went and said, "Hey, He healed the woman on the Sabbath." So, saying that Christians are going to just automatically get in line. No, even Daniel, the king, had built this golden statue and said, "Everybody bow," and it was the Christian that said, "No, I refuse to bow to that. So don't hand me that." And so
Okay.
here's the
Hold
reality.
up.
Go ahead.
Who invaded the shores of the Americas and damn near
Oh.
drove the Native Americans into extinction? Who did that? What religion?
I don't know, brother. I don't know.
Okay, Christianity. Who invaded Africa, colonized, dehumanized, and enslaved millions of people? What religion?
Brother Congo. I'm sorry.
No, hold up.
Just because they're an engineer, that doesn't mean that they're an engineer.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. Don't be doing that. Earlier I was trying to cut you off. You said to let you speak, right? So check this out, brother. You use the example of kings in the Bible building statues and asking the book of Daniel and asking Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to bow down to the statue. And
after you said we follow everybody. Go ahead.
Brother, I'm telling you that religious people's minds are more pliable and easy to rally behind an agenda. You can get more of a sheep-like mentality because these people are not thinking independently. Within a specific unifying worldview, whether it's Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, or Nazism, or whatever, you can get these people to literally do the very things that they won't do if their minds were right. Okay?
And I'm saying that's not true.
No, listen. That's why I give you an example. I give you an example of many historical circumstances where professing Christians were the author of some of the most hideous things that human beings have ever done in this world, and they
But
did it
brother,
as professing Christians.
okay, but here's the thing. Just because I profess that I'm an engineer, that does not mean that I'm an engineer. There's certain fruit, there's certain behavior, certain things I gotta go through to prove my profession. And you taking control of a people is not it's not the fruit of a Christian. Just because I say I'm an engineer, no, where's your proof that you're an engineer, sir?
Hold up, hold up, hold up,
Period.
hold up, hold
So
up,
just because they
hold
said
up,
that,
hold up. You're saying that just because someone says they're a Christian, that doesn't mean they are?
absolutely.
Okay, then hold up, hold up. Prove to me that you're a Christian.
Prove to you that I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. I just told you that it is not my responsibility to prove to you or prove to nobody. Let me
Hold
answer
up.
it. Let me
No,
answer
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
No,
no, hold up. No, no,
I'm
no, no,
answering
no,
the
no, no,
question.
no, no, no,
See,
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
let me
no,
answer
no,
the
no,
question.
no, no,
It's
brother,
not
because
no
no,
no
no, no,
no.
no. The question was
It's not
proof.
no
No, no, no. Listen, brother, check this out.
no
The question
no.
was
You
for you
prove
to
it. No
question. Hold up, brother. The question was for you to prove. So if you can't prove, then that's fine. That's good enough answer to say I
no.
can't
That's
prove.
it. You
That's
not
it.
let me. No. I can though. But I'm telling you, you're not supposed to. You can't prove it to a
Brother,
non-believer. You can only
hold
prove
up,
it
hold
to
up, hold up,
believers.
hold up, brother. Listen, I'm not
You
asking
can only
you.
prove it to
Listen to me.
believers.
Listen to me. If what makes a person a Christian is not the fact that that person professes to be a Christian, give me the standard by which you know who is a true Christian. Because honestly, if the standard of being a Christian is not I say to you that I'm a Christian, then there's nobody in this world as a Christian, because I've never met
That's
anyone
not
who's like,
true.
hold up, I've
That's
never met,
that's that, that's
bro,
that's no different than me saying I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. How do you know I'm not an I'm professing I'm an engineer?
hold up. An engineer is a professional discipline, and a religion is a part.
Christianity is a discipline.
Hold up, bro. Listen, but it's not a
I
professional
am
discipline.
listening.
It's not a professional discipline. So listen to
It's a
me.
discipline.
I'm gonna ask you a question, and I don't
Go
want you
ahead.
to deflect. Either you can answer it or not. It's the same question I asked you before. It's either a yes or a no. Are you able to prove to me that you are a Christian?
That's not a yes or no answer.
Brother, I'm
I'm not
asking.
able to prove to a non-believer. Here's my answer. I can
Listen,
prove to a believer that I'm a believer, but I cannot prove
listen,
to a
listen,
non-believer that I'm a believer.
listen,
Because they
brother.
don't know what to look for.
Listen,
They don't
listen,
know what to look for.
listen, brother. Listen, brother. You know what the standard of what a Christian ought to be, right?
Yes. Because
Okay,
I'm a believer.
okay. So tell me, what is that standard?
The standard is you keep yourself safe physically, meaning sexually. You only be married to one woman. You don't participate. You don't operate in drunkenness. You don't walk after the flesh. You don't use profane language. You know what I'm saying? You have you cultivate a prayer life. You cultivate a study life. These are the fruit of a Christian, and the world cannot. They don't know what a Christian is really supposed to look like.
So
And
if
if you ever
someone
heard to say,
hold up, hold up.
you ever heard to say, it take one to
So
know one?
if someone does all those things, then they're a Christian.
If someone does all what?
All those things that you said, I said, what is the standard of what makes someone a Christian? And you said a bunch of stuff, right?
Okay,
So is that the standard by which you know that someone is a Christian when you see those fruits?
no.
So how do you know that someone is a Christian?
Fruits and declarations.
Okay, fruit and declaration. Okay,
Right.
what does Jesus say about
Profess.
fruits? What does Jesus say about fruits?
You will know them by the fruit that they bear.
And what did he say about a good tree?
A good tree can only produce good fruit.
And a bad tree?
Produces bad fruit.
So if I look at a tree and I see bad fruit, what kind of tree is that?
If you look at a tree and you see a bad tree.
If I look at your life, will I find any bad fruits?
I'm sorry?
If I look at your life, will I find any bad fruits?
No.
No bad fruits.
No.
So you will consider yourself a holy man,
Yes.
a perfect man.
No.
Hold up. How come you're not perfect?
Because perfect and fruit is two totally different things.
No. A perfect man produces perfect fruits. So, and if your tree is a good
No,
tree,
that's not
no,
scripture.
no,
That's
no,
not
no, no,
scripture.
no, no, no.
That's not the mean. That's not the meaning of it.
No. Hold up. Listen, it's simple.
No,
Okay, a good
no,
tree
I know that.
cannot produce bad fruit, right?
Right.
Cannot. What does cannot mean?
Can't.
If I look at a tree and I see one bad fruit on it, what kind of tree is that?
That's a bad tree.
If I look at your life and I find one bad fruit in it, what kind of tree is that?
That's a bad tree. I mean, that's a what? That's a bad life. If that's what you, yeah. By your definition, though. Now, can I get my chance?
So let me ask
May
you a
I
few
get
questions.
Can I get my chance?
No, let me
To
ask you a few
explain to
questions
you.
though.
Can I
Let me-
explain? Can I explain? No. Can I
No,
explain to you
hold
what
on,
the Bible
hold on.
say? See, this
Hold
is how
up.
you lose.
Hold up.
We never get no understanding.
Hold up, brother. If we want to do the game of understanding, you can tell me yours and I can tell you mine. But let's just leave it up to those who have heard
You know,
and to go and read
everything
it.
a game out.
Matthew chapter 7, y'all go and read it if you want to see the part that I just spoke about. What I'm most concerned about, bro, is the fruits of your life. So let me ask you this question, and you can answer if you have the courage. When was the last time you masturbated?
I don't know. Years, bro. What you mean? Years? Bro, that's so far behind my life. But it's like weird. Like years ago, decades. I mean, yeah, bro. I
I
don't
said,
remember. That's been years. Decades ago. A decade. I'm 50. Bro, I've been walking with God for 25 years. That's decades ago. Okay? And so now, may I explain to you what Jesus meant about being perfect and about bearing good fruit? What he was talking about is this. It's not about being perfect. See what I'm saying? So you don't want to hear what I got to say.
You didn't
See what
answer
I'm
my
saying?
question.
I
You didn't
answered
answer
your
my
question. I don't remember that years ago. I just answered the question. What are you talking about?
Years ago, what happened?
What you talking about? What happened? What happened?
Years ago of what?
You said the last time I masturbated. I'm telling you decades.
When was the last time you watched corn?
What is that? See what?
Corn.
What does that mean, bro?
Just replace the C with a P.
See what a P. Corn. Bro, how do I know the last time my wife did that? I'm not with my wife every, 7 days a week. I'm talking about me.
No, I said when was the last time you watched some?
Bro, again, the same thing. What, babe, man, do I need my wife to testify about my life?
No, because your wife ain't always with you when you're in the bathroom with the phone.
Bro, it has been
That's why I'm just asking you.
decades.
Bro, I'm going to take your word for it. I'm just asking you.
Okay, but here, now may I please explain to you? I don't answer two of
No,
your
I
questions.
promise I'll get to the
Wow.
part where you get to explain. I promise.
Oh,
I promise.
God.
Let me just finish.
All
I
right,
promise
all right.
I promise I'll
Go
let
ahead,
you
go
explain.
ahead. Go ahead.
So the last time you masturbated was years ago. Last time you watched corn was years ago.
Decades.
How about the last time that you looked at the woman who wasn't your wife and you thought she was sexy?
I see that all the time. There's a difference between looking at a woman and admiring her beauty versus looking at a woman's, oh, I sure wouldn't mind to hit that. I don't do that. I admire beauty and I keep on moving.
So tell me, when you admire beauty, how do you do it? Like you just say, "Oh, look, she has a pretty face," or do you say, "Oh, look, wow, that behind is kind of inspiring. That's beautiful. Them legs are
Bro, you
beautiful.
crazy,
Them
bro.
boobs are beautiful." So no. I'm just curious. So when you're out here thinking that they're beautiful, you're out here admiring other women that ain't your wife. Can you tell me how
Right.
you do it? Cause so I don't misunderstand you.
Okay, yeah, I'll say, okay, like in my own mind, this is what I said, man, she got a nice butt on her. She's a very beautiful woman. She has nice breasts. She has a small waist. She has big thighs. And none of that is sin. We're not blind. If that was a problem, God would have taken our sight away when we came to Christ. He says now the problem comes in is when you start undressing this woman and you start imagining yourself going inside and out that woman, and then because that's going to lead to pursuing that woman. That's lust. He said a man who looks on a woman with lust has committed adultery in their heart. I don't look at women with lust. I don't desire no other woman but my own. Period. But that doesn't mean that I'm blinded and I can't see other beautiful women. My wife can see other men that are well put together physically, that men that are working out. That does not, and here's the thing, it doesn't mean that her flesh may not want it, but her heart and her spirit, because she's intact with God, may say, even if my flesh want it, I'm not going to pursue that.
So you're saying that when you see a woman that has
You
a very
you
good
understand
behind,
very
you know,
you
hold on.
understand
Yeah,
exactly what I'm saying.
I'm
You're
trying to
trying to
picture
be
this.
comical at this
No,
point.
I'm trying to picture in my mind because I think that it's impossible to do what you just said if the desire is not there already, right? Because the way sexual attraction works, you have to
Oh my God.
picture the person, and there has to be a desire for that person for you to find an appreciation for that person, right? Hence, even complimenting is not something you should be doing to someone who's not your wife. If you're gonna sit by that strict standard of do not lust, right? Like separate yourself from the
No,
world.
I never
No,
said compliment. So you put, I never
hold on.
said I go in. I never said compliment her. You put that in my mouth. I said within myself, I'll say that. I'm not gonna go to another woman and tell my girl you look good. No, that's wrong. See, I gotta
Okay,
watch you because you'll slip something in there.
Listen. Like I said, I'm just gonna,
What?
I'm just gonna take your word for it. Now, my next question is, when was the last time you lied?
Shoot, brother. I done probably last week.
When was the last time you lied before that?
Shoot, probably. It's been a long time, brother.
Hold up. Before last week, it had been a long time since you lied.
Yes, Lord, brother. Sometimes,
But you didn't even
and
know
that's
you lied last week because you said probably. You said probably last week. So you're not even sure about that. Are you sure that you hadn't lied for a long time before last week?
oh
Before
yeah, I'm sure, brother. Might be lying now, ain't it? Go ahead. But go ahead. Now, may I answer the question? Because you keep asking me all these questions. And so
yeah,
here's the
and by
let
asking
me
you those questions,
oh Lord.
I found some bad fruits on your tree.
Right, right. According to your definition, where you refuse to let me tell you what the scripture means by that. What it means is,
Because you
see
can't
what I'm
tell
saying? You
me.
know what?
You can't tell me. Listen,
Wow,
if you want to say,
wow. You won't even let me, boy.
if you
Why you
want,
won't let me say it? Why?
if you want to say what the scripture means to you, I could let that be.
No,
That's fine.
no, no.
Hold up.
Cause you, okay,
Hold
go
up.
ahead, go ahead,
Hold
go
up.
ahead.
If you want to tell me what the scripture means to you, I don't really have a problem. Now, I would just see that as you probably don't know how to read English, because if you knew how to read English, you realize that it means what it says. And the book literally explicitly says no scripture is of personal interpretation.
So
That means that
you keep saying, you keep giving me your definition over and over. Why is it that you won't let me express? What is that causing you to prevent me from saying that? I just want to give you my
brother,
aspect of it.
okay.
You gave yours, let me give you mine.
Brother, that's why I said, if you're
I done
gonna
answered
say,
4 questions.
if you're gonna tell me what the Bible means, what the scripture means, what that scripture means to you,
You doing it
that's
to
fine.
me? You do right. Okay, let me
Right.
say that
But
to you.
if you want to say
Wow.
what it simply means, all you have to do is
No,
quote it.
no.
All you have to do is quote it.
No, that's not true, because some things are contextual. Some things you have to reference check. Something it's not just quoting it word for word like that. Like when Jesus made the statement, greater work shall you do because I go to the Father. What is he saying? Am I not going to be able to walk on water? No, you got to take a much more in-depth study to what he meant. And so here's the thing. I'm not walking on no water, bro. I'm not turning no water into wine just by saying water turn to wine. So when he said greater works shall you do because I go to Father, what did you mean? So you have to do a greater study. And so, like I said, you refuse to let me explain to you the definition of bearing of fruit.
Brother, if he says greater works
Okay.
than this shall you do, it means greater work than this. So
To you.
No,
To
no, no, no,
you.
no. That's what it means. That's
No.
English. That's
To
English
you.
comprehension. That's English
To
comprehension
you.
101.
Right, English. To
If it
you.
says, if it
But have
says,
you did an in-depth study? Have
listen,
you done an
listen,
in-depth study?
listen. Of
Have you
course,
done an in-depth?
of
No,
course,
so,
of course,
so what does it mean
of
then?
course.
So what does it mean?
When he said greater works than this, it's talking about the signs and wonders that he performed in their presence. Nothing more, nothing less. He is
That's not what
comparing.
he's talking
He
about.
is
See
comparing
that?
their bro.
No,
bro.
it's not.
He said greater
No,
work
it's not.
than this.
That's
He
not
said,
what he
you
see. That's
shall
not
eat,
what he
he
said.
said, you shall eat poisons, you will not die. Right? He says,
Right, right,
he says, you shall trample
right,
upon serpents,
right,
and none of them shall prevail
right,
against you.
right, right.
It means exactly what he said.
No, that's not. No,
Okay, check
no.
this out. Check this out. Check this out.
You
see what
won't
you're
let
doing?
me say what I gotta.
You're seeing what you're doing right
No,
there?
because
see-
you
no,
won't let me say you won't let me explain to you what the definition is. Why you
Bro-
won't let me say
brother,
that?
brother,
Then you're gonna
brother,
get upset and
brother.
bring me down because I done answered 4 of your questions.
Brother,
Here's the
check this out.
thing. You said lying that's a bad fruit, right? You say that lie that I told is a bad fruit. What Jesus meant by a bad tree cannot bear bad fruit, he doesn't mean that you're going to be perfect and that you're never ever going to sin. What he's saying is the posture of your heart and your mind and your spirit, that when you do miss the mark, you're going to quickly cry out to him and get it fixed. That's what he means by being holy. Nobody is perfect. But so as a result, once I realized,
Hold up, brother. Hold up.
Oh my
You see
God.
that little explanation you just gave me?
Now you keep cutting me off. Go ahead, say what you got to say, bro.
You see
At this point,
you see the explanation you just gave me?
yes.
That's why Christianity is full of shit.
But to you,
Listen.
That's to you.
Listen. Let me explain to you why.
to you,
You
to you.
literally just spend time
So
trying to say
how
to
is it full of crap to the person that has
hold-
more education to you?
hold up,
the
brother.
millions of people
Hold
who has
up,
more
hold up,
education to you.
hold up,
How is
hold
it full
up.
of crap to them?
Hold up. You think
That's
that?
all I've been doing.
Hold
is
up.
holding up. That's all I've been doing is
Hold
holding up.
Oh man, bro, we might not
That's
be
all I've
as
been doing.
we might not be as intelligent as some of the people you know, but we are definitely intelligent enough to know when someone is trying to scam us. How can you tell me that I just read it, but then you're gonna turn around and say, well, it doesn't really mean that? Or he says a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, but it really doesn't mean that. If it really doesn't mean that, why the fuck did you write that down?
Because dude, if you first of all, when you make mistakes,
why
see
didn't
what
you
I'm saying?
just
You
write?
ask questions.
Why
You ask
didn't you
questions,
just?
then you don't let me answer.
Why didn't you just write what it
Just
means?
like why you ask a question and don't let somebody answer? You're doing the same thing.
Why
Same
don't you just write down what it means rather than writing down some BS that somebody now has to come figure out what it means? Why don't you just write down? We can write meaning. We can write down exactly what something means on paper.
So
if the Bible is the word of God and requires
okay.
no personal interpretation, it should mean what it says. If you have to interpret it to me, that means you're giving me your personal interpretation. Because if I look for another Christian, they're not going to give me the same interpretation as you.
That's not true. That's not true. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lead you to other scriptures that better support what he was really meaning. That's what I'm going to do.
Again,
Because here's the reality. Can you walk on water?
Bro, I don't believe in that bullshit.
Okay, but can you walk on water?
I can walk in water.
Exactly. So you can't walk on water. So here's the thing. If you notice, he said, because I go, greater works shall you do because I go to the Father. He didn't say greater miracles. He said greater works. And see, it's that one little work. What was the work? What was his work? He preached the gospel. He healed the sick. He cast out devils. He said greater works. Why? Because I'm only going to be here 3 years. You get to carry this gospel for the next 30, 40, 50 years or however long you live. So greater works shall you do. See, this is what I'm saying. You're not studying. You're not going deep enough. But then you want to come out here and just project your views. You're not going deep enough.
Hold up. Okay, tell me something that any Christian who has ever been born since Jesus has ever done that is greater than walking on water.
Huh?
Tell me something which is greater than walking on water that a Christian has ever done.
He said greater works, not greater miracles.
Brother,
he didn't say greater
brother,
miracles.
Is a miracle a work?
Greater works.
Is a miracle a work of God?
Absolutely, but a miracle is still a
Oh, bro,
miracle.
bro,
But let me
bro,
ask
hold
you.
up, bro, bro,
So when I
bro,
go
hold up,
grab
no,
a
no, no,
shovel,
no,
and
no,
when I
no,
go
no,
grab
no,
a
no, no, no,
shovel,
no, no,
when I
hold
grab
up,
a
hold up,
shovel,
hold
is
up,
that a
hold up,
miracle?
hold up,
When I
hold up,
dig
hold up,
dirt,
hold
is
up,
that a
hold up,
miracle?
hold up,
When
hold up,
I dig
hold
dirt, is
up,
that a miracle?
hold up,
So
hold
work.
up,
No,
hold
see,
up,
bro, no,
bro,
you
hold
can't do that with
up,
me. No, you
hold
can't do
up,
that with me.
hold
That ain't
up,
gonna. No,
brother,
that don't work with me.
hold
No,
up,
you ain't
brother.
making sense.
Jesus, hold up. Did Jesus work miracles?
Is grabbing a shovel, digging a ditch, is that a miracle? Is that work?
Brother. Did
So you
Jesus
don't like
work
to answer
miracles?
questions.
Did Jesus
Is
work
grabbing
miracles?
a shovel, is
Did
grabbing a
Jesus
shovel.
did
Did,
Jesus work miracles?
he also was a carpenter too.
Did Jesus work miracles?
He was also a carpenter.
Did Jesus work miracles?
He was also a carpenter.
I didn't ask you what he was also. I said, did he work?
I know that, and you don't answer what I answer, and you're gonna go ahead and knock me down
All right,
because you don't
bro.
want to answer exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
I guess we've
you
gotten
don't
to the
want to
point
answer
where
my question.
the conversation cannot go
Yeah,
any further, right?
yeah.
So thank you for your time,
Well, yeah,
okay,
because you don't
brother?
want to ask no question. Yeah, bye.
Sure. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
You notice how Christians like to interpret the Bible to mean what they feel like they can live with. So if they read something in the Bible that they cannot live, that they cannot physically live out, they will try to textually change it to make it affordable. Because if you simply believe what Jesus said when he said a good tree cannot produce bad fruit, then all Christians are fucked. So when a Christian reads that, well, he can't accept that. He can't accept that he's got to only produce good fruit. So he's got to make it seem like, well, Jesus said a good tree only produces good fruit, but I have an excuse why I have bad fruit. I have a good excuse why I have bad fruit because the Bible also says. The point is a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. That means a good tree doesn't even have the ability to produce bad fruit. And a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Once a tree is bad, it doesn't have the ability to produce good fruit. Next guest. The Bible never means what it says to these people. What's up?
Always good. What's up, bro?
What's up, Jamil? What you got? Go straight to your point.
Yeah, right. Why you try to disprove God?
For the same reason why you're trying to prove God.
Now, I want us to have a primitive conversation, right? Maybe it's good I learn from you or we learn from one another. Right. That's the root of conversation. Good. So you think it's wrong to believe in God?
It's not necessarily that it's wrong. It's just useless.
If you say so, what are you trying to say? So
I'm just trying to say the idea of
from
God
the day you were born,
is like the idea of Santa
hold on,
Claus.
Right. Okay. Right. If you say so, that's the position, right?
Whether it's my position or not is the reality of the world.
Yeah, that's why I say I want us to have an informative conversation. Right. This is it. Like, you are trying to tell me that there's a God that you don't want to acknowledge. Are you 100% sure that there is no God? That's what you're trying to say.
Yes, that's what I'm
your
saying.
position?
Yes, I'm
That's what
saying that. I'm saying that. First of all, there are many ideas of God, and there's a different one in the head of every human being, even when they use the same words. It's just an idea. It's like the idea of a superhero. Everyone can have their own superhero, even if the superheroes are not real. You can even make up an imaginary superhero character. That's what the idea of God is. It's 100% man-made. The only reason that the idea of God sticks out compared to other mythological ideas is that it was intertwined with politics and tradition. So it's ingrained into the traditional rituals and political rituals of many nations. It's only now ever so slowly fading away. as the number of people who are getting up and being able to openly acknowledge that, yeah, by the way, we know that this is just an idea that we made up, and different humans make them up in different places throughout time, and political leaders take advantage of them as far as it comes to controlling the people. You know, it does involve the making and following of laws. So it's a really good system when it comes to control.
Okay, right. So I get in your point. So when you take God to be an information, right, an intelligent, that's what you're
Not
trying to
an
say.
not
Or
an
it just
intelligence. No, God is just an idea.
yeah, that's what it is. So if you say an idea is just the same as intelligent, and people try to
No,
explain,
it's
which
not the
is not
same as
possible.
intelligence. God is just an idea. For example, I have an idea in my head right now, right? I have this idea that I'm really your father. That it was me who impregnated your mother. Forgive my language, okay? I'm just saying this for the sake of example. So you should start calling me daddy from today, because I am your father, and that's my idea. What do you think of that idea?
If you happen to say something, I can't just conclude that you are saying something dumb. I will ask you for you to articulate, yes, and
Yeah, so I'm
if
wondering what you think of the idea of me being your
hold
father.
on,
From what do you think of the idea of me being your
because
father
you
from
can't
this day on?
substantiate the existence of God. That's why you're trying to like disprove it or what?
Brother, don't deflect on my point and use a useless excuse like that. Brother, I'm genuinely curious. What do you think of the idea that I am your father, and from this day on you need to call me daddy? What do you think
Yeah,
of that
that's what I'm
idea?
saying. If you
I want
hold
to know what
on a
you think
second.
of that specific idea.
It just an intelligent you trying to preach out, and I will ask you what makes you to think like that, or what exactly
No.
causes your mind to think.
Listen. Before you ask me anything, the idea is I'm your father. You need to call me daddy. So unless you disagree with the idea, you need to be calling me daddy.
So, what? Wow! Now you're trying to like double down the whole conversation. So you
No.
just meet me in the street and
If you just address what I'm saying, you will see we'll get past it really quickly. I just want to know what you think of the idea, because I said to you that God is just an idea, but you don't realize that there are some ideas that can
yeah,
be
it's
valid
okay.
and some ideas which are not valid, right? An idea is only as valid as you can use it in order to do something in the real world, right? If you cannot use an idea, then it's useless. And the reason why God remains prominent in people's lives is because many people believe that they're using it. But with the level of education that we have today in the world, we clearly know that God is not the one responsible for 99.9999999% of the things we say that God is responsible. And the 1% of the things that we say God is responsible for is not even God either. You know, there's no evidence
Thank
to
you.
observe. It's a
Right.
claim.
If you have a conversation, thank you. Right. This is what I want to ask you the question. Right here, up here on TikTok, this is your name, Bakanga. So I know you to be a Bakanga. If logically, if you have another name that maybe your family or people who associate that with you know you for a different name, but I know you to be a Bakanga. And if I see you somewhere tomorrow, I call you Bakanga. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Why? If the
Uh,
person who knows you to be a different person, if a person who know you to be a different person, what would they take me to be?
because I already exist and everyone can see that I exist even before they give me a name.
No. I'm not talking about your existence. I'm talking about your name in person.
That's what I'm saying. My name is associated with my existence, right? So regardless of which name anyone on TikTok right now calls me, the fact that they can already see me and they can observe me in of itself is already what proves that I'm there.
Bro, like sometimes this is what I'm saying. When you having conversation with people, that's why I told you I want to have an informative conversation with you, not just random, right? Good. This is my point. I know you to be a Bakanga. Now people know you to be maybe Jedre or whatever name that they know you to be. So I see you somewhere tomorrow, I call you Bakanga. And the people who know you of different name, what would they take me to be? Absolutely, I'm saying something wrong. They would say
No,
I'm wrong,
not
right?
necessarily, because human beings do accept the fact that someone or something can have multiple names. We don't have a problem with that.
Now, okay, do you know the point that I'm trying to address right here? Because the name that you're trying to disprove is God, right? So probably you
No,
might
it's the
have.
idea, not the name. The idea.
So what make of name is an idea
The name,
also
the
or
name,
what?
the name is how we
You
identify the idea, but the idea in of itself is much broader and much profound. The idea of God is the idea of a supernatural being, supreme being that created the whole universe, and that is the source of all moral authority. Right? That's the idea of
right?
God.
Do you think
That's
every
that's
every?
what that's what I'm
Do you
saying
think
doesn't exist. There is no creator of the universe and source of all moral authority.
Okay, in your common sense, how many God up there? Because we have a lot of religions that talk about a lot of gods. So which one of those gods are you talking about?
All of them.
Okay, if you say all of them, then that means because every religion does not refer to their supreme entity as God. So once you're using
That's why
God,
I
maybe
said
you
it's the
aggregate
idea.
to
So
different.
if in another country they call it by a different name, but it's the same idea. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, you can call it by whatever name, as long as it's the idea of a supreme being or a supernatural being that created the whole universe and is the source of all moral authority. It doesn't exist. That is a fictitious idea born out of the
No,
imaginations
no,
of
no.
men.
This is where you're getting everything wrong. Not everybody who subscribe to God see it as a supreme being. Not everybody who subscribe to God have that same understanding
Okay, so
about
guess
what
what?
is
Guess
God.
what? Those who don't see it as
Right.
a supreme being, then they've given their own definition to God. So they've simply redefined the word, which is not intellectually honest, right? If you have a word that is already defined and you have to change the meaning and
No,
redefine
right.
something else which is already defined, what's the point of all of that? Now, my question,
Good.
listen. Brother, there's no need for you to argue with me back and forth, okay? This is my claim. My claim is simple. God is not a real person. That means you can't take me anywhere in this world or anywhere in any world at any point in time, any way, shape, or form where I'm going to meet a person who is God. You can't take me anywhere at
No.
any time in any way where I'm going to meet a
Right.
person who is the devil. If you can take me there, then the argument is
First, you're
over.
not trying to substantiate everything that you're talking about. You're not trying to substantiate everything that you're talking about. There's no person have ever told you that God is the person. Now you are trying to stick on a point of which was supreme being. I think it's more logical than you trying to talk about a person.
Jamil, if you don't think that
God
anyone
is
has
not a
ever
person
said,
that you're trying
listen,
to
listen,
identify.
if no
Right.
one has
You're
ever
getting the
said
point
that,
now.
if no one has ever said that God is a person, do you know what a person is?
Right.
Do you know what a person is?
I don't know your own definition until you break it down for me.
No. What is a person?
A person is a human being that you can identify by name and race. Right. You get it?
No, a person can be not human. A person can
Okay.
be, a person
What do
can,
you call a person?
anyone or anything that has a personality in of itself, that has its own personality. You hear the word personality? Personality. The root word
No.
from where we get the word person,
That should be a
right?
person first before we talk. Hold on. Personality go with a characteristic of a person. Right.
There you
So
go.
you need to
There
get a
you
voice.
go. No,
This is
listen. Personality goes with the characteristics of a person. So if someone has a personality, we already know that they're a person. Does God have a personality? The one you believe in.
No.
The God you believe in,
God
does he
does
have a
not have a
personality?
personality. God
Okay,
only have a
what?
principle.
Hold
No, God only have a
up.
principle.
Hold up. What is your personality?
A personality is the characteristic that you try to describe a particular person for what he or she can do.
Can you describe God based on what he or she can do?
Now, God is not in the position of a person.
Hold up.
Because when you say a person is bound to
Listen. You claim that God is a
A
creator,
person is bound to law. A
but
person is bound to jurisdiction.
you're
A
not
person is bound to law. A person is bound to
you're not
jurisdiction.
addressing the subject, bro. I'm not just talking to you so you can just run your mouth when I say something you don't respond to what I'm saying. Okay. Now, is God
Right.
is
That's what I'm trying to
the
reveal.
God you believe in? Is it a creator?
For me, the God that I talk about is intelligent that people
Bro,
can use to
bro,
address
the God that you believe
issues.
in, is it a creator? That's the question I asked you. Is it a creator?
I don't describe my God into a genre like you using the word
Bro, yes or no? Is your God the creator?
creator of what? We have a lot of creators.
Thank you for your time, bro.
Creator of
Have
what?
have a good day, okay?
Nah, don't try to drop me, bro.
Creator of what? Creator of your imagination. Creator of your imagination. That's a personality trait. God is a creator. He's always creating. Right? Christians say God loves. God hates. God has a sense of self. That's personhood. You're claiming that God is a person. There is no God, there never has been, and there never will be. This is the good news. Go and live your life. There is no hell, neither is there heaven. So go and live your life.
Hello, brother.
What's up, Francis?
What's up? What's up, brother? I have a question for you, man. First of all, I'm with you because you talk real things. No, I'm with you, first of all. But there is something that I want to tell you because I'm not a religion person. I'm not religion, but I'm a spiritual person, you know? So I hear you, but there is one thing. I don't believe that we are just created by just like that, you know? There is something that is create everything, but we don't know what
Let
it
me
is. We
ask you
don't
a
know what
question.
it is. We don't
Let me
know.
ask,
We
let,
can call it a name,
let me
but
ask
we
you
don't know
something.
what it is.
Let me ask you something. When you observe the world, do you see anyone creating the world?
No,
Do you observe anyone controlling the world?
I don't.
Nature.
I don't. From the nature, no, not from the
Okay.
nature.
You see that observation, that's the reality. Now, whatever else you think, that's either your theory, you have to do some research and provide some evidence, or that's just your belief. But what we
No, it's
observe,
just the logic. You know, I'm
no,
thinking very logic. You know?
logic by itself, without having some representation within reality that is observable, is bullshit. Logic has to be practical.
Yeah,
Logic has to be
you need to
practical.
you need to be very arrogant to think that you are just created by yourself. You know, there
No,
is something
it's not a
that
matter
has
of
created everything.
it's not a matter of thinking that I created myself or being arrogant. It's a matter of being honest. So honest that we don't confuse our deductions in the absence of evidence for conclusions which are definitive. If we cannot
No,
test it,
no. Then I have a
listen,
question for you, my
if we
friend.
cannot,
I have a question.
if we cannot test it, experiment it, and get the same results as you, it's probably bullshit. So if your God is not
Okay. I get
testable,
you. I get you.
observable, that God doesn't exist.
I get you. I get you. I just have one question for you. Who do you think that created you then?
My father's testicles and my mother's ovaries.
Yeah, and who created them?
You can go and ask them. But I'm pretty sure that it was
No,
their
so
father.
so we
I'm
can
pretty
so we
sure.
can so we
I'm
can keep
pretty.
further. We can keep further, but because you know what you get me. You know what I'm talking about. We can keep further, so you're gonna get to a point that someone has created or something.
No.
I don't say
Okay. You know
someone.
what?
Something has
Let
created
me know. Let me know when you get to that
everything.
point. Let me know when you get to that point and you can prove it to us. But at this point, we haven't gotten to no such point. There's no evidence of any such point. So when you find that point, bro, feel free to bring some evidence, bring some proof, and
No one
demonstrate
can
it to us.
find it. No one can
Okay,
find it. But
then if no one can find it, then
but
it's not real.
you don't
If no one
exist by
can
just like
find it,
that. You know.
if no one can find it, it's not real. Case closed.
Yeah, but you are you spiritual person? Are you a spiritual person?
Spirituality is a fancy way of saying somebody is mad. You don't need to be spiritual.
No, 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 no.
Listen. Let me tell you
You
something.
just tell me yes or no, my friend. You
Listen.
are a spiritual person,
No,
yes or no?
no.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Then you don't understand what I mean.
Okay,
Because,
so let me ask you a
because
question. Let me ask you a question. Hold up. Let me ask you a question. What does spiritual mean?
Spiritual?
Go into yourself.
Okay then.
Go into yourself.
How do you
The
go into
answers
yourself?
that you had-
Hold up.
Yeah, the answers that you had.
How do you go into yourself?
You close your eyes and you meditate.
And you get inspiration. You get some
we-
inspiration.
Yeah.
Hold
You
up.
get some inspiration.
Hold up. So you're saying that to be spiritual is simply to close your eyes and think about something?
Not like simple like this, but you must practice this thing, you know. But you must go in yourself. If you want to have answers for your questions, you must go to in yourself, bro.
What, bro? You're saying that
We
be
come from the
spiritual-
dark.
Listen. You're saying that to
we
be
come from the
spiritual.
dark. Yeah, in the dark.
Brother, hold up now. You're saying that to be spiritual, you simply need to close your eyes and meditate.
You don't always need to close your eyes to meditate.
Okay, so
That
what does it mean to be spiritual then? I want to understand what you mean when you say spiritual.
Your heart,
What does it mean?
your heart. Now your brain is talking to me, you know. But when you close your eyes and you practice you have more
domination.
domination over your head. You have your heart gonna talk, you know. Your heart when you
You
wake
feel
up.
it. You feel it from inside.
Yeah, when
know?
you wake up.
Yeah,
your head's gonna
okay.
talk.
Yeah, listen to me, y'all.
But your heart, man.
I don't know who lied to you guys. But that's just basic self-control. Those are just disciplines, part of psychological. Hold up. That's psychology. That's self-care, self-reflection.
Can I ask
right?
you something? Can you ask you something? Can you ask you something?
Hold up.
Hold up.
Hold up.
I ask you something.
Hold up.
Let me ask you something.
I said to hold up. I said hold up.
Talk, bro. Talk.
Oh, no, it's okay. Sorry, bro. It's okay. Let me go to
Okay,
the
bye,
next guest.
bye.
I don't like
Yeah,
going
bye,
back and
bye.
forth with you guys. What's wrong with you guys? You guys don't understand. It's all psychological. All the functions of your brain, it comes down to the psychology and biology of the brain. Stop wasting your time with the so-called spiritual mumbo jumbo. No, there are many psychological disciplines that you can indulge in order to help yourself have a sense of control over your own self. That's totally a thing, but that's not spirituality. Anyone who tells you that is trying to scam you. Okay? If you think you're spiritual, you're not special. Okay? You're not doing anything special. You're not accomplishing anything special. And you're not even enjoying it as much because you think you're being spiritual. You're just being psychological. What's up, Maurice?
What's good, man? What you been up to, bro?
Just telling people that God don't exist, God has never existed, and God will never exist. And that if you disagree with this statement, the most you could probably do is cry about it, because no amount of argument and you trying to defend it is going to make God exist. But you can try.
No, I mean I ain't trying to influence you to believe God exists. That ain't my issue. I mean, because you believe what you want to believe. At the end of the day, you got your own belief, you got your own mind, you think what you want to think. Everything is basically totally up to you.
That's why, bro. That's why, good brother, I'm not talking about what I believe or what you believe. I'm talking about what is, regardless of what we believe. We have the ability to see the world before we form beliefs. We have the ability to observe before we form beliefs. So outside of my beliefs and your belief, we don't see God nowhere. We don't observe God nowhere. We don't interact with God in any way, shape, or form. We have no evidence that there's any external influence of human activity, and that the only thing that can influence your life is either something that another human did or something natural. There is all those supernatural claims are very, very inconsistent with day-to-day life. You don't walk around seeing ghosts, seeing spirits.
How is it, inconsistent with everyday life? How is having the supernatural experiences is inconsistent? How is it?
Because we're not having going about having spiritual experiences. No one is having a spiritual experience. People have literally
So
redefined.
you never had a dream? You never had a dream.
Oh, I've had a dream, but it's not a spiritual experience. It's a physical experience.
Okay, so where do dreams come from?
In my head, neurons and chemicals firing. You know, the body has. Oh, you know what? I usually tell people this. Did you know that your brain thinks automatically in the same way that your lungs pump air automatically, and you have the ability to take control over that automatic process, right? You can breathe intentionally. You can intentionally control your breathing, or you can just be oblivious to it, and your body will still keep breathing. Same thing is true about your thoughts. So when we are up and awake, we are actively thinking. So like our subconscious mind, which is the autonomous functioning of the brain, it's just processing data, deleting what needs to be deleted, remembering what needs to be remembered. And that's also based on the health of your brain, right? So from that perspective, you realize that dreams is exactly what you expect to happen when a person is unconscious and that automatic process is taking place. That's why you don't control. You don't have a sense of time or place when you're in a dream. It's always mangled up images inspired by
No,
your
but
own
I mean,
experiences.
I get that, but people on here talking about something I ain't ready to debate. It's not about debate. I just trying to find information because I like to pick people's minds. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not about trying to debate. Cause I'm not on here trying to debate you, bro.
No, that's fine.
If
That's
we
fine.
gonna,
Listen, to me,
yeah.
I don't define my conversations as debates. I just define them as we're talking, and whatever shape that talking takes, that's fine by me. It can be an argument, it can be a screaming match. I'm down for anything. So you speak the way you want to speak. If you don't want to be, I'm fine, bro.
Yeah, nah, it's not nothing like that, homie. You know what I'm saying? I just open here because people talk about spirituality and stuff like that,
Yeah,
enlightenment and stuff like that.
I think we've kind of been fucked by the language, because what people don't know is that the language is ever so changing and new words are being coined for old ideas. For example, I don't know, are you a Christian?
Yes, sir.
Since the day you started reading the Bible, have you ever seen the word mental in the Bible? Like mental health, mental.
Nah, I ain't never seen mental health in the
Okay,
Bible.
does that mean the Bible doesn't talk about mental things?
Yeah, it talks about it.
Okay, now, when in ancient times, when they were trying to refer to our mind and separate the idea of the mind from the idea of the body, what word did they use?
Golly,
They
I
use
can't
many
remember. I
words.
can.
They use many words,
Yeah,
but
they use it.
but especially the word spirit. So the word
Mm-hmm.
spirit was a way that they would describe the functions of the human body, or the functions of the human body that we cannot observe necessarily directly. We can only observe the results of what the body does. Because obviously they didn't used to perform really detailed surgery in those days. They didn't know how the heart beats. That's why, in fact, today we still do the same thing they did back in the past. They thought you believe from your heart. They didn't know that you believe in your brain. In ancient times,
Right.
people literally thought belief came from your chest. That the
Nah,
organ
because your
that
heart just pump blood to the rest of your vital organs, but you think with your mind.
yeah. The heart is not a processing unit. It doesn't process information that way. You know, it doesn't it doesn't work directly with the sensory organs. It supplies hydraulic power and pressure in the system. That's what the heart does primarily. It provides pressure in the system. In the aircraft, we have a system in an aircraft like that. It's called an accumulator. The accumulator controls the pressure across the whole aircraft. You know, so that's why you notice that if you cut your hand, the blood is coming out with a high pressure. It's spilling out because your body is a pressurized system, and your heart is responsible for that. As far as processing information, that's your brain's job. So all believing, all ideas, all thinking, all loving, all emotions is all in the head. It's all in the head. And in 2025, we call that mental health, not spiritual anymore. So if you want to use the word spiritual, you need to understand how the meaning of that word has changed over time and what best describes it in modern time. Bro, we literally have an entire department of medicine responsible for mental health. And then there's another department that's responsible for physical health. Those are the two
But I
aspects of a
mean,
human being.
so do you understand that where does all that stuff originate from? Where does mental health come from? Like it just didn't happen. It
I
just
think
happenstance.
that
It comes from somewhere.
how I won't say to you that it came from anywhere specifically. But I would say this: it logically follows that ever since humans have been humans, regardless of when it was, there have always been people who behaved in abnormal ways, in ways that were not consistent with the norms. And there were people who have always been disabled. There are people who have always had mental health issues. Now, how did people in ancient times treat mental health people? How did they treat autistic people? How did they define them? How did they define people that were born with disabilities? Bro, they thought that they were born with a curse. Like if you caught
Yeah,
if you caught leprosy, it wasn't because you had bad hygiene. It was because you committed a sin or you were cursed. If you had a certain type of disability at birth, you were considered a curse. But that's just all biological.
Well,
It's not
right. But
spiritual.
now I'm gonna take it. Now I'm gonna bring the Bible into it because you just brought it up into it. So like with the man that was lame from birth, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his family's fault. It was because that Jesus was getting ready to be glorified in the life of the people that he was getting ready to do the miracle in. So like in all that, can you look at it like this? Even though you feel like it's more psychological than spiritual, can you look at it as it being spiritual?
No. Do you know why?
Why?
Because looking at it spiritually is not consistent with how we've labeled it in a way that allows us to make real progress when it comes to studying that field, right? There's a whole, like I said, there's a whole department of medicine involving research and experiments that is grounded upon the idea that we understand that a human being has a physical aspect to it and a mental aspect to it. And we understand that the mental aspect is all connected to the functions of the brain. And we've been studying and accumulating information and making breakthroughs and finding ways to care for our fellow human beings who have biological disabilities, you know? But looking at it spiritual, it will not take you too long to wander into superstition. Once you start with spiritual, you're going to wander. It's just impossible. It's like a labyrinth. It's like a labyrinth. Before you realize, more of what you'll be processing in your head is what's not there rather than what's actually there, right? You're going to use metaphors and synonyms and all types of literal tools, different types of figures of speech, to the point where you're no longer even talking about what you're talking about. It's now about how good it sounds. That's why there's a difference between what people need to hear and what people want to hear. When you're talking to an audience, if your goal is not necessarily to tell them the truth, if your goal is to gather and amass a following, you need to be able to tell them not necessarily how to think, but what to think, which is what we see in spirituality. Spirituality doesn't involve any experimentation or testing. Two people cannot have the same experience, and the experiences are always inconsistent with reality. Bro, I genuinely think it's a problem. It's a self-induced mental problem. Like, I think that just that you can misuse your hands, you can misuse your brain. And it's so casual that we don't actually realize that that's a thing. That's a thing. It's a real thing. You can literally, just like you can eat junk food, you can consume junk information. You can consume information that makes it to where you don't work consistently with the world. And if you eat junk food, you're not going to work consistently with the world because it's going to make you sick, right? If you consume junk information. Go ahead.
Right, but all of that that you're speaking about, it is in the Bible. Anything you do too much of, that's what you consume. That's what you'll be consumed by. You know what I'm saying? So like,
what if you do too much of worshiping God?
No, you can't do too much of worshiping God. You can't do that. That's impossible.
What if you do too much praying?
You can't, because in the Bible it says pray without ceasing.
Yeah, so how can you not do too much? You said anything that you do too much is not good for you. You said anything.
I'm talking about as far as like, you know, with the way of life. Anything you do too much of.
So the word is so the statement is not anything. The statement is most things.
Well, I mean, anything you do in life, you will be consumed by. Say if you go, okay, say for instance, like, you know, you're going out to eat, but that's the same place you go to every day of your life, and you don't know anything else. What is that? That's a problem because you never experienced anything else.
How about a person that prays every time they have a problem?
That's what God wants us to do. But you don't believe in God, so I can't. The thing is though, I can't have that conversation with you because you don't believe there is a God.
And listen. The problem. listen, check this out, bro. And if you listen carefully to what I'm about to say to you, you might gain a little coin in your journey of enlightenment.
No, no, no. I mean, I like
You
talking,
should
man.
never approach someone based on what they believe. Listen.
No, I mean, I'm not.
Hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
approaching you on what you
Listen.
believe.
Listen, check this out. Check this out. You
Yeah.
should never approach someone simply based on what they believe, especially when what they believe is what they profess. Because human beings have the ability to profess things which they don't really believe. That's why I was asking the last guest, and I can ask you the same question.
I didn't say that one more time. Say that one more time, because I didn't get the understanding of that. One more time.
You should never approach people based on what they believe, because people
Okay.
have, especially when belief can only be professed, and there's no other way for it to be tested. What is testable and what you can truly get pure judgment is what people do. So I'm gonna approach you not based on what you believe, but based on how
Right.
you behave.
Right.
Because
your character is everything. I get it.
right, your character, it's hard to lie with your character. It's easier to be deceptive with just words, right? Anything which only requires words to be proven can easily be a lie. But anything that can be proven beyond words, it's hardly a lie.
Right. That's just with people that say they don't.
When it
hate
comes
you,
to that's why when you tell me that, look, you don't believe this, so I can approach you, you're making a false assumption here, because we might have different beliefs, but the information you have for me might still be useful, because perhaps I'm saying this and I don't really believe it. Or maybe you're saying what you're saying you believe when you don't really believe it.
No. The thing is, though, I do believe. You know what I'm saying? But everything
Well,
is
okay,
not a lie.
hold on. What does it mean to believe?
Truth.
Hold up.
Truth.
No. I said, what does it mean to believe?
You point me to it.
Nah, you have to know, because you're using that phrase. To believe. What does it mean?
I'm trying to get what you trying to follow up with your question that you asked.
As in believing and to believe.
Well, that's believing is nothing but faith.
That's why I said, what does it mean to believe?
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're asking. I'm kind of confused now.
What does it mean to swim?
What does it mean to swim?
Yeah.
Swim. I don't know. I mean, is you getting in the pool to swim? You getting in the pool to? I mean, that's what people do.
What does it mean?
If you know, huh?
What does it mean to believe?
What does it mean to believe? It's faith. In the Bible, it strategically talks about, like,
What's the difference? Okay, what is the difference between believing something and knowing something?
That's two different things. That's two different things.
What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference?
Believing is something that you actually believing is something that you can actually see. It's proven. And
Hold on. Believing is something that is proven.
Yeah, if you can see it, then you believe it.
But you didn't see Jesus walking on water.
No, I ain't see him walking on water, but that's faith.
But you believe it.
That's faith.
But you believe it.
I believe it because I have faith in it. I have
faith
in
but
what
regardless of what you have, it doesn't change what you're doing. It's like someone say, I robbed the bank because I had a good reason. No, but we're still talking about the part where you robbed the bank.
You ain't have no good reason to rob the bank. You just wanted to because that was
you ain't have no good reason to believe something you can't see. Not even faith is a good reason. Not even faith is a good justification. You should wait until you have all the data before you form a belief. You should in fact, you should wait for the truth. I think that beliefs are what people form when they don't have time to wait for the truth. For example, someone commits a crime. Yeah, listen, someone commits a crime, right? It's a drive-by shooting, and we out here wondering who did it. And you kind of believe it's OJ from up the street, and I believe it's CJ from down the street, and we just out here arguing what I believe and what you believe. But none of us are looking at the evidence. We probably saw a video that said we can't really tell. You know, there's still a long investigation, but we out here forming beliefs. Come to find out, the investigation is done. It wasn't even CJ or OJ. You see, because we didn't have time to wait. We didn't have time to wait for the truth. We didn't have time to wait for the truth. So we form beliefs. We form beliefs based on what we know, based on how we feel, based on what we think it should be. But because
Okay,
one,
so if that, so you answer your own question then. So I'm like, you saying that God don't exist because you don't have the truth that He don't exist.
what I'm saying is that God doesn't exist because we can observe that the God idea is not just made by man, but it's used by man, promoted by man, and is 100% contingent on human imagination. And there are no two human beings in this world that have the same imagination of God. It is as
Well,
abstract as the idea of a personal superhero. In fact, think of the idea
well, I
of
mean,
God as the idea of a superhero. You know,
right, but I mean, I get you, but like that's what we'll disagree at, because I believe in Jesus, I believe in God. You know what I'm saying? I believe that things were created by Him. You know what I'm saying? So like,
listen. Is it possible that you could be wrong?
no, I'm not. The thing is, I'm not gonna be wrong. I'm
Brother,
not.
brother, that's
But the
not what I
thing that
asked. No, my question is, I want you to listen very carefully. You have no
I'm listening.
evidence. You have no evidence. You have no
It
proof.
shows evidence from the beginning of the time, even now in the Holy Scriptures, even now it shows itself. God done proved itself. Jesus done proved itself. He was a man, but He was fully
Brother,
God and fully man too at the same time.
brother. Those are just stories which haven't been proven in of themselves.
You think so? Jesus didn't exist?
Let me ask you something. If Jesus existed, what race was he?
It don't give a race. It don't give a
Yes.
race on Jesus.
Okay,
But
okay,
he
okay,
was a
okay. Hold up. If the characters in the Bible in the days of Jesus, if any of those characters ever existed, what race were they?
they'll
What
be
race?
Middle Eastern.
What is a Middle Eastern person?
A Middle Eastern man. A Middle Eastern man. They from Israel. So what you think?
No. What is a Middle Eastern? What race is specific to the Middle East?
I mean, Jewish. They can be,
Yeah,
you know.
you know what? Let's go based on skin tone.
Okay, go ahead.
What race?
I think he wasn't black.
What was he?
That's what he wasn't black. He was a Middle Eastern man.
What
He
was
was
a
a
Middle
Middle. I
Eastern?
don't know. I don't know.
Listen.
I don't know what race.
What does a Middle Eastern man look like?
He looked like he's an Indian man. He looked
Okay,
Indian.
hold up. That's what a Middle Eastern man looks like today, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What did a Middle Eastern man look like 2,000 years ago?
The same. They probably
Okay,
had some.
hold on. Okay, hold
Melanin in
on.
their skin too, because they.
Hold up. Hold up. 2,000 years ago on the continent of North America, what would an average American what would an average person living on the continent of North America look like?
Oh, I don't really know for sure. I have to research that.
How about Norway? 2,000 years ago, what would an average person who lives in Norway look like?
I never been to Norway, so I don't know how they look.
You ain't never been to the Middle East. You don't know what they look like 2,000 years ago.
Nah,
but you told me.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you told me.
I'm just telling you what I researched.
Okay, hold on. Just like the Europeans came to the Americas and end up populating the continent, the Middle East is a place that has suffered many invasions and many exchanges of powers over time. And I'm telling you that 2,000 years ago, that was a vastly Negro place. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
In fact,
I believe.
No, hold up. Now.
No, I ain't. Look.
Don't you find it suspicious?
Bro,
Hold up. Don't you find it suspicious that despite the color diversity of the Middle East, the Middle East is a place of convergence. Okay, you have massive trade routes that go from the east all the way from China to the Middle East, from Europe, Middle East, Africa, Middle East. and yet the Bible doesn't mention the race of a single person in terms of skin tone? Have you noticed that the Bible doesn't do that?
No, the Bible don't do that. The only thing
Okay,
it talk about when
don't
the
you
Tower of Babel.
don't you find it suspicious?
No,
Okay, if you don't
because
find that
if
suspicious, hold up. If you don't find it suspicious that the Bible doesn't mention racial differences, especially in terms of color, let me ask you a question. What race do you think Noah was?
I think Noah was black.
If Noah was black, where did Chinese people come from?
Shoot, I don't really know for sure.
Now think about it. Noah's black, and I don't care what his wives are, what his wife is. His kids gonna be at least mixed. If his wife is also black, then
Yeah,
the three
because
sons of no, hold up. If the wife of Noah is also black, then all his three sons are black. So where do white folk, Chinese folk, brown folk, red folk come from?
came from us,
Where?
bro. You don't. So you don't think you do not think that the human race came from us?
No,
You
bro,
don't think that?
you're not getting it. According to the story of Noah, God drowned everybody in the world. Noah had to restart to repopulate the world.
Yeah, he had to
So
repopulate the whole earth.
yes,
Yeah.
according to the story of Noah, every human being on earth right now is a descendant of Noah.
Mm-hmm.
If Noah was black,
Right.
how the fuck did they produce Chinese people?
Now you going outside of
Bro. Chinese people are real people. White people are real people. Black people are real people. Brown people, red people. Okay, and you can't have a book that you consider the word of God telling us about the origins of humanity and forgets to mention one of the most important aspects of it, our goddamn diversity. If we all came from Adam and Adam and Eve were both black or both white, where the fuck did the other races come from, right? If Noah and his sons were all the same race, where the fuck did the rest of the human beings come from? So either the Bible is missing some shit, or it ain't the word of God. Because there's no way Noah and his bloodline could have populated the same world that we're living in today. No, check this out. Listen, there is no way that everyone on earth today is a descendant of Noah. Regardless of which race Noah was. Regardless of which race Noah was. If Noah was white, nobody on earth. Shit, if Noah was white, where the fuck did black people come from? I ain't never seen no white brother produce a black brother.
I like talking to you, bro. I really do like talking to you.
Nah, bro,
But
listen. If you want to deconstruct your religion, bro, you should start with that problem, bro. I'm telling you, you will see how
The thing is though, I could agree with some points that you made, but I could disagree with some points that you made too. And I the reason why I like coming on here, I like talking to you. You know what I'm saying? You cool. But the thing is though, I would never, separate myself from what I know to be true to me, and to something that's
even if there was evidence that you are wrong,
I'm not gonna be wrong,
brother. If there was evidence that you're wrong, you still won't change your mind.
No, I'd rather be wrong
hold
and
up,
die.
hold up.
I'd rather be wrong and die, and then if I miss God, that'll be on me. So like, I'm not.
Hold up. Listen to what you just said. You said you would rather be wrong and die than take a chance that God actually exists.
Yeah.
Listen to me, bro.
Sure.
That's why we have a problem with fucking religion, bro. Okay? Listen to me. You have already approached the subject of gaining wisdom and knowledge from a perspective where you can't be wrong, even if what you see with your eyes says you're wrong. You've held on to a belief system and impose it on your life in such a way that you are willing to forsake everything else, including reason. Brother, if that is not literally the purest form of how to domesticate a human being, what else could it fucking be? You are a prime example of a very well domesticated human. Because, bro, when you beat that dog well enough, even if you leave the door of the fence open, that motherfucker ain't gonna step out of that fence. If you tame your dog properly, you can leave the house open. That motherfucker might wander off, but he sure as hell gonna come back to come and eat a bone.
No, bro, no. But the thing is though, like it's okay it's okay to believe. It's okay to know what you know, and everybody else, whatever. I'm just saying, for me, you know what I'm saying. I seen him. I seen, the Lord work in my own life, and just to be conscious enough. I'm being conscious enough to know that for myself.
And that's how I know you're a liar.
Huh? Oh, for real? I'm a liar now. What
You've
made me a
had,
liar? Because
brother, you've had so many profound experiences in your life, no doubt. But you know it wasn't God. You just chose to tell yourself it was, and you've told yourself
oh
that
my
you've told yourself
God.
that for such a long time. Then now you just pretend like that's what it is, and if you say it out loud, no one should have a problem with that, bro. God ain't never did shit for you. But
Yo, bro.
you've had many amazing experiences. You've even had experiences where shit has happened that you couldn't explain, but it ain't because it was God. You just chose to say it was God at that time, and then you've been saying it's God for a long time. That now you don't even have a reason to argue with it.
No, it's not that, bro. It's not that at all, man. It's just a simple fact of, like, when you growing up and then you experience so many things happen in your life, and then, like, you actually just sit down to yourself and be like, I know there's something higher than I am. So, like, the only thing I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
yeah. The idea that there's something higher than us. Unfortunately, it's a instinctively learned behavior that we learn, because when we are first born as babies, we're so fragile. We literally are raised to form the idea of dependency. So the idea of someone needing to do something for you is almost ingrained to us by nature due to the fragility of a human being when it's first introduced into the world. And then remember,
Right.
as a baby, when you need something, you start out by crying. And then as you grow older and you begin to learn words, then you know how to identify the specific things you need. But one thing remains consistent. You don't have to really work for it. You just have to cry. You just have to call out. And your father, your mother, or your guardian, or your brother, or your sister, or someone, adult, someone greater than you is going to respond. So as you begin to grow, oh no, hold on, check this out. As you grow up,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
get
yeah,
used to that formula. If I need something, I just ask. If I need something, I just ask. And someone will always give. But you notice something strange. As time goes by, the less and less and less you get when you ask. And then as time goes by even further, when you ask, not only do you not get what you asked for, but you are instructed to go and work for it. And then when you go and work for it and you realize that the amount of work that it takes, you're not willing to put in the effort, now you feel like somehow the world is being unfair to you. But it is a behavior that you are trained from a very young age. So if you take an idea, a fictitious idea, and you use that formula, and that you take into consideration that dependency on something greater than us, you can literally turn every adult into a child. Because a person who prays when they have a problem is like a child who cries when they're hungry, because they can't do shit for themselves. And if your first instinct is to pray, that means that you have no other option. Like a baby has no other option. But a person whose brain works, prayer is always their last option. They try everything humanly conceivable. If they have to go around the neighborhood and beg every single person to help them, they would do that before they give up and be like, okay, I have no choice. Now let me pray to something supernatural because I have no natural solution. But guess what? Prayer has been introduced to people in such a way that when they have a problem, they don't even look for a natural solution. Their first instinct is the supernatural solution. And then some of them even use that supernatural ritual to justify their laziness for why they don't do the work necessary to get the natural answer. That's what we are observing in the world. If I'm sick and I'm having diarrhea, I can pray about it. But everybody knows I can pray for 1,000,000 years that diarrhea ain't going away. But if I take a pill, I might just shit out all that clogged up beef and corn and pork that I've been eating.
But the thing is, now you talk about a different subject. You ain't talking
No,
about the same subject you talk about.
it's the same principle, right? In principle, it's the same thing. Think about it. Okay, let me ask you a question. Why do human beings need entertainment? Why do we entertain ourselves?
Because we like to be entertained. We like to see stuff. We like drama.
Now, I want you to use your brain and think to the root of the problem. What is the root thing? What is the innate thing about us that makes us need entertainment? And it could be biological or it could be circumstantial. It could be environmental. What is it that makes us need entertainment?
We just need it. That's just, for me, I'm just thinking.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. It's boredom and suffering. Boredom and
Now that
suffering
now that's
are,
now that's a good conversation.
listen, no, hold up, relax. Boredom
Oh, I'm good.
is when a person might have everything they need to survive and extra to the point where they have no other needs, where they have nothing to do because all their needs are met. That person can go into boredom. Once a human being reaches in that point, they start disassociating from reality because reality doesn't drive them to live anymore. They cannot find the drive to move on forward from reality. So such people will go into crazy stuff, conspiratorial things, or they'll try to use their resources to figure out new things that haven't been figured out before, like go to space or do crazy shit with their money, or do research on some crazy shit, or invest in some perverted shit like Diddy and all the rest of them. But that's what boredom does. But that's what boredom does to a rich person. Now, suffering, on the other hand, is human beings can be overwhelmed with suffering so much to where there is no remedy to their physical suffering, and that the only remedy is if they could forget about it. So you can suffer to the point where you reach the point where all you need is to just forget. Like you just wish you could forget, or you just wish you could have something to distract you from the reality of that suffering. And that's where religion comes in.
All of that you telling me is nothing but logical thoughts, though.
No. That's where religion comes in. Religion comes in, and initially, the proponents of religions were trying to solve the boredom problem and the entertainment problem. If you give a rich man a bunch of rituals, if you give him something greater than himself, then he will have something to do or to look up to or to be busy about if he has nothing else to do. If you give a poor man something to look up to, when he's overwhelmed by his suffering, he can hold on to that idea. It's kind of like what you do for people who are in hospice. You know how it works in hospice, right? Those are people who are waiting to die. So a person in hospice, at that point, you don't need to really tell them anything. They don't need to know the medical condition of their body. You just need to tell them anything that will make them forget that they're about to die, so that their pain is less. That's what religion is. Religion is to tell you that, look, life might be hard, and I know that those people are treating you unfairly, but God loves you. And if you do what I say, that God told me to tell you, when you die, you're going to go to a place where there is no tears, there's no suffering, there's no pain. There's
Now we
nothing
getting
but
somewhere. Now we getting
enjoyment.
somewhere. So
Right?
you don't believe in when you die you going to a different you don't believe when you die you going to somewhere different than this place. You don't believe that. You just believe that when we die, that's it.
Listen to me, bro. Anybody
No,
in this
I
world,
listen to you.
yeah. No.
Ain't
I mean, listen to what I'm about to say, bro. Any human being in this world that believes that there is somewhere for them to go after they die is a person that has already given up on life. Something about this life has fucked them up so much, they have already given up on this one. They're waiting for round 2. They've accepted that they have lost this round. There's no need to put in effort. So now they're looking for some other type of life. That's why you notice that heaven, the only things that are missing in heaven are the things that make us feel like we are alive on earth. No pain, no suffering. Think about it. How do you know you're alive? Your ability to have sensation, to experience pain and suffering and pleasure and lack. Your ability to make mistakes. Those are all the things that give us a sense of living. So why will a person give up on this very real life that we have and then imagine a life where they go and do all the things that living people don't do? Bro, the only people who don't feel pain and have no suffering and have no tears are dead people. Only a dead man feels no pain, has no tears, and has no suffering. So which kind of heaven is that? But guess what? A person who is thinking logically will not be so easily seduced by that description of heaven. They will question it. But a person who is desperate, a person who is just looking for anything that can make them forget that they are on earth and they die and that's it, they will just believe the story of Christianity when it comes to the afterlife, or Islam, or even Buddhism or Hinduism. But the reality is that when we die, that's it. That our existence is highly tied to our biology. You are your physical body.
I disagree with you right there, homie. I disagree right there with you. I mean, just like I said, how you think about it is how you think about it. But me, I think differently. I totally think differently.
Brother, this is not about how I think. This is about what the world is. You have the ability to see the world, bro. You ain't never seen a dead person. Bro, listen, hold up. You ain't never seen a dead person go anywhere. Why are you lying to yourself?
No, it's not about seeing a dead person go anywhere.
Okay,
That's
so
not the
so
truth.
so so okay. What observation have you made that persuades you that human beings go somewhere after they die, other than the grave or burn to ash, as we see? Why are you ignoring that very reality? That's the end of life. What we call life ends with death, and we don't observe anything else that resembles life after a person has died.
So you
This
don't.
this
Oh
this this
man,
life
it's
we're
so
living right
much to
now.
unpack with that though.
This
It's so
life we're
much to
living right
unpack with
now.
your claim though.
Listen, bro, this experience we're having right now is the standard definition for life. So anything which does not resemble what we're doing right here cannot be called life. Okay? This experience you're having in your physical body, that is life. So the tools you need in order to experience life, one of those tools is a physical body. Without a physical body, a thing cannot be alive. So the physical body is a necessary ingredient within the formula of life. So the physical body needs to be animated. It needs a source of energy to allow continuous operation. That's what we observe. So much that the human being ceases once the continuous operation has ceased. Let me give you an example. Your heart started beating since the day you were born, and it hasn't stopped. When it truly stops, bro, you die. That's it. That's the end. Now you can believe what you're gonna believe, bro, but it ain't gonna change nothing we do with your dead body once you're gone, or with my dead body once I'm gone. Human beings are gonna throw it away and they're gonna live on, and they too are gonna die, and before time, no one will even remember that you ever existed. Just like you have thousands of ancestors in your past that you've never once imagined them. You too are destined for that. Our life is a once in an existential thing. It's temporal, bro. Unfortunately, it is. It's just because it's enjoyable. The pleasures are so profound that we wish that it will continue. But we have to be realistic. That is why there is a sense of urgency. You are not going to get a second chance to behave as the best version of yourself. You're not going to get a second world to live where there is no pain and suffering. If you don't want pain and suffering, you need to fix this one. You see, those who rule over you would rather you are obsessed with fictitious places that you will never go and ignore the very real place that you could be having dominion over. No one that
But you
seeks...
talk.
No,
But you
go ahead. Go ahead.
you talking about you talking about the Bible right there, because He have given us dominion over there. You talking about the Bible? We got dominion over that already.
Listen. The only thing we have dominion over on earth is ourselves. Okay? And that dominion that we have is temporary. For majority of your existence on earth, you don't really have dominion over shit, no matter who you are. When you're first born, your ass ain't got control over shit. So the early years of your life, you're barely trying to survive. And then once you're grown and a little bit stable, you kind of get used to the storms of the world, and then you kind of like just maintain a pace. But once you age and you start coming off your prime, you start losing control. And you lose control until you lose control of your final breath. And that's the end of your existence. This reality, if you have lived on this earth and you have tasted life, this is perhaps one of the most important things you must realize about the world, if you are to realize just how critical your existence is and how fragile your existence is. If you persuade yourself for any reason, in any way, that makes you devalue the importance of your physicality, you might as well be a zombie, a walking dead.
Yeah.
I can hear that you're playing basketball.
Yeah, I'm playing basketball.
Okay, this is my last advice for you. This is my last advice for you. Don't let your pastor play your brain like you bouncing that basketball. Don't let nobody play your brain like that. Thank you for your time, okay?
No, but you know, yeah.
It's okay.
But
It's okay.
last thing, that's why you know, in the Bible says, study to show yourself approved, a workman not ashamed but rightly dividing the word. So You know, you learn on your own. And what you know,
If you were
I
learning
can't
on
make
your own,
nobody else.
if you were learning on your own, you wouldn't need the Bible. But thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah.
There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. God is just an idea, and it could be whatever you make up in your head. That's fine. It's okay to imagine whatever God you want or whatever supreme. You can imagine it, but it's precisely just that, your imagination. It has never existed. It doesn't exist. It will never exist. This is the truth that they don't want you to hear. Okay? You have to take responsibility for your thoughts, your actions, and your own existence. And your existence is temporary. You're not going to live past this world. You're not going to exist as yourself past this world. Once you die, that's the end. Okay? So if you had some things in your life that you were waiting until you get to heaven before you do it, my buddy, go do your shit right now. If you have someone that you want to fuck, go and fuck them now. If you have someone you want to insult, go and insult them now. If you have someone you want to bless, go and bless them now. If you have someone you want to forgive, anything you want to do, I don't care how good or bad it is, do it now. Because you ain't going to get a chance to do it after you die. You're not going to get a chance to do it after you die. Okay? You are not going to be dating your celebrity crush in heaven just because you can't have her on earth. You're not finally going to get to eat that $20,000 lunch meal once you get to heaven just because you're too broke to do it on earth. Now, if you want to be a millionaire, you better become a millionaire on earth because you ain't going to be one in heaven. Take these truths and apply them to your life. Take these truths and apply them to your life. Hello, Kima.
Sorry. Hi, Bakanga. How are you going?
I'm doing good, Kima. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you. You're doing an amazing job for humanity.
Thank you very much.
Anyways, yeah, I'm just listening. My baby accidentally pressed the request button.
No, it's okay.
But
It's
yeah,
okay.
you're killing it.
You're raising the
Well
future
done.
generation. That's a full-time job. That's right. All right, baby. Greetings to you too. Have a blessed day, okay, Kima?
Okay, bye.
Bye. All gods are imaginary characters. All gods are imaginary characters. All gods are imaginary characters. There is not even one of them that exists in actuality. What's up, Daniel?
Hello?
Hello, Daniel. What you got for me? How did I get here? Sure, if you want to know how you get here, you're just going to ask your father's testicles and your mother's ovaries. It's a testicular process. I came to this world testicularly. I came to this world testicularly. And so did you. If you don't know what the testicular process is, go and ask your father. Your father will tell you. What's up, Daniel?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. What you got?
I got a question. How do you think the Earth and the whole universe came into existence?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Wouldn't it be logical to think that an omniscient being created it?
No, it's illogical to imagine an omniscient being just because you don't know something. If you don't know something, you don't jump to the hoop to imagine that some fictitious character made it. Nah, if I don't know who committed the crime, I don't just imagine that it must have been a black guy that did it. Just because the black guy is more likely to be able to do it. Just because I live in a neighborhood where a black guy is likely to commit a crime doesn't mean that every crime I have to now think it was a black guy. I have to follow the evidence. So just because you think that an omniscient being should create the whole universe doesn't mean that one did.
The evidence points that there was a creator, there's creation. You don't need to know who built.
No, there's no evidence that suggests that this is a creation.
Well, if you see that there's a building, you don't need to know who the builder was to know that someone built it. The
Yeah,
building is proof that it was created in the past.
and the universe is not a building.
His creation.
No, it's not.
The most logical explanation for the
No,
creation.
it's not the most. It's not the most logical. The most logical explanation for the world is to follow the evidence that is testable, repeatable, and can give us consistent results. That's the logical explanation.
All right, well,
Anything else is just make believe. Whether you like it
we
or
know
not.
that we know that time didn't always exist. The time
You and who? You and who? You and who?
Many scientists tell us that time.
What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean when time doesn't exist? What does it mean?
The universe is not eternal. It began to exist at one point.
What does it mean when you say that time did not exist? What does it mean when time doesn't exist? What is like? Because I'm pretty sure that if time doesn't exist for you, you don't exist. Everything that exists must exist within time.
Right.
Nothing and no one can
Exactly.
exist without existing within time. So if your God exists, your God has to exist within time. He couldn't have created time. You cannot create time.
You cannot create time if you exist inside of time, but if you exist outside of time,
you cannot exist
God
outside of
is-
time. Outside of time, there is only non-existence. Nothing exists outside of time. Nothing.
there has to be a first.
No, there doesn't
There
have
has
to
to
be.
be
There doesn't have to be. What has to be is you need to do some research and follow the evidence and don't come to any conclusion which is not backed by evidence. Don't use your brain to run yourself into your favorite fairy tale. No, it doesn't have to be. The information you're looking for based on the questions you first asked me when you came here is probably going to take us a few thousand years before we begin to scratch the surface. Unfortunately, there are some things in this world that in order to learn, the learning process will take time. It will take time. It can take from 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. There are some things that literally take humans that long to find out.
Well, what I'm saying is that the more logical conclusion is that something had to have created everything versus the universe coming. Nothing can create something.
Listen. Do you know anything in this world that is made by one thing? That is the product of just a one cause? Do you know anything that exists which is the product of... No, I'm asking you. Do you know anything in this world which is a product of just one cause, one singular cause?
Do you know anything that was created out of nothing?
Brother, I've asked you a question. Answer my question.
Repeat to me your question.
Oh, man. Do you know anything in our world which is a product of a singular cause?
The universe.
You see, you don't know. Thank you for your time. Drop the fairy tales, Daniel. Your life will be much better, okay? If you drop the fairy tales, your anxieties and your paranoia and your fears would also drop.
What I'm trying to tell you is that everything that we see had to have come from something. I'm not saying that I can bring God down from the heavens and show him.
It didn't have to come from. It didn't have to come from anything. It could have just been there, but we wouldn't know if we don't study it. That's the whole point.
That's impossible because
listen to me. It could have just been there, or it could have come from something, but we wouldn't know if we don't study it. That's the whole point. You should learn. You should educate yourself, and you don't have enough time to study it all. So you're gonna have to study it, then have your kids pick up where you left off, and then they're gonna have to let their kids pick up where they left off, and then every generation will make little progress, and eventually we'll get somewhere. But if you're just gonna sit down here and make it all up in your head, and then fold your arms and think you figured it out, you're just a dumbass. But I would think you're not dumb. So.
I'm probably not as smart as you, but my point that I'm trying to make is
I think you're smart enough to be you, and your smartness is not being compared with mine.
I can't get a word in, so I don't know why you have me on here.
No, precisely because at this point, brother, I think your point has kind of been dissolved.
I said what I was trying to tell you is that if you look at what scientists say, they even atheists, they know that time had a beginning, that space had a beginning. They know that the universe is not eternal. The
Brother,
universe itself
brother,
had a beginning.
brother, the universe by definition is eternal.
No, no, it's not.
Do you know what the word universe means? Simply like universal. Universal means everything that is,
Okay.
could be. So the most expanded form of the definition of the word universe simply means the combination of everything that has ever been, that is, and that would ever be. So we can only ever ideologically picture the universe in our minds, but literally never, because there are some things which used to exist that don't exist anymore. There are some things that exist right now that won't exist in the future. So the universe by definition is immeasurable, unquantifiable, and unqualifiable. So we can only go based on what we can observe at a time. One observation at a time.
Yeah, brother.
Focus on what is real and don't bother yourself with what's not real, bro. You will truly find real peace. You will find real peace. Eliminate the idea of hellfire out of your head. You would find real peace.
I didn't even say anything about hellfire, but
I'm sure you believe in hellfire.
yes, I do. But
Yeah.
that wasn't the.
Anyone that has to deal with that kind of mental pressure, I feel sorry for them, bro. You out here walking every day, wondering if you're gonna die and go to a place where you're gonna be they're gonna torture the shit out of you. You have to live with that kind of stress. Damn.
I,
If you think that somebody has attacked you spiritually, you have a mental problem. Like, seek immediate help. Seek immediate help. If you are at a point in your life where somebody or something has made you believe that someone has used supernatural powers to interfere with your life, my friend, you are in a scamming process. You are within a scamming process. No matter what good thing your religion can offer you, there are other ways to achieve that while consistently remaining in sync with the growth in society. Life is not spiritual. Life is not spiritual. Life is natural. Life is not a spiritual thing. Life is a natural thing. So in life, you will have natural problems, and in life, you would find natural solutions. And natural solutions are usually practical. Practical. You can demonstrate. Your desperation has made you a victim of a scam. Your desperation has made you... Listen, life is hard, y'all. I'm not saying life is... Oh, shoot. Life is hard. Life is hard.
it's hard.
But it's not spiritual. What's up, J-Real?
Yeah, what's going on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, buddy. Please go straight to your point, bro. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to hit 1 million likes today, y'all. Come on, tap the screen. What's up, J-Real?
Yeah, man. Everything good. Man, it's like a lot of stuff you be saying be so real, but it's like people don't really take the time, and that's why they keep us busy. So we don't have time. So we don't have time to educate yourself, do research, keep us in the dark. And that's why I don't understand why people refuse to, instead of guessing of if you feel like ain't
It's
nothing
not.
wrong with
It's not that people
acquiring.
refuse. It's not that people refuse. One thing you must understand, bro, is it's a self-realization. Okay, deconstructing from your religion or from your superstitious belief is a self-realization. It's just like you're in a room and everybody leaves the room. It won't take long before you realize that you're the only one in the room. And you only stay in that room if you have something to do. If you have nothing to do in that room, you get the fuck out of there. Now, if you choose to stay in the fucking room when everybody's going home, then we'll see you tomorrow when we come back to class. But how efficient is that? Right? You could totally spend the night in the classroom. You don't have to go home. But guess what? There's no war. There's no obstacle stopping you from going home. Go home. Home is critical thinking. Home is critical thinking. And religion is that fucking classroom. You're only supposed to be there for a brief amount of time. And that's because it's part of the system. But home is where you want to be. Anyways, J. Real, you don't disagree with me, bro. So thank you for your time,
Yeah,
bro. I appreciate you, bro.
and then another thing, let me make another point. It's like the religion they make us scared so much to the point that you don't even want to try to go do a research. They make you like if you try to do more
Yeah,
research, like
yeah,
you're
of
sinning kind of.
course. Of course. You don't want to make the world a better place. Listen,
Yeah,
don't
it's
let
like even the
any
pastor sometimes saying some stuff you scared.
shit, don't
You even
let
scared to
any
ask the
Christian
pastor
fool
certain
you.
questions.
Don't let any Christian fool you. Anybody who believes that the world is going to be destroyed when Jesus comes back could not possibly want to make the world a better place. They don't care about the world if what you care about is going to heaven with a guy who is supposedly supposed to destroy the world. We don't make friends with the destroyers of the world. Thank you for
It's
your time, my
like,
brother. I
man,
appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, bro. We're on the same page, man.
I try to come
Thank you.
back next time, man. But keep doing what you're
Thank you.
doing, man.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Well, finally, man. I thought you were running away for a second there.
You can think whatever you think. I think it's very consistent with your religious nature that you sure as hell conjure up a lot of thoughts in your head that are not consistent with reality. But now that you're here,
So,
what's your point?
so slow down, man. That's why I said you're ignorant. First of all, I
Now
never
that
told
you're
you I was religious.
now that you're here,
Hold
what's
on.
your point, brother?
So there's a God, and you're ignorant.
Okay,
You
then
don't need
what?
to.
Then what?
Yeah,
That's all you
and I
got?
can educate you, and I can educate you on why there's a God.
You could have just done that rather than just rambling on, because that was the whole point of you coming up. So go ahead, educate us on that there is a God.
So I mean, I've heard someone ask you how you
Don't ask
think or
me.
what you
Don't ask
think.
me. You're supposed to educate me, not ask me. Educate. I'm listening.
Okay, I'll take another route. So if you agree with science, which it sounds like you
No,
do,
no. Don't take another route. I want to listen to you explain to me why God exists. I just want to listen. I don't want to answer
are
questions.
you going to be difficult? Are you going to be difficult? Are you going to act childish? You told I
I'm
was going to ask you
asking
a question.
you
You said
to
I
do what
shouldn't.
you say you're gonna
I
do.
was going to ask you a question. You said I shouldn't ask you. I should explain. I said I'll take another route. You said no, I shouldn't take another route. What are you on, bro?
Bro,
Why are you being childish?
you say you're gonna educate me, right?
Can I go on?
Educate me. I'm listening.
So science, which it sounds like you're a believer of, says some certain things about creation and how man even came about. So somebody already asked you what you think about how man came about, and you're like, you don't know. That's willful. We call that willful ignorance. So I already identified that you're an ignorant person, willfully, because you think because you successfully deconstructed religion, you think that's the end. But that's your ignorant position. You don't. So, and moving on to what science says about creation, man came from emergence. Man came from emergence. Hold on. Man came from emergence. And I know you wouldn't have much to say because we're going to get somewhere and I would love to hear what you think. So man came from emergence and there was an evolutionary process which led us here. So there's actually a root story of how everything started. It's not the one man Adam story. I'm not a religious person. I'm more on the side of science and what's backable by facts. So I'm telling you that there's a source. First of all, even your concept of God, because your idea here is that
You think everyone that comes up here is thinking about a person in the sky that's all powerful, all knowing. I don't even call it God. It's a supreme creator. There's a supreme architect of everything we see today around us. And this is backed by science.
Okay, give me the
So before
scientific
you
study.
before you start,
Give me the scientific science, the scientific claim that claims that there is a supreme creator.
nature, the study of nature,
What scientific claim, what scientific experiment concluded that there's a supreme creator?
if you know, if you've heard about the Fibonacci sequence before, the natural intelligence,
Hold up,
yeah, the natural,
hold up. The Fibonacci sequence is an experiment that proved that there is a supreme creator.
it shows intelligent design in nature, which points to a supreme. Now, so I would ask you, what's your take on awareness?
Hold up.
Where do you think your awareness comes from?
No, hold up. You just said it shows intelligent design. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, of course. In nature.
If there is intelligent design, doesn't that mean there can be unintelligent design?
So, like what? Give me an example.
Like everything around us?
Like what?
The world,
An example?
nature.
Nature is intelligent. What's unintelligent?
I said nature is not intelligent. Are you weird?
Nature's design is intelligent. Are you weird?
No, it's not.
It is.
That's
why I was telling you about the Fibonacci sequence.
Listen. Hold up.
And what science says about it.
Hold up. What is intelligence?
What do you mean? What's intelligence?
I knew you were full of shit. You've just been using the fucking word. You don't know what it means. I mean, what does intelligence mean? You said nature is intelligent. What does that mean?
Let's assume I don't know what intelligence.
No,
means.
we're not assuming. You were using the word. If you don't know what that word means, bro, I'm done talking to you, bro. There's no way you were using the word the whole time and you didn't know what it means. What does it mean?
That's very convenient of you to excuse yourself in that manner when you know where we're heading to.
What does intelligent mean? That's a real question. I want to know what you mean by intelligence. You've been using it.
Brother, I'm telling you, I do not know. But if that's your escape,
hold up. Let me get this right. You said science has proven that nature is intelligently designed, but you don't even know what the word intelligently means.
Yeah, you can say that. Educate me against what science says.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna educate you.
That's convenient.
I'm going to give you time to go and educate yourself. Because you came up here running your mouth claiming that you were going to educate people just to end up proving that you're uneducated on the basic definitions of the very words that you're using. I didn't even bring up that word. You brought it up. And you said you were going to educate me.
Now,
and you
now
can't
let me
even
tell you
tell
what
me the
you've
meaning
done.
of
Now,
the
let
word
me
that you were
tell you
using.
what you've done. Now, let me tell you what you've done. All you've done is transfer you've navigated to somewhere else.
If you knew what the word intelligent meant, you will never make the statement that science has proven that nature is intelligently designed. It is your lack of education that has made you have that conclusion. I don't think it's a bad thing to lack education.
Anybody that's listening can look it up. If science claims that or not, it's not my mouth. It came from the horse's mouth directly. So you can look up if science says that.
Bro.
I'm not making shit up. So it's convenient for you to want.
Science has never claimed that anything was created. If anything, science claims the opposite. Yes, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one state to another. Everything is fundamentally made up of energy.
So let me say what I said again in case you didn't hear me.
Listen.
I said science claims there's intelligent design in nature. I've never said anything about creation.
Listen to me.
So why are you throwing words into my mouth, bro? I said science.
Bro.
Yeah.
You only said that to defend the fact that you claim that science backed the idea of a supreme creator. If there's a supreme creator, what do you call what the supreme creator created? Don't you call you creation? If a supreme creator creates, you call it creation, right?
So that's why I said you're shallow. It is not black and white like that.
My friend.
Calm your horses.
Answer the damn question. Answer the damn question.
I would answer you, but it's not black and white.
When you're
talking about the philosophy about creation,
it's not black and white. Is it pink and green?
Again, You can avoid the
If it's
ridiculous
not,
rhetorics.
no, 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 it does not need, bro. Like I said, the conversation is over. The moment you couldn't tell me what intelligent means when it was a foundational part of your argument.
No, you twisted it. You twisted it to make it seem like I said because I got confused. Like, was he talking about creation? Because I never said anything was created.
Come here,
I
break down.
told you
Come here,
there's
break down.
intelligent design.
Hold up. Let me run you through what we said. Okay, you started by saying that there's a supreme creator, right?
Yeah, in this sense, I haven't gotten to explain.
Bro. You started by saying that there's a supreme creator, right?
There's a source. There's a source.
Nah,
that's what I was going to explain.
Bro, I'm using your own words. You said there was a supreme creator, right?
There's a source. Can I correct? Can I or reiterate on that? There's a source.
Oh, so you didn't mean to say creator.
In this, that's why, because you're trying to take it so literal, I have to put it in a way that you comprehend.
Hold up. Science doesn't even say that there's a source either.
Now there is, and
science doesn't claim that there's a source that created the whole universe or that brought the whole universe. That's not what science claims. Science hasn't even arrived. Science hasn't even arrived at the source. We're literally still studying. We're still in an ongoing investigation.
What's the Big Bang all about? What's the Big Bang all about?
It's a theory.
The nature of man.
It's a theory that represents the horizon of our studies. So you know what a horizon is, right? When you look at the sky, where the sky touches the mountain, it looks like the sky is touching the mountain. That's the horizon of what you can see. But if you go closer to it, you realize that the horizon moves further and further away. So the Big Bang Theory, from a scientific perspective, is like the horizon of our studies. So the research we've done so far has taken us that far. So right now, the knowledge that we have about our reality begins from that point. It's not the universe itself that begins there. It's our knowledge of it that begins there. Past that point, we're not yet in the realm of solidified facts. We're still just purely theorizing.
From the Big Bang, what was the result of the Big Bang? I believe it's the Earth you find yourself in, or the universe you find yourself in, right?
From the Big Bang, what we observe is a chain of cause and effect that goes on in...
Which led to what?
Hold up. That goes on in how do I put it? Irreplicable patterns.
Okay, which led to what?
Which led to right now.
So right now is, let me guess, Earth and the universe as we know it, right? So before you say right now, the Big Bang and what it led to was a primordial Earth. Not right now. Not right now with you with your phone in front of you.
It eventually leads to right now.
So you don't need to skip the primordial part. I need to test your knowledge on what you know about primordial Earth.
We're not skipping any part. Listen, from the moment that they would have thought that the Big Bang happened up to right now, that's what we're talking about. Regardless of what the details are.
No, the details, you can't say regardless. That's why I tell you, you're an ignorant person, bro, because you willfully ignore important details. Now you're trying to skip from the Big Bang to 2025 when you have your phone. Then you try to say that you don't believe there's a God. You're ignorant, bro.
Hold up. What important...
There's things that happened according to science.
What important point are we ignoring?
Now, I'm telling you about primordial Earth. What do you know about that?
After primordial Earth, what comes after that?
Now, I'm not getting there yet. We're talking about primordial Earth.
But I've asked you the question. After primordial Earth, what comes after that?
Evolution of man? But hold on, slow down.
And then
slow
what
down.
comes after that?
You're ignorant. Slow down.
What comes after evolution of man?
Bro. Slow down.
Answer the damn question. What happens after the evolution of man?
Okay, before you kick me off your platform, because I actually want to humble you. So I'll answer you.
What happens after the evolution of man?
As in your words, we're here. in the words of Pakanga, we're here.
So from the Big Bang to primordial Earth to evolution of man to right here, what's your fucking point when it comes to the idea of a source?
Good question. Now, going back to primordial Earth, you're skipping something. Primordial Earth was empty, according to science. Now, this is where creation story comes in, according to science, which I'm sure you do not know nothing about, obviously, from the look and sound of things.
Brother, hold up. You say creation story from the point of science comes in at primordial Earth?
The emergence. So I'm using generic terms so that your followers can listen. The emergence. If I use terms like emergence,
you are one of those people that like to use words that you don't know the meaning of, right? You
If you
like
say
to
so.
use words. Okay, what does emergent mean?
Emergent? Emergent? The how do I put it in for your slow or fast mind to comprehend?
No, the only thing that's slow right now is your brain cells. They're not firing because you could have answered that question 20 seconds ago. If
Yes,
you knew,
because
if you
let
knew
me
it, you would have answered it. Just tell me, what does emergent mean? I said you're that kind of guy. You like to use words that you don't know the meaning.
oh my god. So
Bro,
are we having
what does
a
emergent mean?
vocabulary debate, or
What does
am I
emergent mean?
educating you on something?
No, understanding the words will facilitate your ability to convey your ideas, right? I don't need to be smarter than you or you smarter than me. I think we can communicate, bro, as long as we have a basic understanding of the basic meanings of words. But if I discover that you're using words without knowing the meaning,
So
what the fuck are you
yes, so
telling me?
let's save the time of you and your viewers. So emergence, from my understanding and the general understanding of the word emergence, is in the nature of the story or the philosophy of about how man came about, is the mixture of earthly elements, or the catalyzation of the elements that were under the atmospheric force or pressure at the time, that emerged into intelligent beings, in the sense or in the philosophy of the emergence of man. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Are you following me? And can I proceed?
Bro, it's so embarrassing.
We're still talking about primordial earth.
Listen,
which
listen,
you haven't
listen,
had any valid input about.
Listen. You must think that someone here is a fool, okay? We began by talking about the universe and talking about a source, right? And the source, if the source begins at the creation of primordial earth, bro, you have failed to account for everything that happened before that. And guess what? That defeats your entire point.
You
okay?
No, you answered that.
I don't know.
That already.
I don't know why you're stuck.
No, you answered that already.
Listen. I don't know why you're stuck on one specific period in time when we're literally talking about the entire timeline.
I'm asking you if I can proceed.
We are talking about the entire timeline, and I have no interest in letting a man who doesn't even know the meaning of the words he's using to drag me along useless tales. Okay, validate your claim that science says that there's a source.
I'm telling you about scientific facts, not
validate.
Why do you think they're my words?
Validate your claim that science says that
everything I've said, you can back it up by science. Everything I've said, do your research.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Another question. Can I proceed?
No, I'm
it
going to
feels
ask
like
you a
an
question.
exam right now.
I'm going to ask you a question. When science says that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, what does that mean?
Bakanga, can I proceed to what I was trying to educate you on?
Oh, you can proceed to answer my damn question. What does science mean when it says energy can neither be created nor destroyed? We're listening.
It means energy is not created. In a sense, it's almost like a hypothesis in the word, or a claim. Can we proceed?
I ask you, what does science mean when it says energy can neither be created nor destroyed? And your answer is that it simply means that energy cannot be created. That's your answer?
I mean, am I wrong?
You are so wrong. The word wrong is not even wrong enough to describe how wrong you've been wrong, your entire wrong existence.
So, I mean, the irony is I was only imitating what you said. That was your claim. Energy
Stop
can be
imitating and speak from the source of your own knowledge. Take it a little bit seriously, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but you keep on asking me irrelevant questions, bro.
Every question I ask you,
I'm not here.
Listen. Every question I ask you is as relevant as the food you eat and the water you drink. And if it has an answer, you should be able to give me that answer because it is consistent with the claims you're making. You're claiming to be a science guy, so you must have a profound understanding of what science means when it says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. You must have a good understanding of energy within all its contexts. So if you understand that, can you tell me what it means? And because if you can tell me what it means, bro, then we'll probably be on the same page. The only way we cannot be on the same page when it comes to the source, especially from a scientific perspective, is because you don't understand what that is. Because if you're going to make a claim of a source, you better stick to the religious perspective. If you come into science, you are just straight up lying. You're lying.
So that's the problem. You're used to only talking. So it's strange for you to talk to someone that's not religious, and you're having a hard time. That's why you're making it about irrelevant questions. Now, if I was to ask you, Bakanga, tell me something about primordial earth. No. Tell me something. Tell me something about primordial earth that you know, Mr. All-Knowing Bakanga.
You say
Tell
you're
me
not
something
religious.
about primordial earth.
You say you're not religious, but you believe in Jesus.
Of course not.
Oh, you don't believe
Why are
in
you
Jesus?
making assumptions, bro?
Hold on. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's what I'm asking you. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So you don't believe in Jesus?
No, I do not.
Oh, you don't believe in Allah?
Of course not.
You don't believe in God?
I'm telling you your concept. That's what I'm telling you. You're ignorant.
Brother. So you don't believe in God?
What do you think God is? I believe in a source. There's a source.
Listen to me.
I don't believe. I don't even believe. I know there's a source.
This is the question. The question is: so you don't believe in God?
No, I do not.
No. You don't believe. Okay, bro. If you don't believe in God, then you're in the wrong place now. I see where the misunderstanding is. We don't have an argument.
But no. There's an argument. There's a God-like source.
Hold up.
There's a God-like source.
Listen to me. No. I don't care what the else you. I don't care how much coffee you're cooking in your brain right now. You just say you don't believe in God.
Don't run.
Bro,
no. We're not on the same page. No. I'm telling you, we're not on the same page. No. We're not on the same page.
Bro, you say you don't believe in God, right?
You don't even know about primordial earth, bro. You're ignorant.
Bro, you say you don't believe in God, right?
You're only here to fight religion. That's all you do.
Bro,
that's all you know.
Did you just say you don't believe in God? Bro, I'm gonna ask you one more time.
No, I do not.
You don't believe in God, right?
No, there's a source.
What does my screen say? What does my screen say?
Yes, but God is not a real person, so it's the devil.
What does my screen say?
God is not a real person, so it's the devil. But it doesn't mean there's
that's not all my screen says. What does my screen say? In totality.
Request only if you disagree.
And do you agree with me that God is not a real person?
How convenient, Bakanga. You're not willing to learn. That's your problem.
Listen. Answer the damn question.
Will you answer me next? If I answer you, would you answer me next?
Do you agree with me that God is not a real person? Yes or no?
I've answered already, but would you answer if I ask you the next question?
Yes or no?
I've answered, but I'll answer again.
Do you agree with me?
God is not a real person, but that doesn't mean the concept of God does not exist.
I don't give a fuck. The point is, we're on the same page. You agree with me. You can think what you want to think. I'm going to deal with those who actually disagree with me. You understand? So you cannot play both sides. You're trying to play both sides. You're trying to say you agree with me, but you're trying to make an argument as though you disagree with me. So which one are you? If you're confused, that's your problem.
I'm not confused. You're ignorant and you're so loud in your ignorance.
Guess what?
You don't even want to listen.
What does request only if you disagree mean?
Because I disagree with your ideology that there is no form of God.
What does request on the screen? What does request only if you disagree mean? Well, just tell me what it means,
Jesus
now, bro.
Christ. Bro, I've been watching you for a while. I don't think you're this childish, bro. Like, listen to me. You said some things.
Bro, I don't think you're picking up
on the line.
I don't think you're picking up on it. I don't want to talk. Listen. I don't want to talk to you about whatever is making your stomach contract. I want to talk to you about the subject on the screen. Bro, listen. My point is to prove the point on the screen. So despite all your arguments for the existence of God, you still agree with me that God is not a real person. There is no argument here.
Yeah, but my argument is from what you said. That's all I'm saying, not what you wrote on your screen.
Do you understand that as long as you understand that God is not a real person, I don't give a fuck what you think God is, because that's just going to be you?
No, it's science.
Bro,
it's not me.
I don't care if it's your grandmother. The point is, you agree with me.
You see, you're being ignorant and you're trying to be funny. Like,
thank you for your time, brother.
I'm trying to educate you.
Okay?
Yeah, you
Have
too.
a good day, okay?
Stop being ignorant, bro.
See, this specific brand of religious people, they have demonized the idea of God in their head, but they still like elements of the idea. So when you put them in a position where they should defend the idea, they try to play both sides. But it's obvious, it's evident. Bro, deal with your confusion. Okay, deal with your confusion. If you don't think that God is a real person, why does it matter what else you believe about God, bro? The whole argument on the whole reason why the God subject is even relevant is because some people think it's a real person. If you don't think that God is a real person, that means you've already figured it out. So we don't need to argue about it anymore. You can just think whatever you think. That's fine for your entertainment. I can think whatever I think. And then if you're going to come up here and make statements about science, but you don't even know the most basic, because, bro, I'm not doing that whole super intellectual shit. I don't like to do that. Basic. Then using words that you don't know the meaning.
Hello, how are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. How about you? Please go straight to your point.
I'm good. What? Yes, I will say what I want. First of all, you termed that God is not a real person. Of course he's not a real person. He's not a person. What make you think that God is a person?
What is a person?
The man that was before me said something about source.
What is a person?
A person, like people, like you have people attributes. People's character.
Hold up.
Main character.
Hold up. Listen,
Yes.
this is what you should do, my brother. First of all, you say God is not a person. That means you agree with me. But I think that you have a hard time understanding what a person is. So I'm going to drop you off right now. But do yourself a favor. Go and look up the meaning of the word person in detail and have a solid understanding of it. Okay? But we're already on the same page. God's not a real person. As long as God's not a real person, all the religious stories are false and fake, because all those stories claim that God is a person. They claim that God has a personality. God has the ability to be angry, the ability to punish, the ability to reward. Those are all personality traits. Okay? So the Muslim God is a person from the Muslim perspective. The Christian God is also a person. A person doesn't have to be a human being. They just have to be someone that has real objective reality. So they have a physical representation and they have a personality. Then they're alive. Your dog has a personality. Your dog is a person. Your goat, your cow, your pig is a person. They have personalities. They have feelings and emotions. If you think that God is not someone who has feelings and emotions, then we're on the same page. Because guess what? Such a person doesn't exist. So whatever else you might call your God is just an idea that you're exploring. And I don't have an argument with that. So thank you for your time. Okay, bro? Have a good day. You see? God is not a real person. That's a good place to start. Once you realize that God is not a real person, listen, religious people, when you actually realize that God doesn't exist, the first thing you're going to wonder is, why the fuck did you spend all that fucking time doing all those fucking rituals? All those rituals. Going to church, praying out. When you realize that all those hours of prayers did not actually change a thing, cannot change a thing, will not change a thing, you would then ask yourself, why was I really praying? You were praying to convince yourself that the world is not what it is, but it should be what you feel like it should be. You are praying because you are overwhelmed by the reality in front of you, and you are looking for a magical response, a magical source, something magical to somehow delete your mistakes, change your circumstances. My friend, you are not special. You're not the first one to suffer and die in this world. You are not the first one to suffer and die. Because I'm telling you that if your solution to your problem is prayers, you will suffer and then you will die like all those who died before you. And your prayer will still be the most useless thing you ever did. Use your brain to find a solution, even if the solution means you have to beg other people. But if you're waiting for an imaginary being that you believe in by faith and you read about in a book to come save you, my friend, you have been scammed. I don't know how else to say this so it can penetrate the depths of your brain. You have been scammed. It is the most popular and the most sold scam in existence. You are wrong. Okay? Jesus doesn't love you because Jesus cannot love you because Jesus doesn't exist. So who is really benefiting from the fact that you think that Jesus loves you? Is it you? There is no God. There never has been. There never will be. If you don't like it, cry about it. Hold up, bro. Let me. This is it's praise and worship. Let me sing a worship song real quick.
Go ahead. Do your
There
thing.
is no God. There never has been. There never will be. If you don't like it, cry about it. When you cry, don't talk shit about my singing. There is no God. There never has been. The only place you can find God is in the back of your head. You see? Don't you dare say my singing skills are not great. Y'all know I can sing. Shit. I believe in my heart that I can sing better than Beyonce. Don't you dare tell me I'm wrong. I can sing better than Beyonce. I can sing better than Eminem. Does Eminem even sing? Shit. I can sing better than Lil Wayne.
He raps.
I know he raps. That's the whole point.
I mean, no, he does do a little bit of melodic stuff in some of his songs, like Mockingbird for his song Haley. I grew up as a big ass Eminem fan. I'm a '90s baby, bro.
The only reason why the only musician I cannot sing like is Drake, because they say Drake is sus. But hey, oh, never mind. Did I say that out loud? What's up, bro?
Not much. How you doing today, my brother?
What you got, man? What you got?
Well, I actually I've been following your page for a while. This is probably my first time being your guest, but as regards to the theme of your live here, yes, I do believe in God. Now, I'm not saying that I'm here to convert you or to force you to believe in God. If we could, unlike the last two guests you just had, we could have a civil conversation and come to a point where we can agree to disagree on several things. You know, but I would just like to
Before we have that civil conversation, give me a second. Emily.
Yes, sir.
Emily.
Hello.
What demon in hell possessed you today to where you decided to come up?
I had time today and I just wanted to pop in and say hello and also make a few announcements. Guys, let's tap up the screen. Let's get this live to 200K likes. Let's tap, share the live. There is no God. God is not a real person. Let's go ahead and just tap the screen, guys. And I just
Tap the
wanted to say
screen
hello,
and let the
Wakanda.
bullshit go. That's right.
Alrighty, that's all. I will let you continue, and you guys have a good rest of the
Really? That's all you
day.
came to say?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Shit, I'm doing great. It's been a while. Where you been at?
I've been working and I've been in school full time. So
You've been slaving. You've been slaving in the slave system.
yep, unfortunately.
Don't worry. When we die, we're gonna go to heaven. Okay, we're not gonna have to work anymore. There's gonna be gold. You know, the angels will do everything for us, including wiping our ass when we shit.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, we're gonna be blessed in heaven. Shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Emily.
Oh,
Definitely. That's
yeah,
what
I
I
just
was
wanted to
like.
say hi.
All right.
Yeah,
Take care of yourself, okay?
thank you. You too.
Yes, ma'am. All right, I am Lord. Now that Emmeline is done, what you got? Please go straight to your point, bro. Please be precise and straightforward.
Well, you said request if you disagree. I actually just that God is real. Not really exactly sure exactly.
Is God a real person?
I believe that God is real, but I also know that no one has ever proven the existence of God, as well as no one has ever disproven the existence of God as well.
That's usually what it's like with fictitious stuff. Anything which cannot be proven or disproved is
Chris
probably
literally just
fictitious.
said that nobody has proved it or disproved it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Think about it, bro.
Yeah,
In
somebody
in
just tagged
order
me in your comment.
in order for you to even have a reason or a reasonable excuse to disprove something, there has to be elements to those things which are already emphatically existential, like things that are so true that we don't argue about, right? There has to be an element of it. So if to prove that God exists, there are some things about God that must already be true, but that's not the case. So just like no one can prove that Superman exists or disprove that Superman exists, because it's not even an argument of if Superman exists, because we already know that Superman is a fictitious character. The same thing is true about God.
Superman is fictional.
Yes, and we also know that about God. We also know. Look at the ancient world. Every nation had their own God. Every household could have even had their own God. Very rarely did you see a man try to convince his neighbor that, hey, my God is the God and yours is not. No, there was a mutual respect for everyone's own God, because everyone knew that a person made God of what they wanted. Everyone makes their own God. And tradition and culture is incorporated in that process. We know that about God. In fact, we know that gods are mythological. We have so conveniently classified the gods of every other civilization as a myth, except the Jewish mythology. It's something I find so disingenuous, right? We call the Greek gods mythological characters. We call the Norwegian gods mythological characters. We even call the Hindu gods, oldest religion on earth, mythological characters. We call African deities mythological characters. But the myths and fiction of the Jews were supposed to pretend like it's real. Nah, get the fuck out of here.
I feel you on that. Now I feel like that's really from that could be from a lot of biased research in the past by many Christians. Because me personally, yes, I do believe in God, but I don't. When people say like, "Oh, my religion is the one true religion," I don't believe there's one true religion. Me, I believe that all the religions are supposed to be like a puzzle we're supposed to get put together to get the bigger picture. You feel me? Because there's, just like how you said, every country has their own religion. It's ironic how when you go into studying these religions, at the beginning of each religion, each god created the first man out of dirt and clay. You know what I'm saying? They all have similarities. So they have similarities, but they also have differences.
Yeah, those similarities, especially the one that were made from clay, is a natural product of what we observe when the body decomposes, right? So yes, right. Human beings have correctly assumed that human beings were made up of the same elements as the soil or the earth, because when a person dies and we watch their body decompose, it eventually turns to dust, which is very the same. So the theory is that the belief for a long time was that, oh, human beings are made up from the dirt. And then science was able to corroborate that. But that's observable. Now, how did human beings come from the dirt? That's the problem. They just imagined that, wow, it couldn't have happened on its own, when in fact it did. So now imagine, if it did not happen on its own, what do we think it came from? So some people imagine a fertility goddess. Some people imagine primordial beings. Some people imagine gods. Some people imagined creators, but not almighty ones. And some people imagine an almighty creator. You see, people just made up an imagination for what they didn't know.
And that's where they're saying where they say at funerals, from ashes to ashes, to dust. You feel me? Because that common belief that the first man and humans and children was created from dirt and clay and dust.
It's like, hey man, think about it. Okay, imagine that you and I were part of a native tribe in Africa, right?
Exactly.
And then one day we pull up in the middle of the woods and we see a helicopter there. We ain't never seen that shit before. We never seen anything like it before. We come from a place where we believe in Ombongo Bongo. What would our natural conclusion be if we see something like that?
Yeah, I'll be able to do it. Yeah, man. I got you.
What will our natural conclusion be?
On my bad, Banka, Bakanga. 1 second, my mom just asked me. I'm over here visiting my parents. Yeah, I'll be able to do it. Oh, no, I can do it before I leave. Yeah, I can definitely do it before I leave. All right, ask that question again, bro. I apologize.
When you consider the way the world is, and you think to yourself, there are some things you know and some things you don't know. So let's say that you and I were a bunch of native villagers in Africa. And what we know is that Ombongo created the whole universe. We live in huts. We use clothes weaved out of trees. We pretty much live like some of our ancestors lived. We've never been exposed to any modern technology whatsoever. Have no clue how it works. Then one day we pull up into the woods and here is this helicopter just turning and spinning. And here is this
thing in the sky.
What do you and I think that is if we see that?
Possibly we'll probably think it's like a demon or an angel or something. Just
We're going straight supernatural.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. What I'm saying to you about all supernatural claims is that they are all claims born out of ignorance. They are a claim born out of an ignorance that cannot be overcome and a lack of patience to deal with that ignorance. All of them. All of them. All supernatural claims.
One slight question, brother. Where are you from?
I'm from Wakanda.
Wakanda? All right, the actual place you're from, brother.
I'm from Cameroon, bro.
Cameroon, okay. I think it's better. Well, I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I think it's better to have a dialogue when you have a better understanding where the person you're talking about is from.
Don't worry, bro. I've dabbled with religion enough to understand that no matter how smart or how not smart you are, religious claims are made up. And the reason why they remain relevant is because it works. It works when it comes to controlling people and when it comes to making money. It's useless to participate in a religious belief system if you're not going to be one of the producers. You might as well start your own. Start your own church. If you're going to be a Christian, start your own church. You can make some money. You know, you don't just be a commodity. Don't just be a member in somebody else's empire.
I mean, I get your point, but if you're supposed to be a Christian, yes, money is important no matter what religion you talk about. You feel me? Each religion tells you that you need to get money. You have to provide for your family.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, religion can only lie to you so far, right?
More than about the money.
No, listen, but that's only today. That's only today. Okay, the relationship that religion has had with money is the same relationship that governments have had with taxes.
Right.
Yeah, they make you understand that shit is not voluntary. You gotta give, and the problem is that when you give and it accumulates, you can't even enjoy it yourself. You see, you can scam someone into doing a good thing, but it doesn't change the fact that you had to scam them to do it.
You had to scam them to do this good thing.
Yes. If you can scam someone into being charitable, but if you had to go through the effort of having to scam them, then their charity is not a sincere charity.
It's shit. Your charity is shit.
Yeah. Yeah. And Christian charity is easy to exploit. You can exploit Christian charity for all kinds of things. In fact, shit, do you know why the United States sends out a lot of missionaries?
Tell me, brother.
That's the easiest way to get the CIA into any country.
Okay.
It's been the easiest way to get military spies into any country since human beings started having civilizations and more than one person. If I approach you as a spiritual, religious person, you drop your guard down. If my intentions are malicious, you do not catch me until it's too late. When the missionaries come, they establish a line of communication.
Right.
And then they try to understand the level of thinking and knowledge of the specific society. Once they have that information, they relay it. And then they exploit your covetousness. They exploit your greed. And then slowly put themselves in the position to restructure the entire mind of a nation. Now, they might bring in goods to trade, right? The missionaries come first, then the traders come. Then you get along as friends, then they settle. Then they start bringing this weird equipment. And then they tell you that, hey, look, our people are not getting along with your people, so we're just going to quarantine this camp for ourselves. Please don't let your people come in this camp. Then all of a sudden, you don't know what's happening in the camp run by foreigners on your land. Before you know, boats pull up with soldiers. And before you know, they're taking your shit.
Hey, look.
Hey, it's a 100-year, 200-year process.
American heritage. So, hey, keep preaching to the choir.
Facts.
They
Facts.
taking your shit.
Bro, that's what a scammer is. The whole point of a scam is you don't realize that I have scammed you until I'm gone. You identify a successful scam when the scammer is a victim, not a potential victim. And you can easily identify a scam if you apply the principle of, you learn to identify things consistent with the principle of too good to be true. Too good to be true. If the effort necessary to get the result is not equivalent or balanced, you should be skeptical. Because either you're committing a crime or you're being scammed. And heaven and hell is a scam. Oh, bro. Let me tell you something.
That's where we agree to disagree at. But continue.
Listen, bro. Have you ever heard of the word human resources?
Yes.
The most important thing to any man that has ambition and wants to grow his empire is to amass human resources, even more than monetary resources. Okay, you want people that will do what you tell them to do. You can have all the money in the world, but if no one will obey you, your money is useless. So having power over the minds of the people has always been a prestige that is far more than just having more money than people. That's why kings and queens have power and authority, even if they're not the wealthiest people in their nations. They have the power to rally and form entire armies. So any ideology, any philosophy, any belief system that makes it hard for the ruler of a land to govern over its people, or to control the minds of his people, or have access on the minds of his people, such ideologies are shunned away. But any ideology that makes the minds of the people pliable and receptive to authoritarian commands, despite the fact that those authoritative commands might not necessarily be humane, that's what the system promotes. Okay, it's very difficult to get people to do what you want them to do without making it make sense in a country where no one believes in God. But in a country where everyone believes in God, you can make people do anything without reason. You just got to tell them that God told you to do it. And there's many ways to make people think that God is the one instructing a specific thing. When Islam started spreading in the good old days, what did the Europeans do? The Europeans became afraid of the spread of Islam. This was a new culture, a new religion that came after theirs, and it was spreading, and it was already in Europe. Spain was already completely taken over. So what did the Europeans do? Well, we got to rally and kick these strangers out of our land. But they couldn't rally in a political way. They couldn't rally in an economic way. They could only rally in a religious way, right? So I can say the same thing to the young white guy in England, and the same thing to the young white guy in France, and get them to act in the same way, because they believe the same God. They have the same belief system that I can wield that belief system to get them to do my will. This is the empire of God, and we are God's chosen people in the earth. Among us, there are farmers. Among us, there are blacksmiths. There are even carpenters. Among us, there are those who lay bricks. Among us, there are philosophers and kings and queens. We have different responsibilities on the day-to-day basis, but my brothers and sisters, my fellow people, we have a responsibility to stand for righteousness as ordained upon us by our gods. These pagans have come from a foreign land with a foreign god, and they seek to invade our culture and destroy the traditions grounded in righteousness that our ancestors left for us. In the holy name of Christ, I call upon all those who have this same conviction as I do to take up arms and let us push these strangers out of our land. By so doing, preserving an environment for the gospel and the message and the traditions of our ancestors to flourish. Who is with me? Who will do the will of God? Who will answer this calling? Bro,
Hey,
in that moment,
now I'd like to touch back on the little subject where you said where you brought up how every country has their own different religions and stuff. So like I just said, I'm African American, but I also have Native American heritage. So let me on that aspect, like the duality of my heritage. You feel me? Really, truthfully, I'm a pantheist. That's when you believe that the universe is God. The universe is a manifestation of God. You tolerate all gods and whatnot. But I identify as a Christian because that's the way I was raised. But when you go into my heritage, so I'm Blackfoot, Native American, and Cherokee. Most people probably don't realize this when they talk about it, but have you heard of Bigfoot? I know you probably don't believe in Bigfoot, but I know you've heard of Bigfoot, right?
I see Bigfoot. I see Bigfoot every day when I see my feet.
But look, all right, I get that's funny, but look, listen, like I just want to put this in perspective for you. So over here in America, a lot of white people saying they've seen Bigfoot, they believe in Bigfoot, but what most people don't know and realize that in the Cherokee belief that Bigfoot is the Cherokee devil. That's the devil. He's a Bigfoot. And he has mind control abilities, all that, but he's the Cherokee devil.
And how come I've been in the United States for 15 years and I ain't never seen Bigfoot?
Time out, Bakanga. Kid Chris, no, I'm not wrong for believing in God, because we do believe in God. So you might
no, you're not wrong for believing in God. You've just been scammed.
Yeah,
you just been scammed.
I've been noticing people been tagging me in your comment sections. Some people just need to. You feel me? You feel me? It's cool that they join your live, but hey, don't speak on things that you don't really know what you're talking about.
Oh, bro, but you know that in today's world, you gotta be thick-skinned enough to handle that type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm really not, because like I just said, I'm a Blackfoot Native American, and collectively our tribe actually believes that our creator God.
So you have African
creator God, Epistotoki, and the Christian God are actually similarly one and the same. So no, I'm not wrong for believing in God.
So you have African heritage and Native American heritage?
Yes, sir, I do, brother.
All right, that's good. At least you're not.
I don't know what African tribe I come from, though.
No. That's facts. You don't need to know what tribe.
But that's clear as day that I'm black.
Hold up. That's what I was about to say. I could tell you what tribe you're from.
I got a homeboy. He used to say.
I can tell you. I can tell you what tribe. I can tell you what tribe you're from.
Which one you think I'm from?
The black one.
You damn right.
That's because black people don't like to think like that. They don't like to see the whole black race as a tribe. But that's what we're going to need to do if we're going to leave our mark in this world and not be.
You don't know me nor my family to tell me what is my heritage, bro. You're lost trying to tell me what I am.
It's all okay. Listen. It's okay, bro. Check this out. I like that you said that. You see the word you just used, heritage, right?
Yes.
That word heritage comes from the word inheritance. Heritage. Heritage. Inheritance. That's what religious beliefs have always been
Totally not a
to every tribe and every group. Every tribe and every group saw their religion and their culture and their beliefs as their heritage. They get to shape it, they get to form it. It's their own people, it's in their image, it carries the stories of their ancestors. You see, unfortunately, bro, let me tell you something. There is one thing within the oral traditional system of transmitting history, and it's a big problem that found its way into the written form of history. Before human beings started keeping records, human beings used to tell stories by word of mouth. Exactly. But because the stories were too many, people realized that you couldn't tell a story and the story transmits itself accurately by word of mouth. So people started focusing on transmitting lessons. Lessons. So I will tell you a story.
About a black man believing in God, Kid Chris.
I will tell you a story about our ancestors that will teach you a lesson that our ancestors learned, even if I have to tell you a story which didn't really happen. As long as the lesson was learned, the story where the lesson was learned might not even be as interesting. But I can make up or change the story however I need to in order to emphasize the lessons. So if I'm telling the story to my grandchildren and there were 5 monkeys, I can say there were 100 monkeys. And because little Babongo was obedient to his father and mother, when the 100 monkeys came and destroyed the farm, he was at home. Right? So history became focused on transmitting lessons. So people were allowed to make up stuff. Now, when history started being recorded by hands, well, guess what? It was no longer anyone who could make up stuff. But if the king did not like the way the story was written, he would just command the scribes to write that shit. Like, bro, we fought this war, we lost this war, but don't write that shit down like that. Like, what do you mean by Goliath? What do you mean by Goliath got killed? Nah, you better write there that those people use a trick to take down Goliath. Right? That's why the kings of old, they will make statues of themselves, and those statues will be massively big. Bro, the first human beings that wanted to be worshipped are those who were talented and skilled. That was also a contributing factor to the development of religion. The most skilled and the most talented became so popular that they started enjoying that celebrity culture. And that celebrity culture became legends. Those legends became demigods. Those demigods became gods. And eventually all the gods became one god. At the same time, human beings were trying to become one empire. That's the dream of every king that ever ruled this world who wanted to expand his kingdom.
I hear you, but
they imagine what it would be like if the whole world was under their domain. Go ahead.
So look, Kid Chris, like I just said, I'm really a pantheist. That's when you believe in all gods, you tolerate all gods, you believe that the universe is God and that the universe is a manifestation of God. So for you to say, because God was beaten to us from slavery, you do realize that we believed in gods before American slavery and colonization. So when you say it is shameful for a black man
it was never in the literal sense.
You don't know which God I'm referring to.
It was never in the literal sense. It was never in the literal sense. That's why, bro, human beings invent gods like we invent superheroes.
Right.
That's the point. Once it's been invented, it's really hard to get rid of it, especially if it gains popularity. At the very best, you can't get rid of it. At the very best, it's just going to undergo a metamorphosis. Like right where I am right now, I could start a brand new religion. In fact, that's my intention. My intention is to try to disrupt the religious business by trying to find an alternative, right? But the alternative has to be something real that human beings can centralize and build a common value hierarchy from.
The literal terminology for what I just said is called a pantheist. It's not omnitheist.
Pantheism is just poetry. Pantheism is poetry. Nothing more, nothing less. Pantheism is poetry. It's that original poetry. The whole world used to be pantheist in the beginning. It was not common for me to say, well, my God is real, but yours is not. It was always, my God is real, your God is real, but mine is stronger. That's what it used to be. Then when monotheism came about, it became, my God is real and yours is not. And then Christianity, Islam came. The Christian is like, my God is real, yours is not. The Muslim is like, well, my God is real, yours is not. Well, what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to fight.
Yes, for every atheist, that's literally the definition I just stated. It's when you believe in all gods, when you tolerate all gods, and you believe that the universe is God and that the universe is a manifestation of God.
Poetry. Thank you for your time, brother. I appreciate you, okay?
You too, brother. You have a blessed one.
For sure. You know how it is, man.
For sure.
That's right.
I'll always come back. I might not jump in your guest box,
man,
but I'll
you got
always
that,
come join your live. And
you've got that nonchalant vibe, and that's why I said pantheism is poetry, bro, because if you were a typical religious person, you would have spent the whole fucking time up here being offended by every fucking thing I said. But your ass was out here laughing. That's because you understand. You understand what I'm saying, bro? You understand that God ain't... It's just an idea.
Yeah, I didn't come up into your live to say you wrong or to try to convert
you. You could have, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm just a believer.
You could have, and that's more of a testament.
Agree to disagree.
That's more of a testament of how you think and to consider that you don't really disagree with me. But hey, thank you for your time, bro. Have a good one, bro.
You too, bro.
Have you ever wondered why despite all the gods that human beings claim exist, despite all the devils and the demons that human beings claim exist, you have never seen one since the day you were born? And supposedly they are over here causing trouble every day, or angels out here saving people every day? With the amount of demonic activity, with the amount of angelic activity that religious people claim, why don't we ever see any of these beings? Why don't we ever see demons, angels, and gods in the same way we don't see superheroes and supervillains? Why is it that the only place where you can see a biblical character is the movie theater? Why is it that the only place where you can see God is a movie? Just like Superman. Why is it that the only place where you can find the devil is in the movie? Many of you love that show Lucifer on Netflix, right? Why do I have to go to the movie theater to see Jesus die on the cross? Oh, did he die on the cross or did he hang on a tree? Because the Bible says both. Typical contradiction. There's no such thing as they exist on another level. There are not multiple levels. There's only one level. This is the level. This is the level right here. There's not another level. You have attached your feelings and your emotions to the idea of God. That is why my words are offensive to you. And I know there are some of you right now, you're about to cry. There's somebody right now who is so angry, who is so disgusted by what I'm saying, they are ready to break something.
No, nobody cares. But you mentioned pantheism. First of all, the Bible do agree with pantheism. It's just that all those gods that you think are like the creator of this earth are like fallen angels that that human chose to worship. Those are not real God. That's the only difference.
Can I ask you a
all
question?
of those gods that the other people worship, they just fallen angel.
Let me ask you a question. So you believe in fallen angels?
Go ahead. Huh?
You believe in fallen angels?
I do, yeah. Do you know that in the Bible, in the book of Enoch, the amount of angels that fall down in heaven equal the same amount of meteorites that they found that they claim came down on Earth and killed the dinosaur? Those were actually fallen angels, and the numbers are equal.
Fallen angels killed the dinosaurs?
No, I'm saying that the meteorite that they claim fall down on Earth that killed the dinosaur, they claim that's what happened, but that's not true. If you look at the numbers, it's the same in the book of Enoch for the fallen angel who fall down on Earth.
Let me ask you a question. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Even if you believe in fallen angels, have you ever considered the possibility that the God that you might be worshiping might be one of those fallen angels?
No, because he's above all
No,
of
no, no, no.
those.
He claims to be, but what if he's actually one of those fallen angels?
No, because he proved himself already that he is above all of those false gods.
How did he prove that?
First of all, he came and proved himself.
He's not the only one that came. Zeus also came many times.
Do you have any historic proof that
Yeah, you just have to
Zeus
study.
came?
You just have to study Greek mythology.
Yeah, that's called mythology. That's not history. You need to know the difference.
Jesus is a mythological character. He's not a historical
No,
character.
he's not. He's actually written. Every source that is written about Jesus are historical literature, not mythology.
No.
Once you know the difference between the two.
No. History doesn't write about Jesus, first of all, because
But
secularly.
yes, most historians approve his crucifixion.
Hold up. There was a fictitious character that historians wrote about. It doesn't mean that the fictitious character existed.
If it's history, then it existed. Then we can make the claim that everybody in history did not exist.
Listen.
No. You're trying to use that argument, but that means no one in history existed.
Sister, are you claiming that the Egyptian gods also existed?
That what?
That the Egyptian gods existed.
They claim them as God, but they are fallen angels.
Well, the
that
Jewish people claim that it was God, but it's also a fallen angel.
Yes.
In fact, you want to know? You want to know?
I get your point.
No.
Hold
up. Do you want to know how we know that the God of the Bible, if fallen angels are real, the God of the Bible is one of them?
How?
The God of the Bible claimed that whose God is he?
He's the only true God.
No. That's a claim that he's making. But as far as human beings, which God did he? Whose God did the God of the Bible claim to be?
The Creator.
No, whose God? Whose God?
No, of everyone. He came first. Okay, listen. I know what you're trying to say. You're gonna say that he's the God of Israel?
Hold up.
That's what you want to say?
Does the Bible not say that he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Yes, but let me explain something.
Sister, hold up.
No, you hold on.
No, does the Bible not say that other nations had their own gods?
No, listen. Okay, so when in the beginning, in the Old Testament, when he claimed to be the God of Abraham, Jacob, and Isaiah, is because he had to come as the Messiah. So he had to create
the
a
Old
lineage,
Testament.
a pure lineage.
The Old Testament is not history; it's mythology.
No, history. Did you know that most archaeologists...
Sister, wait. Take it easy with me, okay? I just said to you that the Old Testament is not history; it's mythology, and you claim that it's history.
Let me tell you something.
Hold up.
You make a claim. Let me rebuttal. Let me say something. Did you know that most archaeologists had to use the Bible to discover some place in the world? Without the Bible, most archaeologists would have never discovered some places. So
False.
No, it's not a mythology.
Hold up.
No, that's true. You can look it up.
Sister, do you know what a mythology is?
Yes, I know.
What is a mythology?
It's like just a myth, like something that is invented that.
Okay, when you hear a story, how do you know that it's made up? If someone doesn't tell you that it's made up, how will you know that it's made up?
When there's actually like no support,
No, no, no. Let's say
any
you
form of
no, no,
support.
yeah, yeah. Let's say you read a story. There's no form of support. Just by reading the story, can you tell that it's fictitious,
Yes,
mythological?
because most of the time those stories take place in a world that is not Earth and that happen in a world that doesn't exist. But the Bible, everything
Hold
that
up, hold up,
happened in
hold
the
up, hold up,
Bible
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. That's not
follow
true. That's not
history.
true.
It
That's not
follow
true.
history.
That's not true. There are
That very
many.
okay. Listen.
No, no,
Did you
no, hold up,
know
hold up, hold up,
that?
hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. There are many mythologies that are actually set on Earth. Greek mythology
I
is set on
agree.
Earth. Hold up. So
I
I'm saying
agree.
to you, how would you know just by reading a story that it's mythological? There are certain qualities of mythological stories.
Okay, when it's impossible to be provable, like you cannot prove
No,
that
listen,
book
listen.
at
I'm gonna
all.
tell you. I'm gonna say, when a story has mythical creatures, you know that it's a myth. You know what a mythical
No,
creature,
no. Okay.
sister?
Yes,
Do
I
you know
know
what
what
a
is it. I
do you know what a
what it is.
mythical creature is?
Yes, it's like a fake creature that they made up that doesn't
Okay,
exist.
so let me ask you a
But
question.
listen,
Hold up, hold up, hold up. A talking snake. Did you know that a talking snake is a mythical creature?
no, because we lose that ability to be able to talk to animals.
Sister. That's not the question I asked you. Did you know that a talking snake is a mythical creature? There has never been a time in this world when a snake could talk. Do you understand that?
You have no proof. That's just a claim. You have no
Sister,
proof.
we have the
Just
ability.
because right now you're unable to. That the,
Listen,
okay, okay. Listen. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Wait. No. Let me say something.
Sister. Oh,
Let
no,
me
no,
say
hold up,
something.
hold up, hold up,
Okay,
hold up.
no. You
Hold
never.
up.
You know the ice age, the
Sister.
animals in the ice
No,
age.
no, hold
You
up,
never
hold
saw
up,
them
hold
either.
up, hold up. I don't want us to go past this point. Are you saying to me that every mythical creature that is claimed by human beings actually existed, and the only reason why we think they're mythical is because animals have changed? So you think that there were
Yes, you guys
dragons?
think it's mythical because you haven't seen it right now. You cannot
Sister,
experience
let me
it
tell
right
you
now.
something.
So
In fact, hold up.
wait,
No, hold
but
up.
by your claim, we can also say that all of those animals that are extinct right now, we can also make the claim that they are mythical creature because we have no proof that they existed. We only have like scientific claim that they trying to create
No,
like with the bones that they
if
found.
science makes a claims, they found remains, they found fossils. Okay, that's a
They
different ball
found
game.
fossil, but
That's
they
a different.
presuppose with those
That's
fossils.
that's a
They
different.
presuppose with the fossil that they found that it
That's.
must be
Hold
that
up, hold
creature.
up, hold up, hold up. Have you ever seen a horse with a horn in the middle of its head?
I did not, but there's
Calm down now. Calm down.
there's sea
Let's take it
creature
easy.
who has that horn.
Sister, have you ever seen a horse with wings that can fly?
No.
Okay. The Bible says a horse came down and took Elijah to heaven. The Bible also says Jesus is coming back on a flying horse. Did you know that?
Okay.
Did you know that? So so I'm curious. So where you are right now, you are waiting for Jesus to come back on a flying horse?
Do you know that if you ask people back in the days, did you know that we will have a telephone where we can FaceTime with no nothing, just a phone with a screen?
Sister,
There's
my
stuff
question.
that right now you think it's impossible, but you don't know what could happen.
Sister, my
Who would
question
have
is,
guessed that AI will exist today?
Sister,
Nobody knew.
Sister, and that's how we know that the word of God is not the word of God, because the Bible apparently has prophecy, but the Bible did not prophesy AI. It didn't prophesy air travel. It didn't prophesy machine guns. It didn't prophesy computers. It didn't prophesy cars. It didn't prophesy the fucking internet. And you supposedly think that the Bible?
What would this benefit the Bible?
That
This
will prove
has
to us,
nothing to do with the Bible.
sister. that will prove to us that the people in the Bible knew what they were talking about. Because do you know why John saw Jesus coming back on a flying horse in his generation? Because horses were the main form of transportation. They couldn't imagine how someone could fly in the sky.
Okay, so
without.
you're gonna tell me that he will come down with a car? That would be a more believable scenario.
Sister, let me ask you a question. If Jesus came back today in a spaceship, will you believe him?
That's not what it says that he will come in.
Hold up. If Jesus came out today, everything was the same, but except of horses, there were spaceships. Huge, massive spaceships with all types of weapons. And his angels were not beings with wings, but his angels are a bunch of robots with high technology. Will you believe that that's Jesus?
No, because that's contradict the Bible.
No. Let me tell you something. You see, the people of the Bible, even the things they imagine will be limited to what they can see in the world and compare the world. And in order to inspire their imagination. They couldn't have imagined flying crafts through the sky because they had no reference. So they imagined a flying horse, they imagined a talking snake, a talking donkey, they imagined Jesus walking on water. When in fact, I'm pretty sure if someone was there studying those things scientifically, all the so-called miracles, you would find that if those things actually happened, there were natural explanations to them. You didn't have to use a supernatural explanation to explain anything that happens in this world. When people say that something is supernatural, it's because they are ignorant about what has actually happened. So if you actually know what has happened, then you realize that, oh shit, it's natural. So you right now, you have no idea if you believe in Jesus. You say you're waiting for Jesus, but you have no way to identify Jesus when Jesus shows up. And if Jesus shows up in any way that contradicts the Bible just a little bit, you're not going to think it's Jesus. And yet Jesus cannot show up exactly as the Bible has prescribed.
Why he cannot? That's a prophecy. That's the purpose of a prophecy.
Sister, because such things don't happen in our world. It's like you saying you're waiting for Superman to come back.
No, that doesn't make any sense with what you're saying, because you're saying that because they didn't know about cars, that means that that's why they choose a horse instead of a car, because they didn't know that.
Let me give you an example. Let me give an example with the horses. In the book of Revelation chapter 16, it says that in the end times, the river Euphrates would dry up, right?
Yeah. But
it says that the river would dry up so that the kings and the armies from the east can cross the river. So according to the Bible prophecy, the Euphrates River dries up so that the kings from the east who are trying to invade Israel can cross. But the people who wrote the Bible did not know that in 2025, human beings don't need rivers to dry anymore, because human beings can just cross them on huge boats, or human beings can just fly their armies over waters. But we know that in ancient times, they couldn't have imagined. Shit, if they had flying machines in their generation, I bet you the story of Moses splitting the Red Sea would have been a spaceship picking them up and dropping them off on the other side. They wouldn't have written Moses using a stick to split water. That's nonsensical. That's purely nonsensical.
No. Okay, but that's the proof that it does follow history, because why would they be on a boat in a time where boat didn't even exist? So now you're just proving my point that it does follow history.
Hold up. Who was on the boat?
Because you said that if they knew that a boat would exist, then they will say that Moses didn't split the sea.
No. I'm not talking about Moses. I'm talking about the Euphrates River. Whoever wrote the book of Revelation said that the Euphrates River would dry up so that the kings can cross. Of course, in those days, you had to bring your cavalry and your army on foot. You couldn't fly them. And if you have a river as big as the Euphrates, you cannot cross that river unless the river dries. But in 2025, whether the river dries or not is not a problem. It's not going to stop any army in any way, shape, or form. So guess what? Even if that river dries and there is an army from the east that wants to cross over and destroy Israel, they won't have to cross the river.
But
or they won't have a problem crossing the river.
Okay, but they knew about boat. They knew they could travel in boat, because there's many passages in the Bible, in the New Testament, where we see Jesus and the disciple on a boat traveling.
Sister,
is not a problem.
Sister, the war of Armageddon, that war, it's supposed to be an army that is more than 200,000 men Okay, it's supposed to be a massive army that all the kings from the east will gather against Israel. That's what it says, and they will have to cross that Euphrates River to get to Israel. But that would have only been true in a generation where they didn't have modern technology. That's how you can know that that book was written and mythologically invented by people who had a certain mythological limitations. Now, I had another question that I needed to ask you real quick. When I said to you earlier that the Old Testament and the Torah is mythology, you said to me that I was wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You sound like you're educated. Can you tell me one mythology from the Greeks? Just one. Just one.
Well, we have the Greek gods.
You know any of them?
We have Zeus,
And how
Venus.
did we find out about these mythologies? How did people today know about those mythologies?
Because it was pretty popular. They talk about it.
Yeah, but eventually the Greek empire fell. So why do we know about what they believed? How do we know?
I know where you're going with this. They wrote about it.
Okay, they wrote about it. Fine. And yet it is still mythology, right?
Yes.
So there's historical records documenting what the Greeks believed, right?
But the thing is that those gods do not.
Sister, wait.
No, but those story
Now
about
I
those
want
gods.
you. Now the Greeks were.
Do not align
Sister,
with
wait now.
history and the world that we live.
Sister, neither does the Bible. Neither does the Bible. Okay, hold up.
Yes, it does.
Hold up. Now, you told me one Greek mythology. Can you tell me one Babylonian mythology that you know?
I don't have, no.
Can you tell me one Egyptian mythology that you know?
No.
Can you tell me one Norwegian or Viking mythology that you know?
Just make your point.
Okay, can you tell me one Celtic mythology that you know?
Make your point.
How about a Chinese mythology or an African mythology or a Hindu mythology? Okay, check this out. Do you think that every civilization had its own mythology?
I do, yeah.
Tell me one mythology of the Jews.
I couldn't even mention the Egyptian mythology. You want
Sister, you are a Christian and you're a Bible believer who spent her whole life believing the stories of the Jews. You should at least be able to tell me something about the Jews, which has nothing to do with your Bible. So tell me sister, tell me one of the mythologies of the Jews. Now we know that mythologies usually involve gods. Mythology involves supernatural beings. Mythologies involve supernatural occurrences. So tell me one mythology of the Jews.
You want me to say that the Torah, the Old Testament, is the mythology of the Jews, but most mythology was written by one person. How a mythology can be written by different people in a space of 1,500 years, people who didn't even know each other. They don't even know each other, and they all wrote about the same thing.
All mythologies were religion. All mythologies were within religious systems. The Babylonians had their mythologies associated with, tied to their religion. So when we call it mythology, we are pretty much dismissing the religions of those countries. We're dismissing the Roman religion. We're dismissing the Greek religion.
But
the
most
Egyptian
of those
religion.
mythology do not even have, like, first of all, they don't have the source when it comes from. It just spawned out of nowhere.
We don't have
And
the
also,
source of
like,
where the Bible comes from.
Yes, we know who wrote the Bible.
Okay,
And
let me ask you a
also,
question. Hold up, sister.
You know, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to not let me speak so you can look like you can cook, but you're not cooking.
Hold up, sister. It's not about not letting you speak, okay? It's about you addressing my points, and my points don't require that you give me longer than 10-second answers. Hold up. Who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible?
Moses.
Now tell me, what is history?
What do you mean?
What is history?
What is history?
Yeah.
It's a written collection of what happened.
When does something need to be written to be considered historical as far as describing what happened? Is it before that thing happens? Is it after that thing happens, or is it during when that thing is happening?
During and after.
Okay, if something happens and I wasn't there, and I come back 100 years later to write about it, but I don't know anyone who was there, but I just write what I hear other people say, is that still history?
It's close to history.
Can you tell me
This is
exactly
the
what
closest
happens?
that you can.
Hold up. Can you tell me exactly what happens?
If many people claim the same thing.
Sister, can you tell me what happened?
Okay, I want to know about history, and I hear a lot of people making the same claim about the same thing, and I wrote about it. Yes, it's considered history. You have no choice to accept the eyewitnesses that
Yeah,
said
but
that
what
this
if
and this
you
happened.
live in Nazi Germany where they burn books and burn other accounts? Where they
I will
burn
go with the
No,
oral
listen.
tradition.
Let's say you lived in Nazi Germany or a country like Nazi Germany where they burn the narratives of that contradict that of the ruling elite. What would you do? How would you know history?
If most people confirm it, yes, that
Most
would be
people,
history.
most people cannot confirm it. Most people can only confirm the books that have not been burned. But the information that has been burned or that has been regulated by the government, you cannot find out. So how do you find
No,
out that
but there's
history?
always like an oral tradition that started from like someone who was there, and that oral tradition
Okay, how
transmitted to
accurate?
people, to other people.
How accurate are oral traditions with transmitting information?
I wouldn't say 100%
No,
accurate,
it's not
but
even close. It's not even close. The stories change over time. Now, I asked you about Moses, right? So check this out. How the fuck did Moses know how the world was created? He wasn't there. He was
I know he
supposedly.
wasn't there.
Hold up. How did
But you
Moses
know who
know?
was there? You know who was there?
Sister.
Listen, okay, watch this. You
No,
know
no,
who was there?
hold up. How did Moses know what would have happened almost 4,000 years before he lived? And why the fuck would you consider that history?
You know who was there?
Now answer my question first before you tell me who was there. Why would you consider Moses writing about what happened 4,000 years before him without any research?
Because someone who was there told him.
And you have proof that someone who was there told him that?
Yeah.
What's the proof?
God was there. He created the world.
Sister.
So it's
No.
just told Moses.
Do
Then Moses wrote
do you
about it.
have proof that God told Moses something?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, how many times have people claimed that God told them something but God didn't?
Many people could make that claim.
What are the chances that Moses was one of them?
You know why Moses is not one of them? It's because all of the other prophets that came after Moses that didn't even know Moses can confirm the same thing as Moses.
Were they
So
part
if
of the
everyone
country?
experienced the same thing,
Were they part of the same country that Moses had founded?
they are all Hebrews, but
No,
they didn't know Moses.
sister. Just like Americans today love their founding fathers, I'm pretty sure that the people of every country love their founding fathers. Okay, Americans today, they will talk about George Washington, Thomas Edison. You know, they're gonna sing songs about their founding fathers. I'm pretty sure the same thing is true about any Jewish or Israelite that came after. They worship Moses. Moses was their pioneer. Moses was the one that founded their country. He took them out of Egypt and he led them into a position where they were able to start their own country. So why are they not gonna support what he says and back him up? The question now is,
they can't support,
hold up,
believe what he said.
Sister. Now, were there not human beings in this world before Moses?
Yes.
Were there not creation stories in this world before Moses?
Yes, and they're all the same as Genesis.
What did the Egyptians believe about the creation of the world?
What I'm saying is that those other stories have no support behind it.
What did the Egyptians believe about the creation of the world? According to your Bible, the Israelites spent 400 years in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Egypt was already an established empire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what did the Egyptians believe about the creation of the world? Oh, in fact, Moses was raised in the palace of Pharaoh for 40 years, right?
Okay.
Moses was given the highest level of Egyptian education, right?
And he left. He
Why
gave
is
up
it
this
that,
because
okay,
God
can you
came
tell
to
me,
him and talked to him.
can you tell me why the 10 commandments, Moses had to borrow it from the 42 affirmations of Mahat out of Egypt?
You think like he took it from the Egyptian?
Duh.
That's what you're saying?
You don't know about the Egyptians. The Egyptians had these 42 commandments, which were not really commandments, they were affirmations. They're called the 42 affirmations of Mahat. And historically, they existed before the 10 commandments of Moses. Have you ever heard of that?
Okay. And
what is the creation story of the Egyptians?
show me. Prove it to me. You're making so many claims, but you haven't proven anything.
Okay, hold on. Prove it to you. Look at you. I can just say, it's history. It's history. Hi, Meta.
What's up?
What is the creation story of the Egyptians?
The ancient Egyptian creation story begins with a chaotic, watery abyss called Nun, from which the sun god Ra, or Atum, emerged, bringing order to the universe. Atum created himself from the waters of Nun and then gave birth to Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. They in turn gave birth to Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess, establishing the fundamental elements of the universe. This myth illustrates the cyclical nature of creation, where life arises from the primordial void and continues through generations.
Now, according to Jewish mythology, Moses was born and raised in Egypt. What influence would Egyptian culture what influence would Egyptian culture have had on the beliefs and the dogmas of the Jewish nation created by Moses?
That's a thought-provoking question. That's a great question. If Moses was indeed raised in Egyptian culture, it's likely that Egyptian influences can be seen in the early beliefs and practices of the Jewish nation. Some scholars have noted similarities between certain Egyptian and Hebrew texts, as well as parallels in moral and wisdom literature. Egyptian ideas about justice, morality, and the role of the divine might have shaped Moses' worldview and informed his leadership of the Israelites.
So a lot of the morality of the Mosaic nation are not original moral standards. They are moral standards. They are laws and principles that human beings had already previously understood. The only difference are the mythological stories associated.
Many of the moral principles and laws found in the Mosaic tradition do have parallels in earlier cultures, including the Egyptians and Mesopotamians. The Code of Hammurabi, for example, predates the Mosaic law and contains similar provisions. It's possible that the unique aspect of the Mosaic tradition lies not in the moral principles themselves, but in the way they're framed, interpreted, and attributed to a specific divine revelation. The narrative context and theological framework surrounding these principles might be what's distinct, rather than the principles themselves being entirely new.
Is there any morality or new moral standard that is actually of a higher standard introduced by the Jewish Torah, which human beings did not previously already have?
That's a thought-provoking question. One concept that stands out is the idea of loving your neighbor as yourself, which is a central teaching in the Torah. While similar ideas existed in other cultures, the Torah's emphasis on treating others with kindness and respect as a fundamental principle of moral behavior is significant. Another example could be the Torah's emphasis on the importance of justice and compassion for the vulnerable, such as widows, orphans, and strangers. These ideas were not entirely new, but the Torah's articulation and emphasis on them might have been distinctive. The notion of a single, all-encompassing God who demands justice and righteousness from his people also gave these moral principles a particular weight and authority.
So rather than having multiple authorities at the divine level, having a singular authority facilitated the governing of the people as far as the people's ability to abide to those laws.
Having a single, all-powerful deity can indeed facilitate the governing of people by providing a unified moral framework and a clear source of authority. With one God, the rules and expectations are seen as coming from a single, supreme being, which can make it easier for people to understand and follow the laws. This can also contribute to a sense of cohesion and unity among the people, as they share a common understanding of the divine will.
What is the disadvantage of not having a unified, centralized God? What's the disadvantage of that?
One disadvantage of not having a unified, centralized God is that it can lead to conflicting moral and ethical codes, as different deities may have different expectations and demands. This can create confusion and ambiguity, making it harder for people to determine what is right and wrong. Additionally, without a single, overarching authority, it can be challenging to establish a cohesive sense of identity and community. As different groups may worship and follow different deities with different values and priorities, it can also lead to a more fragmented and potentially contentious society.
So in order for human beings to achieve a one world government, a one supreme creator is the best political path to take.
Having a single, supreme creator can potentially facilitate global unity and cooperation by providing a shared moral and philosophical framework. A unified belief system can help bridge cultural and societal divides, making it easier to establish common goals and values. However, it's also possible for people from diverse backgrounds and belief systems to work together towards common objectives without a single, supreme creator.
Hold up. Say that again. It is possible for people to what?
It's possible for people from diverse backgrounds and belief systems to work together towards common objectives without a single, supreme creator. They can find common ground and shared values through other means, such as mutual interests, humanistic principles, or philosophical agreements, and collaborate to achieve their goals.
Historically, in terms of facts and facts only, which of these two methods have proven to be more efficient in terms of advancing human civilization?
Amazing question. Historically, societies with a unified belief system or a strong central authority have often been able to achieve significant advances in organization, infrastructure, and cultural development. However, when it comes to innovation, creativity, and progress in human rights and individual freedoms, diverse and pluralistic societies have often excelled. It's complex to pinpoint one method as definitively more efficient, as both approaches have their strengths and weaknesses. And the outcomes can depend heavily on the specific historical context and how these belief systems or governance structures are implemented.
Well, I'm speaking from a very generic perspective. For example, let's say that human beings today are contemplating finding the best path forward in terms of achieving, a peaceful world. If we had the option to have one unifying entity or belief system behind one supreme divine being, or if we had the option to each have our own idea of supremacy, our own idea of divinity, which world is more effective as far as progress in terms of civilization?
If I had to generalize based on historical trends, I'd say that having diverse perspectives and ideas, including multiple concepts of divinity or supreme beings, has often driven human progress and innovation. This diversity can foster competition, creativity, and adaptation, ultimately leading to more rapid advancement. A single, unifying entity or belief system might provide stability and cohesion, but it can also stifle dissent and limit the exchange of ideas. In the long run, the benefits of diversity and pluralism might outweigh the benefits of unity under a single entity.
Could that perhaps explain why, after the Reformation and the Renaissance, when people began to think outside of the box of the limitations put by their religions, human society greatly progressed technologically and civilly?
That's a thought-provoking question. The Protestant Reformation and the Renaissance did mark a significant turning point in human history. As people began to question established authority and think more critically, it led to an explosion of innovation, scientific discovery, and cultural advancement. The emphasis on individual interpretation, intellectual curiosity, and the pursuit of knowledge helped lay the groundwork for the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution. This period saw tremendous progress in fields like physics, mathematics, and engineering, and it laid the foundation for many of the technological and societal advancements we enjoy today.
Thank you for your time. Now, sister, I know that it was a lot, but did you follow from what he said about Moses, the creation story of the Egyptians? What she said about Moses when he was in Egypt? And then what she said about the unifying idea of God and the plural idea of God. Did you get all of that?
Yes, I did, and I just want to talk about how it says that yes, Moses might have some inspiration from the Egyptian mythology, but let's not forget that I did mention earlier that those gods are fallen angels, and they were there during the creation of the earth. So yes, they have similarities,
Who
but it
said
doesn't
that?
mean that Moses.
Who said that those gods were fallen angels?
The Book of Enoch.
Was the Book of Enoch written by the Egyptians?
No.
Was it written by the Romans?
No.
So guess what? If America gets up and say, well, the Chinese language is from fallen angels and the American language is from God, is the true divine language, and then the Americans build an army and they win a war, does that mean that the Americans were right?
What I mean is that it's part of the Bible, and it does say
Yeah,
that
of course.
those
That's the whole
gods.
point. That's the whole point of the the Abrahamic
But what
gods.
I mean is that resemblance is not a proof of copying.
Yes,
Not
it
because
is.
there's
It is.
accents.
It
No, it's
is.
not.
Sister, listen. It
No,
is.
that's a
If
fallacy.
listen. It is if it came before it.
It doesn't mean
Listen,
anything.
listen. Judaism is to ancient mythology as Protestantism is to Catholicism. Did you know that? It literally came out of it. The idea of a virgin birth. Let me give you an example. Jesus was born of a virgin, right?
Right.
So was
Are you
Horus.
gonna bring Horus and say that he was born from a virgin?
Yes.
But that story is not even, that's not even true, and that's not even the same
Hold
story.
on. It's not true. Why?
Because I found out that those claims were a lie. People made that up because they
So
just wanted to
hold up. How did you find out that it was made up?
Because I read a book about it a long time ago.
And what did the book say?
It says that it's not that she was a virgin. It's just that she had how do I say that? She get pregnant, but not by another person. She got pregnant by, I think it's a spirit or something like that.
Yeah, that's what people
But
say about Mary too. That she actually was fucking someone who was younger than her. And then by the time Joseph came to marry her, somebody had already gotten her pregnant. But Joseph loved her so much that he did not want to put her away. So he took ownership of the child. And then...
that's not what happened. That's so not true. Oh my God, where did you get that?
Sister, I read a book that told me that.
No, that's false claim. No,
Oh,
you
hold
made
on,
that
hold on.
up. You
But
just
you
made that
read
up.
you read a book about the Egyptians.
Yeah, but that's the mythological book that does explain the actual story that happened.
Sister, this is also a historian that
No,
someone that
that's
can
not from the
analyze.
Bible. That's
Sister,
not from the Bible.
listen
This
again.
is
Listen
not the
again.
actual book.
Listen
If
again.
it's not from the Bible, then it's not true.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Let me ask you a question. You believe in Jesus, right?
Yes.
How old are you?
None of your business. I'm over 21.
Okay. You're over 21. And how long have you believed in Jesus?
3 years.
In those 3 years, how much of the Bible have you read?
Most of it.
You read most of the Bible?
Yeah. I did read the whole New Testament, but the Old Testament, I have not finished it yet.
You read the whole New Testament?
Yeah.
Why didn't you start in the beginning of the book?
Because they said that since the Old Testament is just about the coming of the Messiah, it's more important to focus on the New Testament first
Who told you
and then
that?
going scholars,
Which one?
people that have studied the Bible.
Have you ever wondered why they told you to do it like that?
To understand the Old Testament better, because the Old Testament is about the coming of the Messiah.
Don't you see how that's a problem?
That's not a problem.
The problem
Because
is
the Old
if
Testament is all
listen. If you read the Old Testament first, then you can then read the New Testament and then make a judgment on your own if it actually matches. But if you read the New Testament first, you're gonna form biases, and then when you go and read the Old Testament, you will not be able to fight your biases, so you won't be able to see it. You're gonna start putting things in there which are not there. That's why you need to read the Old Testament first, and then the New Testament is supposed to nicely flow to where you don't need someone to teach you that, look, this is actually talking about this. You'll be able to point it out yourself. So what you've done to yourself is that you fucked yourself now. Because every time you go and read the New Testament and you see something where it says sacrifice, your head is going to be thinking, oh, that's a shadow of Christ. That's a shadow of Christ. But you're not supposed to read it like
Yes,
that.
because that's the purpose of the Old Testament. That's
No,
why the Old Testament is here.
does the
It's
Old
for the
Testament
Messiah.
does the Old Testament say that that's its purpose?
No, but
Who
if you
told
read
you
the Old
who
Testament,
told you the purpose of the Old Testament?
scholars who read the Bible.
Did the scholars write the Bible?
No.
So if you pick
But
up the Bible, if you pick up the Bible,
study.
sister, if you pick up the Bible and the Bible is a book you've never read before, who in this world can convince you not to start from page 1 and then you look at them and think something is not wrong with them?
I mean, you can start from page 1 if you want to, but it's
Sister,
better
if
to
you would have
understand
started
it.
from page 1, you would have seen the talking snake and you would have known exactly what to expect in the whole book, and nothing that you read in the book would have made sense to you. So in order for me
That
to
is
get you
actually not true.
in order for me to get you to accept the bullshit, I first have to put you in a state of mind where you can accept that a talking snake existed. So I have to sell you the bullshit first.
That is crazy to say that, because first of all, because Jesus came and historian confirmed his crucifixion, we know that everything he said
Historians
is
do
true.
not confirm the crucifixion. You are lying. There is no, listen to me. There is no historian that wrote down that Jesus emphatically got crucified. Do you want to know why there's no historian that does that? Because there was nothing, hold up, there was nothing written when Jesus actually died.
It was written like a few years after.
By who?
Well, we have Josephus, then we have Luke, we
Who
have also
was Josephus?
he was a historian, and we also have Tacitus, who is also a historian.
What did Josephus write?
He confirmed the crucifixion, and Tacitus
No, he
confirmed the crucifixion.
cannot confirm. He wasn't there. He can only write about it. Sister, listen. Josephus could only.
Wait. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Hold on.
I know what you mean.
He could only have confirmed it the same way we are. So from Josephus' perspective, the story of Jesus was exactly the same as ours. He could only write down that just like I can write down that there are some people who identify as MAGA who love Donald Trump, and they did not raid the Capitol Hill on January 6, 2020. Donald Trump did not do anything wrong. Donald Trump has never committed a crime. He's a perfect individual. I can write that. I can write.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, I get it.
Hold up.
Wait. Let me say something.
I can write that, but it doesn't make it true.
Okay, fine. Okay, but let me say something. Example, you and a group of friends, okay, you guys witness a murder, okay? No one else was there except you and your friends. And now people want to know what happened. And you guys all confirm the same thing. You have no choice to accept that this is what happened.
Hold up. Who's you guys?
Okay, I said example. This is an example.
Yeah. But all the people who claim to have seen Jesus, we don't have their writings. They said there were 500 people. We don't have 500 testaments or 500 books. And none of the people who wrote,
because at that time not everybody could write.
Sister, Did Josephus ever claim to be a Christian?
No, he's a historian.
Okay, what did he write?
He read about history, about stuff that happened.
What exactly did he write? He could listen. He
You
could
want
not.
word?
No, sister. He could not have written about what happened because what he was writing wasn't what was happening. What was actually happening was that some people somewhere were claiming something, and he wrote it down. And then he wrote down what he knew about those claims. That's what he wrote. He wasn't
Okay,
writing.
that's my point.
Sister,
That's my
sister,
point.
listen.
No,
Sister,
no, you
listen.
have to listen to my point.
No.
You're not listening.
No, you're the one who's not listening because you're failing to make a mistake. Okay, check for example, right? Let's say that World War II happened 70 years ago, and no one ever wrote anything down about it. But there's a bunch of people claiming all types of things. Then I'm a historian in 2020, 70 years later, and I decide to write about World War II, and I write about black people, and I say, during World War II, there was no racism in the US military. There were a lot of people.
That's not the same thing.
Sister, listen. There are a lot of people. Hold up. There are a lot of people who are part of this MAGA movement who believe that black people have never been discriminated against. They have even formed a triple K organization and they're going around advertising. I can write that down. But now, does it mean that that's actually history in terms of telling me exactly what happened? No. That's simply telling us what was happening when Josephus was alive. There were some people making some claims. Now, the
No, it
claims
was
that...
not some people. It was a lot of people who made that claim. Everybody knew that this happened. He heard about it and wrote it down. But even before that, we have scripture of Paul, John, Peter, Luke. All those people already had established. First of all, before even the writing of the letters that Paul and the other disciple made, there were already a belief established by the community that was passed down through oral tradition.
Sister, and that's the problem with people like you. First of all, do you know that Luke never saw Jesus?
That's my point. He even in Luke 1 said that everything he wrote was eyewitnesses. Luke was a historian. He went and talked to all the eyewitnesses in order to write his gospel. He said it himself.
Hold up. If you're talking, I'm talking. No one's hearing you. Just hold up. My question was that, do you know? I didn't ask you to explain or give me. I said, do you know that Luke never saw Jesus?
But he said it. He said it in Luke 1.
Sister,
he said that
sister,
all that
say
he
yes
wrote
or no.
about in the
Yes
gospel
or no.
is about the eyewitnesses.
I'm going to start muting you, sister. Don't give me extra information. I don't care. My question was,
but
do
that's
you
the
know?
Point. You make
sister,
it, you
my
don't
question,
know.
my question, I gave you a question. You're ignoring the question.
No, you're ignoring my explanation.
The question,
he said
because
it himself.
I did not ask you for an explanation. Not every.
But because now
you can ask somebody a true or false question. Sister, you have been to school, right? You've been to school,
okay,
right?
Okay, true.
Do you know how to answer a true or false question? It's a yes or no. I don't need explanation.
Okay, yes, he didn't meet Jesus. Okay.
Okay, now tell me the name of the person that gave Luke all that information.
We don't have specific name of every people because he talked to many eyewitnesses.
Hold up.
History
Sister,
is written.
Sister, you don't know. You don't know.
And from those,
you don't know if he
wrote
actually spoke. Sister, you don't know. Just because I write something in the book doesn't mean that that's what happened.
Okay, then slavery never happened.
Sister, we have other ways of verifying slavery beyond just what is written.
Okay, then Christopher Columbus never discovered America.
Yeah, he did not. He didn't. He wasn't the first one here. There were already people here before Christopher Columbus. He's just credited with it.
What I mean is that he's not the one who discovered America to the European.
Yeah, he's not.
For Europe.
He's not. It's actually
That's
real.
crazy.
Yeah, it's actually real history. He did not. In fact, so check this out. Do you know that America is named after somebody called Americo Vespucci? Americo.
What I mean is that for the European people, Christopher Columbus is the one that opened America to those
No,
people. That's why we
no,
have now white people in America.
sister, no. In actual history, Columbus wasn't the first one here. He was just
Okay,
a
how do
time.
you know? How do you know?
He
Were
was
you there?
he was
Do you have any
one.
proof?
Sister, listen again. He was one of the first.
Okay, and where do you
But
get that?
he was one of the popular people. That's the history. That's the history.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because the history is corroborated by multiple sources in different places that never met each other.
Oh, you
Listen
see,
again.
you have
Listen,
multiple sources who
sister,
made the same
listen
claim.
again.
So
No,
now
no,
we
no,
have
no.
a
That's not what I
history
said. That's
of
not what
what
I said.
happened.
That's not what I said.
That's what
I
you
said.
said.
I said multiple sources in different places that never met each other. That's now I'm
Okay,
asking.
that's the same with the Bible.
Sister, listen.
They never met each other,
Listen.
and they wrote in 1,500 years. They were able to write a
That's
full
not true.
book.
That's
People
not
who
true.
didn't even
That's
know
not
each
true.
other.
That's not true.
Yes.
Let me ask you
Yes,
something.
we have
Hold up.
archaeological proof that those
Hold
scriptures were not
up.
written at the same time. Moses was dead.
She's not gonna stop talking when I said fucking hold up. Hold up. Now I'm gonna ask you one question, and this question is gonna debunk your whole claim. I'm gonna show you how it's literally make believe, okay? And I'm gonna show you how the 4 Gospels were not written by the people who were claimed to have written it. You say you read the New Testament, right?
Yes.
How did Judas die?
He was crucified. He was crucified.
Judas.
What are you talking about?
How did
Oh,
Judas?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I heard Jesus. Okay, wait. I misheard. Sorry, I misheard. He hanged himself.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I know what you're gonna do. You're gonna
No,
bring a
stop,
passage where it says they found his body on the floor. How come he was hanging, but they found his body on the floor?
Stop.
I
and
know
listen.
where you're
Stop
going with
and
that.
listen, and you're gonna learn.
I heard it before.
Hi, Meta.
Hey, what's up?
According to the Bible, and give me chapters and verses. How did Judas die?
Good question. According to Matthew 27, 3-10, Judas died by hanging himself after betraying Jesus. He was filled with remorse and returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, "I have sinned by betraying innocent blood." However, another account in Acts 1, 18-19 suggests a different circumstance surrounding Judas' death, where it's mentioned that he purchased a field with the reward for his betrayal and fell, bursting open. The Matthew account specifically states Judas hanged himself after throwing the silver coins into the temple.
Isn't there a contradiction here?
Interesting question. The accounts of Judas' death in Matthew and Acts do seem to present different details. Matthew focuses on Judas' remorse and his hanging himself, while Acts describes a more gruesome end where Judas falls and bursts open. Some possible ways to understand this difference include considering the distinct emphases and audiences of the two accounts, or that the accounts might be complementary rather than contradictory.
Yes.
With Judas hanging himself and then the rope breaking or the body falling in such a way that it burst open. Ultimately,
Yes.
reconciling these accounts can be challenging, and different interpretations have been proposed by scholars.
Okay, that would be true.
Tell them, Meta. Tell them.
Sister, can you stop? That might be true, Meta. Except there is a big problem with that story, because who bought the field where Judas died?
Good question. According to Acts 1, 18-19, it was Judas himself who purchased the field with the reward for his betrayal. But in Matthew 27, 6-7, it stated that the chief priests bought the field, often referred to as the potter's field, with the 30 pieces of silver that Judas had returned. This discrepancy does make it challenging to harmonize the two accounts directly.
It's not just challenging to harmonize, because either Judas bought the field himself or the chief priest bought the field. Now, the chief priest bought the field. In the story where we are told that the chief priest bought the field, then Judas hung himself. In the story where Judas bought the field, then he burst open. Those two claims cannot both be true. It's just impossible. One of them is a lie.
That's not
You're
true.
pointing out that the two accounts seem mutually exclusive, and it's difficult to reconcile them without one contradicting the other. The difference in the narratives does suggest that the accounts might be presenting different perspectives or emphases. And it's possible that one or both accounts might not be providing a complete or entirely historically factual description of the events. This discrepancy highlights the complexities of interpreting biblical texts and the challenges of understanding the historical context behind the accounts.
Now, according to early Christians, did the early Christians always agree and have a unified narrative as far as their claims of what happened, or were they different sects and different narratives that competed with each other until the point of canonization?
Excellent question. Early Christians did not always agree on a unified narrative. There were various accounts, traditions, and interpretations circulating among different communities. The process of canonization involved selecting certain texts and narratives that were deemed authoritative and compatible with the emerging theological consensus. Other texts and narratives that didn't fit this consensus were often marginalized or excluded. This process took time, and it wasn't until later, with the establishment of the canon, that a more unified narrative emerged. Prior to that, there was a diversity of perspectives and accounts.
Okay, so let's take into consideration, for example, the narrative that Jesus didn't actually die, or Jesus did not actually resurrect, and that his resurrection is more of a representation of the spirit of those who live on after him, continuing in his teachings. This is one of the early Christian narratives, and yet none of the texts which were canonized carries these specific narratives, and all the texts that back these narratives were excluded out of the Bible. Now, is it possible that during the selection of which book should be in the Bible or which book should be canonized, certain books were removed, though those books were more consistent with the historical facts?
You're raising a valid point about the potential for excluded texts to have offered alternative perspectives on Jesus' life and teachings. The process of canonization did involve selecting certain texts over others, and it's possible that some excluded texts might have presented different or more historically accurate accounts. The texts that were excluded, such as some Gnostic Gospels, do offer distinct narratives and interpretations of Jesus' life and teachings. Whether these texts were more consistent with historical facts is a matter of ongoing debate among scholars, and there's no straightforward answer.
What are the roots of the Gnostic Christians?
You're asking about Gnosticism. Gnosticism is a complex and diverse set of spiritual beliefs and philosophies that emerged in the early centuries of Christianity. The term Gnostic comes from the Greek word for knowledge, and Gnostics typically emphasize secret knowledge, or gnosis, as the path to salvation. They often viewed the material world as flawed or evil, and believed that the divine realm was separate from this world. Some Gnostic Christians had different interpretations of Jesus' nature and teachings, and their texts and traditions were often at odds with what would become mainstream Christianity.
So what happened to the text and tradition of the early Gnostic Christians? What happened?
Excellent question. You're asking about the texts and traditions of the early Gnostic Christians. Many of these texts were suppressed or lost as mainstream Christianity established its dominance and defined its canon. Some texts were actively sought out and destroyed, while others were hidden away and only rediscovered in modern times, such as the Nag Hammadi Library in 1945. These texts provide valuable insights into the diversity of early Christian thought and practice. Despite their historical significance, many Gnostic texts and traditions were marginalized or excluded from the mainstream Christian narrative.
So you're saying that we have historically backing evidence that there were early Christians who did not believe that Jesus resurrected?
Amazing question. Yes, there is evidence from early Christian texts and traditions that suggest some groups did not believe in a physical resurrection of Jesus. These alternative perspectives can be found in texts like the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Thomas, and other Gnostic writings. These texts often presented Jesus' resurrection as a spiritual or symbolic event rather than a physical one. The diversity of views on the resurrection in early Christianity highlights the complexity and richness of the theological debates and interpretations that were taking place during that time.
So the narrative, which became mainstream, did not become mainstream because of its veracity or its truthfulness. It became mainstream because it was the most politically aligning version of Christianity. Hence, the Roman Empire ended up making Christianity its official religion. What do you think about that?
The narrative that became mainstream Christianity did gain prominence in part due to its alignment with the political and social forces of the time. The Roman Empire's adoption of Christianity as its official religion certainly played a significant role in shaping the dominant narrative. Constantine's conversion and the subsequent Council of Nicaea helped establish a unified doctrine that would become the foundation for mainstream Christianity. It's likely that the narrative that gained prominence was the one that best suited the needs and interests of the powerful, rather than solely due to its historical accuracy or theological truth. This complex interplay between politics and theology continues to be a subject of historical study and debate.
So from a critical thinking and from a very honest perspective, we can look at mainstream Christianity and how it classified any alternative narratives as heretics, as being a politically driven narrative rather than an accurate representation of who or how Jesus might have lived and died.
That's a really great question. From a critical thinking perspective, it's reasonable to consider that mainstream Christianity's narrative might have been shaped by political and social forces rather than solely by historical fact. This doesn't necessarily mean the entire narrative is inaccurate, but rather that it's possible some aspects might have been influenced or emphasized to serve certain interests. Labeling alternative narratives as heresy could be seen as a way to maintain control and uniformity of belief, rather than allowing for diverse perspectives and interpretations. This critical perspective can help us better understand the complexities of historical narratives and the role of power in shaping our understanding of the past.
How about the return of Jesus? Is there any historicity attached to a group or early Christians, some early Christians believing that Jesus had already returned in their generation?
Well, yes. There is evidence in the New Testament and early Christian texts that some early Christians believed Jesus would return in their lifetime, or that they might have interpreted certain events as signs of his return. For example, the Thessalonian correspondence suggests that some Christians in Thessalonica believed the day of the Lord had already come. Additionally, some interpretations of Jesus' teachings, such as those found in the Gospels, might have led early Christians to expect his return within their generation. However, as time passed and Jesus did not return as expected, early Christian communities had to adapt their understanding and eschatological expectations.
Why adapt their understanding rather than just acknowledge that they were wrong and move on from the whole idea altogether?
Excellent question. For many early Christians, the belief in Jesus' return was deeply tied to their faith and understanding of God's plan. Adapting their understanding allowed them to reinterpret and recontextualize their beliefs in a way that still made sense within their existing theological framework. Abandoning the idea altogether might have meant rejecting core aspects of their faith and identity. By reinterpreting their expectations, they could maintain their commitment to their beliefs while still acknowledging the unexpected delay. This process of reinterpretation is a common phenomenon in the evolution of religious and ideological movements.
How many times has Christianity been reinterpreted in the last 2,000 years?
That's a really great question. Christianity has undergone numerous reinterpretations and evolutions over the past 2,000 years. Different historical periods, cultural contexts, and theological debates have led to various understandings and emphases within Christianity. For example, the early church fathers interpreted Jesus' teachings in the context of Greek and Roman philosophy. The Protestant Reformation led to significant reinterpretations of Christian doctrine and practice. Later, the Enlightenment and modernism prompted further reinterpretations, and today, Christianity continues to evolve in response to changing social, cultural, and intellectual contexts.
So what you're saying is that if a Christian from today was to find themselves in the ancient world and they met another Christian, it's highly possible that they would not even agree.
Amazing question. If a Christian from today were to find themselves in the ancient world and met another Christian, they might find significant differences in their understanding and practice of the faith. The early Christians had distinct cultural, theological, and social contexts that shaped their beliefs and practices. They might have held apocalyptic expectations, emphasized the importance of communal life, or understood Jesus' teachings in ways that differ from modern Christian interpretations. A modern Christian might be surprised by the unfamiliarity of certain practices, the emphasis on different aspects of the faith, or the lack of certain doctrines that are prominent today. The two Christians might struggle to recognize each other as sharing the same faith.
You're saying that Christianity has changed so much that a Christian from today could meet a Christian from 2,000 years ago and they will have a hard time agreeing that they have the same faith. What does that tell us about the Bible and the changes it has undergone?
That's a really great question. The fact that Christianity has changed significantly over time raises questions about the interpretation and understanding of the Bible. It suggests that the Bible's meaning and application can be subject to various interpretations and reinterpretations, influenced by historical, cultural, and social contexts.
So what you're saying is that they can just keep reinterpreting it for as long as the world exists.
The Bible, like many other complex texts, can be reinterpreted in new contexts, allowing its teachings to be applied in different ways as societal values, cultural norms, and human understanding evolve. This process of reinterpretation enables the text to remain relevant, even as the world around it changes. Different communities and individuals may find new insights and meanings in the text, which can lead to a diverse range of interpretations over time. This dynamic process reflects the ongoing dialogue between the text and the world in which it is understood.
Thank you.
That was very long.
Were you paying
You
attention
went to
though?
so
Were you paying
many
attention?
different points. I was paying attention. So
Oh,
first of
did you
all,
learn anything?
Meta,
Did you learn anything?
I already know about all of this. So let me
So
answer.
you already know that
No,
if
no,
you
no.
went
You've been
if
talking with AI. Let me speak now. Okay, so first of all, you try to bring the fact that Judas has two different he died in two different ways. Meta just prove you that it's just a different perspective. Second of all, you point out the fact
hold
that
up. What's your name? What's your name?
why?
So I can know how to address you.
Commissioner.
Your name is Commissioner?
Yeah,
Is that a nickname or is that your name?
nickname.
Oh, okay. Anyways, you're saying to me that if I told you that, look, somebody bought a field and hung themselves in their field, and then somebody else said to you that, no, that person didn't buy the field. It was actually the chief priest who bought the field. You're saying that you cannot identify that those are two complete different narratives. They don't complement each other in any way?
They do complement each other because the
Okay.
money with what he bought the field was
No,
the
that's not the
money
question.
that the
The
high
question is,
priest
who
gave
bought
to
the field?
Judas.
Who bought the field?
At the end of the day, okay, it's the
Sister,
money
who
that was
bought the
given to
field?
Judas.
And we want to know the
So
truth.
in one,
Who does the Bible say bought the field?
okay, but at the end of the day, we can all agree that someone
Who
bought the
bought
field.
the field? No, we
So
cannot agree on who. The who is important. Who bought the field?
okay, no. Wait. Let me explain. So we all agree in the event that someone bought a field. So someone actually bought a field. It's just that we have two different perspectives of who actually did the event.
Sister, one is true, one is a lie. Either Judas hung himself and somebody knew what they were talking about, or he fell down and splashed his open and somebody knew what they're talking about. That's two different ways of dying.
No, that's not too, okay. Okay, someone hanged himself, okay?
Yeah.
No, you have to let me finish.
Their body
You have
doesn't
to let me
split open.
finish.
Their body doesn't split open from hanging.
Yes. When you're too heavy for the rope, the rope break, so you fall and then you hit your head. Even Meta said that to you.
Hold up. You say what?
Okay, you hang yourself and you're too heavy for the rope. Okay, when the rope breaks, so now you fall down and you break your head. So what happened is that you have two different perspectives of the same events.
Hold up. Does the Bible say that he fell down and hit his head?
No, what I'm saying
Hold on,
is
no, no,
that you
no, no,
have
no,
to
no, no. I'm
put
surprised.
perspective.
I am wondering why you said that he fell down and hit his head when it doesn't say that.
Because in Acts it says that he fell down and broke his head, but
No,
in
it doesn't say
I
that.
think
It
it's
doesn't say that.
yes, it does say that. Even Meta
Hold up,
just
hold
explained
up,
it to you.
hold up, hold up. Hi, Meta.
I'm here to help.
According to the book of Acts, how did Judas die?
According to the book of Acts, Judas died by falling headlong, and his body burst open, spilling out his intestines. This account is found in Acts chapter 1.
Yeah, he fell down and his body.
Sister, his body burst, spilling out his intestine.
Okay.
Explain that to me. How that happens from hanging.
Okay, when you fall from the rope because you're too heavy. You fall and then you bust down. Your body busts down open because when you fall from very high, that's what happened.
Even people who fall, even people who fell from 9/11, some of them didn't even have their bodies bust out. Even people who
That's
fall
not
from
true.
skyscrapers.
You have no proof.
Even
Show me
people
the
who
proof.
fall,
Show me the proof. Show me the proof.
even a person
Show me
who
the
falls,
proof.
a person can fall.
Show
A
it
person
to
can.
me.
Sister, just keep quiet and listen. A person can fall from a fourth story, and their intestines will not spill.
Okay, that person is very healthy then.
Sister,
But this is something that can happen.
sister. It says he hung himself, right?
Yes,
Did he say the road broke?
but it said it fell down.
In Matthew. At least Acts was being written by who? Luke, right? Luke probably would have heard that story from somebody else. Think about it. Mark, the book of Acts was written by Luke, and then the book of Matthew was written by Matthew.
Yeah, so the eyewitnesses who saw Judas
sister. Do you understand?
have to let your guests talk.
Do you
have
understand?
to let your guests
Not
talk.
when one of my guests is being disingenuous.
No, I'm not being disingenuous. Listen, all I'm saying is that example, okay, you saw someone hanging, you know that person hanged himself. And then someone later start asking eyewitnesses what happened and what they saw, the eyewitnesses, what they saw is that his body was burst down. So what they saying is that, oh, he fell down. They assume that it's because it fell down, but some others know that it's because he hanged himself.
You're just full of shit. Hey, Meta, what does it mean to fall headlong?
To fall.
Hey, Meta, what does it mean to fall headlong?
To fall headlong means to fall or go head first, often in an uncontrolled or precipitous manner. It describes a motion where the head leads the way, often resulting in a sudden or forceful impact.
How does somebody hang themselves and they fall headlong? Was he hanging himself upside down?
I was not there, but what I can tell you is that is not my point.
No. One version says he hung himself. One version says he fell headlong. Explain to me how someone can hang themselves and then they fall with their head first to the point where their body splits. Explain that to me.
Okay, when you fall from very high, your body can split from when it's very high. So now what happened is when he hanged himself, that body fall head first and then he busts down. But you know what?
Sister, how does it fall if it's hanging? Matthew says it's the hanging that killed him. He didn't say that he hung himself, then he fell, then he died. He said he hung himself.
Yes, but he don't know what happened after that. He just know that he chose to hang himself. He don't know what happened.
It says that he did it so the prophecy might be fulfilled.
Yes, but what happened after is that the body fell down.
Sister, according to the laws of physics, a person cannot fall headlong who was hanging on a tree. He will fall down straight. He will fall down straight. Not his head first.
Not if you're moving.
How is he moving if he's hanging?
But that's the thing.
He's choking. How does it
Yeah, when you're
fall?
choking, you're fighting for your life, and then the rope broke, and he fell head
Sister,
first.
sister, I like that I'm doing this with you, and I'm only doing this to prove a point. This is why Christians, some Christians, are the most dishonest human beings you will ever see in this
No,
world.
you're the one who is
Sister,
dishonest because
let me
you're trying
finish
to
speaking.
pick and
Let me
choose
finish
that this
speaking.
is a
Let me finish speaking.
contradiction.
Do you know what a contradiction is?
I know what is a contradiction,
What
and
is a
I'm saying
contradiction?
that it's complementary.
What is a contradiction?
In when two things contradict each other, when if A
Okay.
is true,
Do you
then B
understand?
cannot be true.
Do you understand that someone who is hanging on a rope cannot fall down headlong first, no matter how high they are?
Yes, they can. If they're moving, they can fall head first. It's not impossible.
How are they moving if they're hanging?
Who said that he died immediately the moment he hung?
Matthew?
No. He said that Judas went and hanged himself.
Hey, Meta.
What I'm saying is that whatever could happen after that.
Hold up. According to Matthew, what killed Judas?
According to Matthew, Judas died by hanging himself. This is stated in Matthew 27:5, where it's written that Judas threw the money into the temple and left, then went away and hanged himself. The chief priests later used the money Judas threw away to buy a potter's field as a burial place for foreigners.
The field was bought after Judas hung himself. Remember, listen. The chief priest bought the field after Judas hung himself. Now, Meta, who does the book of Acts says bought the field with the money that Judas betrayed Jesus? And when does the book of Acts says the field was bought? Before or after Judas died?
Good question. In Acts 1:18-19, it's written that Judas acquired a field with the reward of his wickedness, and then he fell headlong and died. The field became known as the Field of Blood because it was bought with the reward for Judas' betrayal.
So according to Acts, Judas bought the field first before he died. But according to Matthew, he died, then somebody went and bought a different field.
Good question. The accounts in Acts and Matthew seem to describe different sequences of events regarding Judas' death and the field. Acts suggests Judas died in the field he acquired with the betrayal money, while Matthew says Judas hanged himself and later the chief priests bought a field with the money Judas returned. The two accounts appear to present distinct narratives about the circumstances surrounding Judas' death and the field's acquisition.
Now the question is, in fact and truly, was the field bought before Judas died, or was it bought after?
Let's see. It is difficult to reconcile the two accounts, and different interpretations exist. Some see the accounts as complementary, while others view them as presenting different perspectives or traditions. Without further information, it's challenging to definitively say whether the field was bought before or after Judas died, as the biblical accounts provide different narratives.
Is it possible that there would have been other narratives which were not necessarily written down?
Yes, it's possible that there were other narratives or traditions about Judas' death and the field that weren't included in the written accounts.
Is there any other historical documents that mentions Judas' death?
The accounts of Judas' death are primarily found in the New Testament, specifically in Matthew 27:3-10, and Acts 1:18-19. These biblical accounts describe Judas' death differently, with Matthew saying he hanged himself and Acts describing a gruesome fall where his body burst open. There aren't any other historical documents outside of these biblical accounts that provide definitive details about Judas' death.
So the only two details we have are giving us two separate narratives.
The two accounts in Matthew and Acts provide different details about Judas' death, and without additional historical evidence, it's challenging to reconcile the differences between the two narratives.
But these two narratives can't both be true. It's just physically impossible. It's physically impossible that Judas bought the field before he hung himself, and then also physically impossible that at the same time, the field was bought after Judas hung himself.
Let's see. The two accounts describe mutually exclusive sequences of events, making it difficult to harmonize them. One account describes Judas acquiring the field before his death, while the other describes the field being bought after Judas' death by the chief priests. Given the physical and temporal implications, it's challenging to see how both accounts could be literally true.
I mean, I don't know about challenging. It's impossible. In order for that to have been possible, contradictions will have to exist.
Hey, talk to me.
That's a really great question.
Talk to me.
You're right. The two accounts present a direct contradiction, and it's not possible for both to be true in a literal sense. The events described cannot occur in the way both accounts describe them without violating the laws of physics and logic.
That's all I was trying to tell you. If you
Talk
get
to
it,
me.
you get
Okay,
it.
so what happened is two different perspectives of the same
Sister,
events. It's not a contradiction because
did
if it would be a
he buy the
contradiction,
field? Did he
it
buy
would
the
be
field?
two different events.
Hold
But
up.
they both
The Bible is the
agree
word of God,
that
right?
Judah died at
The
the
Bible is the
same
word of God,
place,
right?
and someone
Bible is the word
bought
of
the
God,
money
right?
of Judas bought the
Bible,
field.
Bible is the word of God, right?
The New Testament, the Gospel
The Bible is the
specifically,
word of
both
God, right? Yes or no? Is the Bible the word of God?
the New Testament, the Gospel
Sister, is
specifically,
the Bible
those
the word
are
of God?
historic.
Is the word
Okay,
of God?
those are history.
Is the Bible the word of God? Yes or no?
The New Testament
Sister,
are
yes or no?
eyewitness
Is the
testimony.
Bible the word of God? You don't even have the ability to acknowledge if the Bible is the word of God.
I can, but the
Okay, then
thing
what
is
is
that
it?
if I
Yes
say
or no?
yes,
Is it the word of God? Yes or no?
it's not the verbatim word of God. No,
So the Bible is not the word of God.
it's not the verbatim word of God.
What kind of word of God is it?
Okay, so the New Testament, specifically the Gospel, are
What
eyewitnesses'
what kind
testimony.
of the word of God is the Bible? I'm not saying New Testament, I said the Bible. What kind of word of God is the New Testament? Is the Bible?
Okay, you want to talk about the New Testament, the Gospel specifically?
No, I'm talking about the whole Bible. Is it the word of God? Yes or no?
Okay, but the Bible, the whole Bible is a collection of different books.
I don't care.
So
I
if
just
I
want to
say
know if
yes,
it's the word of God or not.
but that's a fallacy. What
Sister,
you're trying
I
to do is a
want to know
fallacy.
if it's the word of God or not.
But you need to understand that the Bible is a collection of different
Sister,
books.
stop
If I
dragging
say
along.
yes,
I don't need to understand anything
you're gonna
else.
apply it.
Sister,
If I say yes, you're gonna apply
listen.
it to every single book of the Bible.
It is either true that the whole Bible is the infallible word of God, or it's not true.
You're
Listen,
not listening.
it is either true.
You wanna be
You're
right
you're the
so
one who's
hard.
not listening. No, listen.
You wanna be right
I
so hard.
have asked you a question that makes it impossible for you to lie. That's why you are running away from it.
I'm not running away from
Then
the
tell
question.
me, is the Bible the word of God? Yes or no?
That's a fallacy that you're
Is
doing
it
right
the
now.
word
That's
of
a
God?
fallacy.
It's a fallacy
You
to say
cannot,
that. It's a fallacy to ask you if the Bible is the word of God.
because you're not listening to my answer.
Sister,
You're not listening.
did I ask you a yes or no
Because you
question or
know that
not?
the
I
Bible,
asked you a yes or
no,
no question. It's yes or no.
you
If you don't
know the
want,
Bible is a
sister,
collection.
if you don't want to answer my yes or no, you can remove yourself, because you've already proven to me that you're a dishonest human being. You don't care about the truth.
No, you're a liar who
Sister,
frames people with dumb questions because
you don't even know if the Bible is the word of
deficient.
God.
You have an extra
You don't
chromosome in
even
your
know
DNA
if
that
the
makes
Bible.
you impossible to have a.
You don't even know if the Bible is the word of God.
You have an extra chromosome.
You don't even know if the Bible is the word of God. How can I keep talking to you, sister? This is not personal. You don't even know if the
You
Bible
are
is the word of God.
intellectually deficient.
You don't even know if the Bible is the word of God. How can I keep talking to you if you don't know that the Bible is the word of God, sister? Now you want to cry.
Can I?
No, you refuse to answer my question with a yes and a no. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in hearing anything you say, because you couldn't answer my question with a yes or no.
Question.
It is a yes or no question. It is a yes or no. It is a yes or no
No,
question.
it's not.
It is.
It's not. It's not, because you know the Bible is a collection of books.
Okay, hold up. Let me
You
show
know
you
the
something.
Bible is a collection of books. It's a collection of different books.
Hold up. Hi, Meta.
Hi.
Go ask your robot.
Answer me with a yes or a no, based on all historical facts, based on nothing but facts. Do Christians believe and claim that the Bible is the infallible word of God? Yes or no?
Yes.
The fucking machine can say yes, you can't. Thank you for your time, sister. Have a good day.
But it's a fucking machine.
Have a good day.
That's not the same thing.
Have a
They don't
good
even
day.
have our own consciousness.
Have a good
What the
day.
heck?
Have a good day. Just keep lying to yourself.
You dumbass. You
Keep
stupid
lying.
ass.
Did Jesus tell you to say that? Did Jesus tell you to say
You
that?
retarded extra chromosome.
Did Jesus, you see? The good thing is that at the end, these Christians reveal the immoral nature that they try to pretend like they don't have. Did you just observe that immorality that she just performed at the end? She showed her true nature. She showed her true nature. She doesn't believe in God. Nah. It's convenient. Either the Bible is the infallible word of God or not. Either Judas bought the field before he died, or the field was bought by somebody else after he died. You guys don't like to read the damn book. And because you like to jump left and right, you cannot notice this inconsistency. That alone, that one fact about Judas proves that the Bible is not the word of God. Whether you like, listen, you can believe it, you can cry while believing. You're still wrong. You are wrongly crying. You can believe it and you can cry while you believe. You can cry while you believe and you're still wrong. She said, extra chromosome, you are intellectually deficient. My friend, look at yourself in the mirror. You are the only one who is intellectually deficient. You are deficient of any honesty. You are deficient of the truth. You have a truth deficiency. Delta Airlines. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Delta Airlines. Why is Spirit posting about Delta Airlines? Bro, I'm gonna try to update it today. What's up, bro?
I'm good.
What you got for me?
Hello. I've got a whole lot of forgiveness, brother. How's everything?
Everything is fine.
Okay. I was listening to the conversation you were having with the young lady who just left now, and then, if you don't mind, I'd actually like us to, go in the direction of a more civil conversation, if it's possible. It's a question I'm asking.
It's probably not possible, but we can try.
Okay, I'll be happy if you make it possible, because in the atmosphere of civility, we're able to pass through,
Yeah, I think that I think
at
it'll
least
be really,
objectively, we're able to reason and profit each other. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it will be civil if you can be honest. That's it.
Yeah, honesty is not a thing for you to define or for me to define. It's
No.
something that we
Honest
equitably
means
have to define.
Honesty simply means don't deny the things that we both know to be true.
Yeah,
That means
that's
no
what I'm
argument.
saying. That even in you speaking honesty, you can be speaking subjectively, not sincerely, because when you say honest, you're objectively being honest. So what I say is let's be equitable
So
in our
honesty
discussion.
is only required
So
when
speaking about honesty here, I don't think is the position. I think let's speak
listen.
equitably.
Honesty
Let's
is
be equitable.
required.
Yeah.
Honesty is required when we're establishing common truths, especially common truths which are already known. Okay, like I said, if you can be honest, I have no problem. Now go straight to your point, please.
Yeah. Okay. So it's quite interesting. When I hear atheists speak, and then the position of atheists seem to traditionally come from the position
I'm not
that
an
their
atheist.
ability to counter.
I'm not an atheist. I'm only an atheist by definition.
What are you, brother?
But,
Sorry, so I can describe. I can.
I'm a piece of meat full of flesh and blood that has the ability to think for itself. That's what I am.
Yeah, I know, but what school of thought? From where you? I need to know the foundation of your belief system to know how to engage you. I can't engage you from nowhere.
Yeah.
I need to know what you subscribe to.
My school of thought is that I'm human. So I think like a human.
I'm also human. It's my school of thought is I'm also human. But
Okay,
now we're talking about ideological
listen,
differences. So
listen.
what school of ideology do you subscribe to? Yes.
I'm a realist.
I'm a realist too. We're all realists. you can't take that
Hold
position.
on. What is a realist?
We are speaking matters of faith here. My name
What
is
is a realist?
my name is Black Israelite. You can see there.
Hold on.
A realist.
Hold on. That's why I said I'm a
Yes.
realist. I'm a realist.
We're all realists too. I'm a realist.
No,
too.
no, you're not a realist if you believe in God.
No, why do you say I'm not a realist? How do you know I'm not a realist? On what grounds do you define that I'm not a realist?
Because you believe in God.
Do you apportion reality to yourself alone?
Because you believe in God.
Yeah, the reality, my God is my reality. So what
No,
I'm
God
there, you see,
is
that's what
not
I'm
your
saying.
reality. You're lying.
You know, you can't define reality on this basis. You
Yes,
don't define
yes,
reality,
yes, I
brother.
can. Yes, I
So
can.
let's speak equitably. So let's
No,
not
no,
talk about honesty here. You don't define reality.
No. I can
It's
define
your opinions, my opinions.
I can define reality.
No, you're not the authority here. You're
No,
not the reason why I breathe.
the authority is the
No, you're
English
not the
language.
reason why the sun shines. You're not the reason why we breathe. So you're not the authority here.
The authority,
Present your opinion.
The authority is the English language, and reality simply means the state of the world as it is, not ideological.
Bakanga, you are not the reason why the earth spins and the moon rises and falls. So you can be the authority here. So
Listen,
you speak from your opinion,
listen,
and I speak from my opinion.
Listen, do you know what the word reality means in English?
No, I don't know. Can you tell me, please?
If you don't know what reality means in English, I can't have a conversation with you.
No, you asked me if I know. I said I don't know. You asked a question, and I said I don't know.
Yeah, and I'm saying to you that if the answer is you don't know, then the conversation is over.
Now, I don't understand you, Bakanga. You said let's be honest in our conversation. You asked an honest question. I gave an honest answer.
And I gave
So
you an
what's
honest
the problem here?
response. And I gave you an honest response. Why? Bro,
So if I don't know you the answer, if I don't know something that you will have no discussion?
No,
Okay,
it's
can
not.
I ask you an honest question?
Hold up. It's not necessarily that you
Yeah.
don't know. It's the nature of this specific knowledge is one you should have already had before ever engaging in this conversation.
Okay, can I also present something you should have before we
Nah.
also go ahead with this conversation?
Nah, I'm not interested.
Oh, okay. I see the conversation will not be equitable. Let's go ahead. Go ahead.
No, let's not go ahead.
I'll play along the
No,
script.
no, bro. You say
Go
you
ahead,
don't
I'll play
know.
along
You
with the
don't.
script.
You don't know what reality
Okay,
is. That's
so
fine by me.
Bakanga, enough of the bickerings amongst us. We're not
Brother.
This is
Brother.
yeah.
I asked you
Yeah.
for the definition of morality. What did you say?
Brother, you never asked about morality. You said reality. not morality.
Reality. My bad.
Oh, you're getting confused now. Yes.
I asked you about the definition of reality. What did you say?
Yeah, so I said reality is subjective in its definition.
No.
My reality might not be your reality.
That's not what you said to me.
Reality simply means. Listen.
I asked you for the definition of reality. What answer did you give me?
I said I don't know. You can tell me. You're speaking as though
Listen
you're
to me.
talking to a dumb man. So I said, okay, tell me.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Bro, what I'm saying to
Yes.
you is that you could have just told me what it was based on what you think. But you
can as well tell me and the conversation goes on.
Brother, listen. You chose to say you don't know.
Brother.
By
Do you know you're actually my brother? You're my
course.
next door neighbor. Do you know that?
Of course, bro.
Bakanga.
Listen.
Are you from the Bakassi region or where?
Of course.
Come on, Bakanga, let's go on with the conversation.
Brother,
It's
listen.
okay.
No, listen.
Enough of testing grounds. Let's go on with the conversation.
Brother,
Yes. Yeah.
when you came up here, I said to you that all you need to do is be honest, right?
I know, and I say in honesty, it is
Brother,
subjective
brother,
here.
hold
You understand?
up, hold up.
Objective honesty
Bro,
here.
bro.
Yes, I agree. Bakanga, I agree. Whatever you say, I agree. Let's start the discussion.
That honesty means that if I ask you if you something and you know it, you have no reason to not just say what it is.
But Bakanga, how do you assume that I know what you're asking?
Brother, I said to you, what is reality? And you said you don't know.
Because you're asking me a subjective question and I sensed it. And I said, I don't know, you tell me.
Brother, if I ask you what reality is and you cannot tell me the definition, no matter what your excuse
Objectively,
bro,
I will tell you.
Brother, no matter what your excuse
Objectively, I'll tell you.
Bro, no
With
matter...
a flip of a pen, I tell you.
Brother, no matter what your excuse is, I'm not interested in that conversation because I already know you're not going to be honest.
How do you know? Just like I know you will not be honest. We complement each other.
You couldn't tell me what reality is. So I said,
like you, Bakanga.
Thank you now. Listen, you have to come back another day. Today is not going to happen.
No. Let's have a conversation. I want the
No,
atmosphere to be very calm and
no.
friendly.
It's listen, brother.
You're making it tense.
Brother, I don't think you understand. I said no. I'm not interested.
I understand. I perfectly understand.
I'm
yes.
not interested in this conversation right here, right now. I don't think that it is fair what religious people like to do. You paint your worldview as something so abstract.
And do you think
so
it is fair what you're doing?
Oh, bro, relax. When I say it's fair, that means if I engage with you, I have to engage with you in the way you're engaging. If you're coming down here and you don't understand the standardization of definitions within a linguistic system enough to have a conversation with me without being caught up in objective or subjective aspects of it, then bro, you're not sophisticated enough for this conversation. So you should come back. You should come back another day with a different approach.
Let's have the conversation, Bakanga. I submit. Let's have the conversation.
I'm only dragging this because I don't want to drop you rudely. What I'm saying is that, bro, this conversation is not going to happen today.
I said, then let's continue. You asked me what is the definition of reality. Definition.
No, I'm not interested. I said, have a good day, my brother.
You don't want me to define reality again to you?
I'm not interested.
Come on, brother. Is that how you treat a brother?
No, that's how I treat someone who wastes the first opportunity.
Bakanga,
to be honest,
Bakanga, you're far better than this, Bakanga.
Brother, I said another day.
Come on, Bakanga.
I said another day.
Let's have it today. Another day might not be opportunity to come here.
No.
Why, Bakanga?
Because I said to you to be honest, and you were being dishonest, and then you try to justify it. I'm no longer interested.
How am I being dishonest?
No,
I said, let me give you the definition of what you asked for.
Brother, no. You could have just done it the first time. But thank you for your time.
Okay, let's have the conversation. Can we have the conversation, please?
No, it's okay. Thank you so much.
Can we have the conversation, Bakanga? Or
No,
you sense danger coming or what?
No, sure, whatever you want to believe. Thank you.
You sincerely sense danger, right? Your instincts tell you danger is coming.
Sure. Thank you for your for your time, okay, brother. Have a good day, okay?
You're lucky. Today is your lucky day. Thank you. Brother.
Sure.
Today's your lucky day.
Sure.
Thank you. Take care. Continue the show, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Don't do that semantics bullshit with me. Please, don't do it. What does reality mean? I don't know. Oh, what's the point of the conversation, brother? I am accusing religious people of using words that they don't know the meanings to. They just use words, like they just regurgitate the things they've heard. If you truly don't know, that's different. But you know, or at least you have an idea of it. You guys have been pretending so long that you just think if you say something and you just pretend like it is, then it will be what it is.
Yo.
Please go straight to the point, brother.
Straight to the point is this. Everything you're doing is right, period. Case closed, right? These fuckers don't know anything about reality at all, dude. They have zero fucking clue about reality. About what life really is. About the fact that the so-called gods that these motherfuckers worship are just watching the world burn and nobody's doing jack shit about it. Because they keep waiting on a fucking savior to come and save them. Right? Meanwhile, carrying out heinous acts in the shadows. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, it's crazy the amount of people that come around on this live.
It's a simple argument. And your argument is solid, you know? And I don't even like to use the argument of suffering, because unless you want to just lose brain cells, you cannot have an argument with a religious person.
These fuckers guarantee that when life comes to an end, somebody will be there waiting on them to come and save them and take them to paradise. What kind of bullshit is that, dude?
It's the bullshit you tell someone when you want to take all their shit and you don't want them to fight back. That's the exact type of bullshit you tell them.
Exactly.
But anyway,
right?
bro, we're on the same page, bro. Let's not drag it.
Man.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Anyways, I just want to let you know you're doing whatever it takes to wake these fuckers up, man. Because it's not everybody you fuck with that will sit down and get fucked with. You know what I mean? Like,
damn, bro, that's a lot of F-bombs. That's a lot of F-bombs, man. But thank you.
Dude, excuse my language. I'm just speaking truth, bro. I just want to say that I'm gonna keep watching and all that.
No. I appreciate you, bro. No worries.
Man. Stay solid.
Yes, sir. We'll do. Of course, everyone's going to express their feelings, okay? And to be honest, from a reasonable person's perspective, Believing in God is just stupid. But we understand, though, why some people have that emotional need. We understand that there are certain emotional deficiencies that make it necessary for human beings to be functionally delirious, functionally cuckoo, functionally gaga, cuckoo, gaga. It's impossible to believe in God without being gagalicious and cuckoolicious. Listen, write this down. Anybody, take a pen, paper, write it down. It is impossible to believe in God without being gagalicious or cuckoolicious. But if gagalicious is such a big word for you, just go with cuckoo gaga. Or in basic English, you can just go with nonsense. It is an acceptable nonsense, a tolerated nonsense, a culturalized nonsense. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys are enjoying the show, but the time has come for me to go. Thank you so much for everyone for pulling up tonight. I haven't been live in the last week because my page was suspended. The haters got me last time. Now, I was talking about the J people, and I guess. But listen, y'all, I'm going to post this on YouTube today. If I don't, I'm full of shit. I am going to post this on YouTube today, okay? So those of you who are asking me to update my YouTube page, feel free to go check it out. If you don't have my YouTube, you're not following me on YouTube, check the link out in the description. Now, I know we disagree on the subject of God, but we do not disagree on our humanity. And you, my religious person, you are a human being. You, my non-religious person, you are also a human being. We have that in common. We don't disagree on that. So I will always respect and dignify your human rights, your right to imagine and believe whatever you want to believe in your head. But I have the right to tell you that you are full of shit if your belief system is full of shit. So forgive me, but it's not personal. I'm not better than you. I'm not even wiser than you. My brain just works better than yours. Oh shit, did I say that? I mean, my brain just works different from yours. Listen, you can keep loving God, Patricia. Okay? I didn't tell you that you can't love it. I just told you that it wasn't real. You can love it, you can dance it, you can eat it, you can cook it, you can do whatever you want to do with God. You can massage it, you can tickle it. Whatever you want to do with God in your head, it's up to you. You are free. But I know, and you know, that it's just in your head and only in your head. Only in your head. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it being only in your head. That just means it's only going to work for you if it works. The only thing we're going to soon see is the sun rising from the horizon. Okay? No one is ever going to see Jesus coming back because Jesus does not exist, my friends. If you are waiting for Jesus, you are waiting for nothing. You have been scammed and they have lied to you. You can believe it with your bones. You can even believe it with your big toe or your toenails. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. You can digest it in your stomach or you can believe it with your lungs. It ain't going to happen. Nobody is coming to this world on a flying horse. And my voice is the voice of reason. Ever so daily reminding you it's time to let go of the bullshit. It is time. Okay, my friends? It's time to let go. And you don't have to lose your morality just because you let go. Okay? You can keep practicing your righteousness, your discipline. You can keep trying to be the best human being that you can be. No worries. But you are not going to cookie land, and you're not going to have angels wiping your ass when you take a shit. You better get used to wiping your own ass, because once you die, it ain't gonna be no ass wiping no more. It ain't gonna be no ass wiping no more. No more shitting, no more eating, no more drinking. Death is the end. So you better enjoy doing what living people do right here, right now. All right, y'all. Take care.